Chapter 1450. Lin Xian puffed out a cloud of smoke and then leaned back on the sofa. The way he behaved made it seem as if he was at home. Murong felt helpless. Lin Xian crossed his legs and asked, "What are you doing here, young Master Yi?" "I'm here to play." Yi Fifan smiled and said. Suddenly, he frowned. "Damn you. Why are you asking me questions like the owner of this place?" "What about you, young Master Lin?" Yi Fifan asked with a smile. "Me too." "I see. I was surprised when I heard that Xiao Yu's friend was a boy. You guys should be in the same team in the Tianwu competition, right?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, is young Master Yi going back tonight?" Yi Fifan was speechless. That's right, Lin Xian's sudden question had stunned him. Going back tonight? Isn't that nonsense? Wait. Is he not going back? Yi Fifan smiled and nodded. I should go back. Why are you asking this? Murong Yu was speechless. She knew it. She knew that Lin Xian would be smug and cause trouble. "Oh, I was thinking that if young Master Yi didn't go back, we could play cards tonight. Since young Master Yi is going back, forget it," Lin Xian said with a smile. Murong Yu was speechless. Lin Xian, Yi Fifan's eyes narrowed slightly. What did he mean? Did he mean that he wouldn't go back tonight? Why? Why didn't he go back tonight? Wasn't he just friends with Murong Yu? Play cards. Sure, I haven't played for a long time. I won't go back tonight. Yi Fifan smiled. Forget it. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do with Xiao Yu tonight. Let's play another day. Yi Fifan was speechless. Xiao Yu. He called her Xiao Yu and you called her Xiao Yu. Ha ha ha, if there is anything I can help you with, Yi Fifan said with a smile. No, you can't help. Oh. Tell me what it is. Lin Xian smiled and said, Little Yu, did you not tell young Master Yi? I'm in a hurry to make a baby with her. After saying that, Lin Xian smiled and hugged Murong Yu's slender waist. Yi Fifan. Murong Yu was confused. Fuck you. Murong Yu knew that this bastard would do this. Oh. Yi Fifan narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe in creating humans, but Lin Xian's hand was wrapped around Murong Yu's waist, and Murong Yu only subconsciously struggled a little before she allowed his hand to touch her. This proved that the relationship between Murong Yu and him was not ordinary, but the struggle made him understand that they were not a couple. But, why? Murong Yu actually let him hug her. Murong Yu actually wanted to remove Lin Xian's hand. She was not used to it, but she knew that if she removed Lin Xian's hand, Lin Xian would lose face. She sighed helplessly in her heart. He. Yi Fifan smiled and said, Young Master Lin, it seems that your relationship with Xiao Yu is not ordinary. You should be good friends. Are young Master Yi and Xiao Yu friends? Yi Fifan nodded, yes. But I'm here to propose to Uncle Murong. He had to lay his cards on the table. Oh. What right did this person have to compete with him for Murong Yu? In fact, Lin Xian had already guessed that even if he was not here to propose, he must like Murong Yu. So, why did Lin Xian directly reach out and hug Murong Yu? I see. Lin Xian withdrew his hand, took a drag of the cigarette, and said, Young Master Yi, you can go now. Yi Fifan frowned. He, why do you say that? Yi Fifan smiled and said. Because Xiao Yu already has a boyfriend. Young Master Lin, are you talking about yourself? Lin Xian nodded. Ha, Yi Fifan smiled and said, but Uncle Murong just said that Xiao Yu has no boyfriend. So I'm here to talk to Uncle Murong about this. Yi Fifin smiled disdainfully. I'm here to talk about this too. So, let's see what Uncle Murong says. Lin Xian scratched his head. Why should we see what Uncle Murong says? Shouldn't we see what Xiaoyu says? Lin Xian said. Yi Fifin glanced at Murongyu. He knew that even if Murongyu didn't choose Lin Xian, she wouldn't choose Yi Fifin. Yi Fifin even suspected that this Lin Xian was Murongyu, who knew that he was here to propose marriage, so she specially asked him to help her put on an act so that he would back off. It was possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. The most important point was that when Lin Xian hugged Murongyu, Murongyu was obviously uncomfortable. If they were boyfriend and girlfriend, would she be uncomfortable? However, Lin Xian knew that if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, she would still be uncomfortable, especially when there were other people around. Because this was Murongyu. She had never thought about what it would be like to have a boyfriend one day, let alone being intimate with her boyfriend when there were other people around. In her opinion, it was simply unacceptable for her to see couples hugging and holding hands on the road. Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. Yi Fifin smiled and nodded. I'll get some fruits for you. Murongyu quickly walked away. What do you think, daughter? Which one do you choose? In the kitchen, Lin Yu looked at her daughter with a smile. Murongyu bit her lips. My head hurts. Murongyu shook her head and then cut the watermelon. You're not young anymore. It's time to decide who you want to be with. Although it's easy for you to find a boyfriend, you have to like him. That Lin Xian is not bad. Choose him. Lin Yu said. Mom, you've had sex with him in the divine realm for half a year. What's wrong? Do you not like him or what? If you don't like him, then forget it. If you like him, then why are you still hesitating? Lin Yu smiled and rubbed Murongyu's hair. Got it. Murongyu muttered. Outside, Lin Xian and Yi Fifin didn't say anything. The two of them leaned on the sofa and played with their phones. Murongyu brought the fruits and said, I'll help you cook. After saying that, she slipped into the kitchen. Soon, a table of delicious food was placed there. Everyone, it's time to eat. It smells good. Murong Fong took a breath and then nodded with satisfaction. Honey, I don't usually see you cook so much for me and Xiaoyu. Murong Fong said with a smile. Aren't we guests? Lin Yu said with a smile. Xiao Xian, Fifin, you two quickly take a seat. Coming, Auntie. Lin Xian ran over with a smile. Wow! Auntie, your cooking is so good. Uncle Murong is so happy. Auntie is beautiful, good at cooking, and virtuous. Uncle Murong is so lucky. Lin Xian said with a smile. Bootlicker. Yi Fifin gritted his teeth. Chapter 1451. A bootlicker. Yes, that was true. However, there were times when one couldn't bootlick. There were times when one could and needed to bootlick. For example, right now. A junior was praising his mother-in-law and his elder for being beautiful. Everyone knew that he was bootlicker, but the other party would be very happy. The other party knew that he was bootlicker, but he was happy. This was different from bootlicker. Especially in front of other people. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The other party had to have a good impression of you for the bootlicker to be effective. Murong Yuk shook her head helplessly. This Lin Xian, Murong Fong smiled in his heart. This Lin Xian was quite sensible. Ha ha ha, little Xian, what you said is quite reasonable. He is indeed very lucky. Lin Yu said with a smile. Then, she handed Lin Xian a pair of chopsticks. Yi Fifin. How could this be? Lin Xian said with a smile, Auntie, do you know? What? Lin Xian said with a smile, the first time I saw Murongyu was at the Martial Arts Academy. At that time, I was curious. This woman is so beautiful. How beautiful must her mother be to give birth to such a beautiful daughter? When I saw Auntie for the first time today, I wanted to say that Auntie is really beautiful. Uncle Murong being able to marry Auntie is simply a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Isn't that right, Uncle Murong? Murong Fong, fuck. He was unhappy with this sentence. However, he still had to say yes. Ha ha ha, yes. I must have accumulated the good fortune of 8 lifetimes to be able to marry such a beautiful wife and have such a beautiful daughter. Murong Fong said with a smile. It's good that you know, Lin Yu said with a smile. Come. Little Xian, have a drumstick. Lin Yu smiled and gave Lin Xian a drumstick. Thank you, Auntie. Wow. Auntie, your hands are so beautiful. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, is that so? Lin Yu smiled. Yes, like mother like daughter. Murong Yu's hands are also beautiful. Sure enough, Auntie's hands are very beautiful. Although Murong Yu is already beautiful, in my opinion, there is still a gap between her and Auntie. Lin Xian laughed. Murong Yu, damn bootlicker. Ha ha ha, she is my daughter after all. Come. Little Xian, try this red braised meat. Lin Yu smiled and gave Lin Xian another piece of braised pork. Originally, Lin Yu liked Lin Xian a lot. Although they didn't have any contact with each other, she found that this person was really good except for being a little lecherous. This person was even willing to sacrifice himself for some things. The simplest example was when Tianhua City fell into enemy hands. How many people had he risked his life to save? This kind of righteousness was something that very few young people possessed nowadays. At least she could be sure that if her daughter were to follow him, this person would not abandon her daughter and run away if they encountered any danger. Humph. Yi Fifan snorted coldly. Why did he feel that this Lin Xian's bootlicker was actually effective? How is the taste? Lin Yu asked with a smile. It's delicious. Murong Yu cooked for me before. I thought that the taste was very good. But now, I feel that her cooking is just a so-so. She and Auntie still have a lot to learn. Lin Xian laughed. Murong Fong couldn't stand this Lin Xian anymore. Wow! How could he be like this? Ha ha ha. Lin Yu beamed with joy. Yi Fifan clenched his fist tightly and lowered his head to eat there. How could this person be so thick-skinned? Auntie, when you go shopping with Murong Yu, do people think that you are sisters and try to hit on you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Haha, there have been a few times. Lin Yu said with a smile. I guess so too. Lin Xian nodded. Cough cough, Murong Fong coughed and said, Little Xian, have you made preparations for the God's awakening door? Lin Xian shook his head, not yet. Anyway, we don't know what's going on inside. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I say, Murong Fong, I'm having a good chat with Little Xian. Why are you interrupting? Lin Yu was unhappy. Murong Fong, cough cough cough, you guys talk. Murong Fong was helpless. Yi Hai Tao glanced at his son and realized that his son didn't seem to want to talk. He quickly gave Yi Fifan a look. Yi Fifan obviously saw that Lin Xian's bootlicker was effective. But, he didn't know how to do it. Moreover, he was very embarrassed, okay? He clearly knew that what he said wasn't true. Or, it could be said that he was exaggerating. He couldn't adapt to what he said. Murong-yu lowered her head and ate. She was also helpless and didn't care about what Lin Xian said. "Auntie, I have a pill here." Lin Xian handed over a pill to Lin Yu. "What kind of pill is this?" "Lin Xian, this is called the face-retaining pill. Although Auntie is very beautiful and young, she might be angered by Uncle Murong every day. It will definitely have some effect on her skin. This face-retaining pill can let Auntie retain her youthful appearance. Although it can't be said to achieve the so-called eternal appearance, it can definitely let Auntie not have to worry about the so-called things that women worry about for 10 years. Although Lin Yu's realm wasn't too low, it was obvious that she had advanced her realm later on. For example, if you reached the Empyrean realm at the age of 22, then you would still look like a 22-year-old at the age of 80. But if you reached the Empyrean realm at the age of 40, then you would look like a 40-year-old at the age of 80. To put it simply, the earlier one ascended to a higher realm, the more perfect one's appearance would be, like that of a 20-year-old. Therefore, Lin Yu was still worried about things like eye bags, small crow's feet, and skin that wasn't as tender as before. Can it really be done? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. "Yes, after Auntie takes it, Auntie's appearance will definitely crush Murong Yu's and let Auntie return to her 27 or 28-year-old appearance." "Ha!" Yi Fifan smiled and said, "I say, young Master Lin, have you been deceived by someone?" Lin Xian glanced at him. "I've lived for so long, but I've never heard of the face-retaining pill in reality. Those are all imaginary things on TV. Did young Master Lin see a leaflet somewhere in the supermarket and mistake it for real? That's definitely not something good." Yi Fifan smiled and said, "Motherfucker, I finally found a chance to speak and fight back against this Lin Xian." Murong Feng also glanced at Lin Xian. Yi Haitao said, "This is very normal. This kind of thing is a gimmick. It's used to cheat those ignorant girls of their money. In fact, it doesn't have any effect. Instead, it may be harmful." Chapter 1452. There were very few dawn in this world. Some dawn were used for healing and detoxification. Other dawn were basically non-existent. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian's medical skills were all-encompassing. He had all kinds of dawn. Lin Xian had taken time to refine these dawn. In any case, he had to give them to his mother-in-law, right? Lin Xian smiled and said, "You two don't need to worry about this. These dawn were personally refined by me. Therefore, I know very well whether they are real or not. You can refine dawn." Murong Feng froze for a moment. I can. Ha ha ha, but I have never heard of the face-preserving dawn in this continent." Yi Fifan said with a smile. "Therefore, if you have never heard of it, it can only be said that you are ignorant and inexperienced. However, you cannot deny everything just because you have never heard of it. You are not the heavens. Your words do not count." Lin Xian said with a smile. "Ka ka ka." Yi Fifan clenched his fist. "Whether it is real or not, Auntie, you can try it now. There will be an effect soon." Lin Xian said with a smile. "Okay." Lin Yu nodded. To be honest, she had never heard of it. However, she felt that this Lin Xian was not ordinary. Moreover, her husband, Murong Feng, had emphasized to her many times that this Lin Xian was indeed very good. In any case, she did not care whether she believed it or not. As long as she ate it, it would not be harmful. "Okay, then I will try it." Lin Yu smiled and directly swallowed it. In fact, she did not have much expectation. However, everyone had been staring at her skin. Lin Yu did not wear makeup at home. In fact, she did not need to wear makeup. She was very beautiful. However, if you looked carefully, you could see some traces of age on her face. It was very light, but it could be seen. Although it was very light, as a woman, especially a beautiful woman, she cared too much. Murong Fong had told her many times that she was very beautiful and that it was nothing. However, she understood in her heart, he could only blame himself for not raising his realm when he was younger. Therefore, she had always taught Murong Yu to work hard if she could. Since she had this talent, she should try her best to reach the heavenly venerable realm in her 20s. However, in the next moment, they revealed shocked expressions. "Wife, your face," Murong Fong opened his mouth. "What happened?" Lin Yu asked doubtfully. "See for yourself." Murong Fong was shocked. Lin Yu was a little worried and hurried to the bathroom. Then, her surprised voice came from inside. Actually, there wasn't much of a change. Normally, one wouldn't be able to feel anything. However, if one looked closely, they would realize that her skin had become as tender as a woman in her 20s. Furthermore, the faint crow's feet from before had completely disappeared. This. Lin Xian, your pills are quite powerful. Could it be a new product of the Yixian group? What? Art Xian group. Yi Fifan frowned. Oh. You guys didn't talk about it. Xiao Xian is from the Yixian group. I see. Yi Fifan secretly clenched his fist. Damn it. At this time, Lin Xian smiled and said, it's not a new product. However, it will definitely develop in this direction. When the time comes, the effect won't be as strong. However, it will definitely not be like those so-called skincare products on the market. The effect won't be obvious. When the time comes, it will be launched. After all, the materials used were relatively common. Ha ha ha, this Yixian group will really become the gospel of the common people. Murong Fong said with a smile. Lin Yu ran over. My skin has become better. Lin Yu was extremely excited. Your skin has always been very good. Murong Fong said. Nonsense. Lin Yu hurriedly said, Xiao Yu, come here. What? Come here quickly. Murong Yu stood up and walked to Lin Yu's side. Then, Lin Yu put her face close to hers. Hubby, look, whose skin is better? Murong Fong. He had to admit that he really could tell that his wife's skin was absolutely as tender as when they first met. He really needed to thank Lin Xian. It's just as good. Murong Fong said. Mom, your skin is really very tender. Murong Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, don't worry. Ha ha ha, right? Lin Yu smiled and pushed Murong Yu aside. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, Xiao Xian, Auntie really doesn't know how to thank you. Lin Xian said with a smile, it's my duty. Ha ha ha, quickly, quickly, eat, eat. Fifan, you eat too. Yi Fifan nodded. I say, honey, stop looking. It's so beautiful. Murong Fong said helplessly when he saw Lin Yu looking at the mirror. Lin Yu put down the mirror. Eat, eat. Soon, the meal was finished. It could be said that this meal was very enjoyable. However, there were two people who were not very happy. Of course, they were Yi Fifan and Yi Haitao. It's getting late, Brother Murong. I'll leave with Fifan first. I hope Brother Murong will take the matter I told you before to heart. We'll come again in 2 days. Yi Haitao said. Brother Yi, take care. Then, the two of them walked away. Dad, that Lin Xian, Yi Fifan clenched his fist. Can't you learn to be a little more eloquent like him? Yi Haitao said. Dad, you know that I don't know much about this. And that Lin Xian is simply too hypocritical. I can't say anything about it. Yi Fifan said. Sighed, that Murong family seems to like that kid Lin Xian very much. Moreover, he's actually a member of the Yixian group. It seems that he might be at the helm of the Yixian group. He's really not simple. Then what should we do? I really like Murong Yu. Yi Fifan said. When we go back, bring the Yi family's treasure to propose marriage. I don't believe that the Yi family's treasure can't be compared to a small elixir. Xiao Xian, why don't you stay here tonight? On the sofa, the few of them were sitting together and chatting when Lin Yu suddenly popped out a sentence. She was simply too satisfied with Lin Xian. Ha! You're not going back. Isn't that not very good? Lin Xian scratched his head. Mom, he still has something to do. Murong Yu said. Lin Xian shook his head. Actually, it's nothing much. If I leave, I'll stay in a hotel. Actually, staying in a hotel is fine, as long as uncle and auntie don't mind. Murong Yu was speechless. Ha ha ha, of course, we don't mind. Xiao Yu, go and tidy up your room. Oh. Murong Yu got up. I'm saying that you should tidy up your room. Murong Yu was speechless. Lin Xian was speechless. Damn. Did this mother-in-law know about the matter between him and Murong Yu? It seemed so. Damn. This mother-in-law was great. Lin Xian's mothers-in-law are all great. Why? Murong Yu asked. Didn't Xiao Xian say that he wanted to play games with you? Then let's go to your room. Lin Xian, nice. Chapter 1453. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu wouldn't bring a boy to her daughter's room, right? However, this Lin Xian was different. He had already done so many things with her daughter. Moreover, as Murong Yu's mother, Lin Yu could see that her daughter liked Lin Xian. It was just a matter of how much she liked him. Since it was already like this and she also liked this boy, it was fine. This boy was her son-in-law. I don't play games. Murong Yu shook her head and said indifferently. Little Xian wants to play. He is a guest. Even if you don't want to play, you still have to play with him. Do you understand? How did I teach you etiquette? Lin Yu looked at her daughter and said. Murong Yu, how could her mother be bought over by Lin Xian? Okay, I'll go with you to tidy up the room. When the time comes, the three of us can play together. Lin Yu smiled and looked at Lin Xian as she said. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Auntie. Let's go. Lin Yu pulled Murong Yu's hand and walked upstairs. Only Lin Xian and Murong Feng were left in the living room. Here. Murong Feng handed Lin Xian a cigarette. Thank you, Uncle Murong. Lin Xian then snapped his fingers and the two people's cigarette butts were lit. Murong Feng paused for a moment. Ha ha ha, this thing is very useful. Lin Xian nodded, it is very useful. Regarding the matter between you and little Yu, what do you think? Murong Feng asked. Cough cough cough, Lin Xian dryly coughed. Uncle Murong, what do I think? I'm already here, don't you know? Murong Feng took a puff and said, but as far as I know, you have more than one girlfriend, right? Cough cough cough, Lin Xian awkwardly coughed again. Uncle Murong, I'm a man. Please understand. Don't, I can't understand. After all, your aunt is my only woman. Murong Feng said. Lin Xian scratched his head. However, it's rare for little Yu to fall in love with someone. As for you, I can be considered to understand. Although you're fickle in love, other than that, there's nothing else. Moreover, this fickle in love is actually a responsible person. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. That's why you're auntie and I don't care about the matters between you and Xiao Yu. Otherwise, with this girl's character, I'm really afraid that she won't find a boyfriend for 10 or 20 years. Wouldn't your auntie and I feel terrible? Lin Xian laughed. 10 or 20 years. Uncle Murong, you might be thinking too little. Anyway, Murong Yu's realm was right there. Even if another 100 years passed, she would still be so young and beautiful. She was not willing to find a partner, but she had the capital to not find one. Therefore, Murong Feng and Lin Yu were also anxious. Therefore, since they saw that Murong Yu liked this brat, Lin Yu would work hard to see if they could give birth to this baby. It was not important whether they got married or not. It was more important to have a baby first. Ha ha ha, alright, let's not talk about this person first. How's the evil god fire palace? Murong Feng's expression also became serious. Of course, he knew that Lin Xian came here partly because of Murong Yu and partly because of the evil god fire palace. Lin Xian nodded. Amen, I've been there. The evil god fire palace is in the Shao family. There's a fake mountain in the backyard of the Shao family. There's a passage under the fake mountain. After entering the passage, there's a door. However, to open this door, one needs a special secret technique. I haven't learned this secret technique yet, so I can't use it for the time being. After opening it, there's a secret realm inside. This secret realm is the evil god fire palace. I see. How strong is it? Lin Xian pondered for a moment and said, I'm not too sure either. However, what I'm certain of is that with 3 Heavenly Dao realm experts as the foundation, the other Great Void realm experts will naturally not be in the minority. In this secret realm, there's a place that leads to the demonic beast domain. They can directly enter the demonic beast domain to grind levels. At the same time, it will become a passage for them to escape. Murong Feng pondered for a moment. That's very normal. As the evil god Hall, they will definitely use all sorts of methods to leave a way out for themselves. Then, did they say anything to you? Lin Xian said, they said that the main hall has taken a fancy to me and wants me to temper myself here. When the time comes, if I can, they will send me to the main hall. Murong Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, if you can, you must obtain the position of the main hall. However, don't be anxious. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years isn't enough, then 5 years. Murong Feng said. We have already searched for the location of the evil god hall for nearly 100 years. Haven't we still come up empty-handed? And this time, you are the closest we have come in history, so you must not be anxious. Don't fall short of success. Lin Xian nodded, I know. Also, you must pay attention to your own safety. Even if they think that you have taken a poison pill, they may not completely trust you. Those people are a group of very sneaky people. Yes, I have come into contact with them. They are indeed very sneaky. However, I am still quite useful to them right now. If what they said is true and the main hall has taken a fancy to me, then the small evil god fire hall won't be able to make any decisions. As long as I don't reveal any flaws and continue to increase my strength, they will eventually be able to see my potential. Lin Xian. That's right. What price did the Yixian group pay? Murong Feng asked. Lin Xian, it is only 10% of the shares. I will try my best to suppress the rest. In addition, they want to make Lin and City the next headquarters of the evil god fire hole. Naturally, there will be some impact on the industry. For now, I can accept it. At present, they cannot do anything that I cannot accept. Murong Feng nodded. Yes, the three major forces will reimburse the Yixian group for their losses. Lin Xian slightly muttered, Uncle Murong, I suggest that you don't tell this news to the Trial Union or the Bounty Hunter Guild. I don't trust them. Ha ha ha, don't worry. You already know about this matter. The Trial Union and the Bounty Hunter Guild also don't know about it. I only said that the temple will reimburse you for now. When this matter is completely resolved, the temple will look for the other two major forces to share. Murong Feng laughed. Ha ha ha, okay. Then I will go find Xiao Yu. Lin Xian finished speaking and ran upstairs with a smile. Murong Feng, this brat. He helplessly shook his head. After chatting with me for a bit, he impatiently went to find my daughter. Damn, he really is a pervert. Xiao Yu, I am coming to find you to play games. Lin Xian grinned as he rubbed his hands together and arrived at the door of a room. Through the crack in the door, Lin Xian could smell a fragrant smell. Chapter 1454. Murong Yu was chatting with Lin Yu. What were they chatting about? Lin Xian, of course. Lin Yu was having a heart-to-heart talk with Murong Yu. She knew that her daughter was very tsundere. Although Murong Yu repeatedly emphasized that she wasn't being tsundere, as a mother, how could she not know? She clearly liked Lin Xian, but she didn't know how much she liked him. However, she didn't even let Lin Xian touch her. She had done it so many times, but still, anyway, as a mother, she knew. You two play the game well. Lin Yu heard the noise outside and opened the door with a smile. Auntie. You two play the game. I'm going to sleep. There's a place to shower in the room. Okay. Good night, Auntie. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. Lin Yu then walked away. He. Lin Xian closed the door and rubbed his hands together as he walked toward Murong Yu, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Her room was really quite ordinary. There weren't any dolls or anything fun. Most of it was just books. However, this bed was definitely soft, and there were even dolls on it. Little Yu, I'm here. Lin Xian then sat beside Murong Yu and hugged her waist. You can sleep here, but you're not allowed to do anything else. Murong Yu said lightly. Okay. Lin Xian nodded obediently. Murong Yu agreed. No. It wasn't that simple. What did Auntie say to you? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Then, he placed his hand on her leg and touched it. Murong Yu's hand pressed down on Lin Xian's hand. Nothing. I'm going to sleep. Murong Yu then crawled under the blanket and lay on her side with her back facing Lin Xian. She had already changed into her pajamas. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and glanced at the bed. There was actually a second blanket. She wanted him to cover himself with another blanket. You wish. Lin Xian then crawled under her blanket and hugged her from behind. Murong Yu's body trembled. Don't move. I didn't want to move at first, but I couldn't help it when I hugged you. Murong Yu was confused. And then, she really couldn't stand Lin Xian's shamelessness. This person was equivalent to raping her. The next morning, Murong Yu was the first to open her eyes. She nestled in Lin Xian's arms. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the bloody teeth marks on Lin Xian's shoulder. That's right, she bit him last night. However, this bastard still wouldn't let her go even after being bitten and bleeding. In the end, she compromised. Bastard! Murong Yu gritted her teeth. Lin Xian opened his eyes and turned to look at her. Murong Yu quickly averted her gaze. Little Yu, it's daybreak. It's time to do it again. Murong-yu was confused. Get lost. She kicked Lin Xian out of the room, then wrapped herself in the blanket and turned around. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Xian walked into the bathroom. Murong-yu opened her beautiful eyes and sighed helplessly. Was that it? That should be it, right? After all, when Lin Xian slept with her, she actually didn't put up much resistance. She was also catered to Lin Xian later on. She knew it in her heart. She just didn't feel good. She wasn't in a relationship, and she didn't do anything. Then, she was slept with by him so many times. She was a very traditional person. She yearned for love. Her concept of love was very beautiful and sweet. However, when she met this bastard Lin Xian, what kind of sweet feeling was there? He had sex with her the moment they met, and they had sex for half a year. Then, when she came back, she had sex with him several times for no reason. Let's not talk about sweet and love, right? At least we should go shopping alone, right? Fuck. Not good. Not good at all. After a while, Lin Xian walked out naked. Murong-yu glanced at him and blushed. She quickly turned away. Can you keep your clothes on? She gritted her teeth. I'm not wearing anything. I just want to show you. Lin Xian laughed. Shameless. Go take a shower. Lin Xian then used his mind to clean himself and crawl under the blanket. Murong-yu quickly ran into the bathroom. Soon, she finished bathing. She walked out smelling good. She glanced at Lin Xian, then opened the door and walked out without saying anything. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. He was still thinking about playing with her. Baby, you're taking a shower early in the morning. Downstairs, Lin Yu saw Murong-yu drying her hair and walking down in her pajamas. He smiled and said. Murong-yu's face slightly reddened. As an old couple, they naturally knew why their baby daughter wanted to take a shower early in the morning. Murong-fong was not happy. Fuck. Thinking about how his beautiful baby daughter was taken by that pig Lin Xian, his heart ached as a father. It couldn't be helped. All fathers in the world were like this. They doted on their daughters, and their daughters were treasures. Where's Lin Xian? Lin Yu asked. I don't know. He's dead. Murong-yu sat on the sofa and drank tea. The two of them, what's there to be angry about between boyfriend and girlfriend? Can't that brat do it? Lin Yu smiled. Murong-yu, Mom, okay. Mom won't say anything. Then I'll go take a look at that brat. Then Lin Yu walked upstairs. Murong-fong smiled and sat beside Murong-yu. He rubbed her hair and said, What's wrong? Daughter, do you like Lin Xian? Murong-yu shook her head. Not really. Then what's wrong? It's just that he's very infuriating. Ha ha ha. Murong-fong smiled and said, although you feel that Lin Xian is very infuriating, from Lin Xian's point of view, with your personality, if you don't talk to him for a day, he'll be suffering, right? You have to understand each other. He's suffering. Last night, he was secretly chatting with another girl. How can he be suffering? Murong-yu wasn't angry about this. In fact, she knew what she should know. She just wasn't happy. However, she couldn't say where she was unhappy about it. Okay, it's rare that you're all free. It's rare that Lin Xian comes to Tiandu. You guys have fun these 2 days. Murong-fong smiled and said. That depends on whether he's willing. Murong-yu didn't know how much resentment she had towards Lin Xian. She guessed that it was quite a lot. Slap her, you didn't do anything but slap her. Of course she was unhappy. At least they were celebrating a festival. No matter what, they had to give her a gift, right? Okay, she didn't ask for too much. It didn't matter. Lin Xian and Lin Yu walked down. You're coming down. Let's eat breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Xian, you and Xiao Yu can go out and play. Murong Feng smiled and said. Okay. Of course. Lin Xian said. Murong Yu heard this and felt a little better. Who wants to play with you? Murong Yu coldly snorted and walked towards the dining table. Murong Feng helplessly looked at Lin Xian. He couldn't blame Lin Xian. It was his daughter who was arrogant. This was also the main reason. Chapter 1455. Lin Xian helplessly glanced at Murong Feng. His gaze was very clear. Look at your daughter. Murong Feng shrugged his shoulders. What could he do? Women should be spoiled and spoiled. He would think about it when he got his hands on her. Actually, Lin Xian was already used to it. He had a lot of girls around him. What kind of girls did he not have? Tsundere. No matter how tsundere she was still obedient last night. Let's go eat. Murong Feng said. Lin Xian nodded his head and then sat at the table beside Murong Yu. Murong Yu sat there elegantly. Girls like her were very serious no matter what they did. To put it simply, you had never seen her cross her legs, and it was even more impossible to see her make any indecent movements. Normal people would get tired after sitting for a while. They would want to lie down or bend their waist slightly. However, girls like her could maintain a straight posture and read for an entire day without changing her posture. At most, she would change her direction. Little Yu, help me peel an egg. Lin Xian put his hand on Murong Yu's leg and said with a smile. Murong Yu did not say anything. She just silently peeled an egg for Lin Xian and placed it on the plate in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. She was still obedient. However, if Murong Feng or Lin Yu were here, she would definitely not peel the egg. Murong Feng was sitting on the sofa and drinking tea while Lin Yu was busy in the kitchen. Where are we going to play later? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Anywhere. Murong Yu said indifferently and then drank a mouthful of milk. Going to a room. Murong Yu. Go to hell. You said anywhere. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Get lost. What are you talking about? Lin Yu walked out of the kitchen with a smile. We are talking about where we are going to play later. Lin Xian said with a smile. Isn't it good to go shopping or watch a movie? Who wants to go shopping with him? Murong Yu said indifferently. Lin Xian, fuck. Tsundere. No, I have to make her submit tonight. Auntie, I'll go shopping with her. I'll go find a few other friends. Lin Xian said. A few other friends. Murong Yu thought for a moment. Wasn't that Han Chushue and Ling Ying? Crack, 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 there were already cracks in the cup in her hand. That bastard Lin Xian. That's fine. You nodded. Little Yu, let's go shopping. Anything. Murong Yu said. Why are you interfering with a child's shopping? The two of us didn't go out for a proper stroll either. Lin Xian and Xiao Yu went out for a stroll. You and I went out for a stroll alone. Murong Feng said with a smile. That's true. We haven't gone shopping for a long time. You two go shopping. Let's go after dinner. After dinner, Murong Yu casually changed into a simple set of clothes and went out with Lin Xian. You go. Murong Yu said to Lin Xian. Ah. Lin Xian was stunned and looked at her. Aren't you going to find a friend? Go ahead. I'll find a library to read. Murong Yu said indifferently. Lin Xian looked at her beautiful face and rubbed his chin playfully as he looked at her. Murong Yu frowned. Why are you looking at me? Murong Yu asked. I feel that you're different from before. Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian. In what way? In many ways. For example, you're jealous now. And, you've also learned how to say one thing and mean another. Murong Yu, then it seems that you really like me. Lin Xian said with a smile. Murong Yu couldn't be bothered with him and walked straight ahead. AI. Lin Xian ran over with a smile and took the opportunity to grab her soft little hand. Murong Yu subconsciously struggled. However, Lin Xian held her hand tightly and she didn't struggle anymore. I'm not familiar with Tiandu. Where is it fun? I don't know. Murong Yu also rarely went out to play, so she wasn't sure about this either. Then let's just walk around. And, Murong Yu's pretty face, exquisite temperament, and sky-blue hair and irises were rare to begin with. Needless to say, the amount of attention he attracted was unimaginable. As for Lin Xian, the passers-by looked at them and felt that they shouldn't be a couple. The woman was so outstanding and the man looked so ordinary. However, they were holding hands. What was there to be suspicious about? Murong Yu rarely went out, so even the heavens knew that the Murong family's master of the Holy Temple had a daughter who was supposed to be very beautiful. However, not many people knew what Murong Yu looked like, and even fewer knew that she had blue eyes or something like that. However, it had to be said that she was indeed very special. On the other side, there were many people crowding around. Why? Ling Ying and Han Chushue came out to shop. Ling Ying and Han Chushue were very famous in Tiandu. They were the daughters of the 8 great families. Their appearances were extremely outstanding. Moreover, they often went out to play. In the past, Han Chushue rarely went out, but compared to Murong Yu, she was much better. Moreover, they had a lot of pursuers. The main reason was that there were many pursuers. Coupled with their family background, it was impossible for no one to pay attention to them. I heard that Lin Xian came to Tiandu. Ling Ying and Han Chushue each held a roasted sweet potato and chatted while eating. Many people followed them. Some tried to summon up the courage to strike up a conversation with them. Some just wanted to take 2 more photos because they knew that they weren't good enough for them. Is that so? Han Chushue nodded slightly. It seems that they came because of the evil god Fire Palace. I guess they are still there. Ling Ying said. Hey, boss, give me 2 Rujiamos. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the front. The 2 girls looked at each other. Obviously, they knew what they were thinking from each other's eyes. Then, they walked forward. Let me tell you, this kind of small roadside stalls selling things for a few yuan are the real delicacies of the world. Miss, you will follow me in the future. I will take you to try more of these delicious snacks. Lin Xian handed Murong Yu a Rujiamo and said. Anyway, many of Lin Xian's daughters liked to eat roadside stalls because of Lin Xian. Weren't Ling Ying and Han Chushue the same? Murong Yu really didn't eat it because she wasn't greedy. She rarely went out. She only ate 3 meals a day. At most, she would eat some snacks. Murong Yu then opened her small mouth and took a bite. This is medium spicy. How about it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Murong Yu nodded. Not bad. Of course. Lin Xian smiled. Just as he opened his mouth to eat, he suddenly saw 2 figures standing in front of him. Chapter 1456. Lin Xian had announced in the group that he was coming to Tiandu, so Ling Ying and the rest knew about it. However, they still thought that Lin Xian was busy, so they did not chat with Lin Xian. Then, fuck. This Lin Xian is shopping with Murong Yu. Ling Ying was pissed. She was not pissed that he was shopping with other girls. After all, they knew a lot of things. Fuck. I thought you were busy, so I did not disturb you. Who knew that this bastard was shopping with other girls? Ah. Lin Xian was embarrassed. Murong Yu was eating her rujiamo. When she saw Ling Ying and the rest, she walked over. You are shopping too? Murong Yu asked. Yes, let's go together. Ling Ying said with a smile. Okay. Then they turned around and walked away. Lin Xian was speechless. Wow. No way. God, is this how you treat me? Hey, wait for me. Lin Xian quickly chased after them. Yi Fifan walked out from the dark with his brows furrowed. He only found out about Lin Xian's existence yesterday, so he tried to investigate him. He discovered that not only did Lin Xian seem to have a good relationship with Murong Yu, but he also had a lot of pretty girls around him. They all seemed to be on good terms, including the two he had just met, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue from Tiandu. However, he wasn't sure if Lin Xian was just friends with the other girls or if they had some other kind of relationship. As a man, he felt that it was not that simple. Let me get hold of your weakness. I don't believe that Murong Yu will not leave you. I don't believe that Uncle Murong and the rest will agree to it. Yi Fifan sneered and then said to the headset, continue the investigation. Murong Yu is a woman that he must obtain. Last night, this Lin Xian did not leave the Murong family, but what does it matter? How could they sleep together? Could they still be boyfriend and girlfriend? If they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Murong Feng would have already told him that Murong Yu already had a boyfriend, so they weren't. As for the fact that they were out shopping, he was indeed envious and jealous. However, hadn't Murong Yu already left? Didn't that Lin Xian also chase after him like a dog? Hey. Lin Xian chased after him. What are you doing? You're not going back. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Where am I going? Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. Lin and City. Hurry up and leave. Ling Ying waved his hand. Little Ling Ying, don't be so heartless. Little Chuxue, talk to her. Han Chuxue shook her head, I can't win against her. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, after you finished your business, you went shopping with other girls, right? You didn't tell us, right? Scumbag. Murong Yu muttered in her heart, you deserve it. Little Yu and I were planning to go shopping with you and have fun together. Lin Xian smiled. TCH, really, we bought a rujiamo on the way. We were going to go to your place. Really? I was thinking of going to see Uncle and Auntie. I've already prepared a gift. Lin Xian then took out the face-retaining pill. What's this? Ling Ying glanced at it. Face-retaining pill. You can ask little Yu. She saw the effect of the face-retaining pill with her own eyes. I'm going to give it to the two aunties, Lin Xian said. Murong Yu, this Lin Xian's ability to adapt to situations was really strong. She didn't know if Lin Xian was going to give them the face-retaining pill, but at least not today. At least, she knew that Lin Xian was going to play with her for the whole day. Scumbag. Bah. She saw through him. He was a scumbag. Lin Xian felt like he was in a difficult position. Face-retaining pill. Ling Ying glanced at it, is it really useful? She asked Murong Yu. Murongyu nodded. Yes, it's very useful. Thank you. I'll give it to my mom when the time comes, Lingying said. As for why she didn't let Lin Xian give it to her personally, Lingying felt that Lin Xian didn't plan to go to her house anyway, so she might as well not let him go. She didn't want to waste his precious time to pick up girls. Then I won't go. Lin Xian asked. Up to you. Lingying said. Since I'm here today, I definitely have to go and see uncle and auntie. You can give them the gift. Then what gift are you going to give my dad and Uncle Han? Lingying asked. If the two aunties take this pill, wouldn't it be the best gift for the two uncles? Lin Xian said with a smile. They were stunned for a moment. It seemed to make a lot of sense. Then let's go and play together. An amusement park just opened there. I haven't played in a long time. Han Chushua's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian and asked, Are you going? Of course, risking my life to accompany the beauty. Risking your life? Do you mean accompanying us is torturous for you? Lingying rolled his eyes. No, hee, let's go. Lin Xian then followed with a smile. He didn't dare to hug them. Why? There were people around. Although they were all Lin Xian's women, the world didn't know. If the two daughters of the two big families in Tiandu had the same boyfriend, Lin Xian would be fine, but they might be in a lot of controversy. Although Lin Xian knew that they didn't care, Lin Xian still wouldn't do it if it was unfair to them. After playing for a day, the sky soon turned dark. They went to have dinner together and then prepared to go back. Why don't you go back? Lin Xian said. Ha! They looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Let's get a room and play cards, isn't it better? I'll accompany you to your house tomorrow morning, okay? Lin Xian said. Murongyu didn't hesitate. She had a lot of fun today. She rarely played like this. She just nodded, and then Lingying pulled her little hand. Open your sister's room. Go to hell. Murongyu, what's wrong with getting a room and playing cards together? Why did Lingying have such a big reaction? If Murongyu were to find out that this was how he had brought them to Lin Xian to drink and had sex with the two of them, she would have probably given him a kick. Cough, 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 Lin Xian coughed. Lingying glared at Lin Xian. Wow! How could there be such a scumbag? Did he want to have sex with the three of them at once? Wow! Fuck! We'll go back first. Han Chushua said. Bye-bye, I'll be a guest at your house tomorrow. Lin Xian waved his hand. Fuck off. Scumbag. Lingying gritted his teeth and then walked away with Han Chushua. Why did she have such a big reaction? Murongyu asked Lin Xian in confusion. I don't know, maybe she lost a lot of money to me in the past, so she has a grudge against me. Lin Xian said. That shouldn't be, it should be something else. Hey, let's go to your house and sleep tonight. Lin Xian said with a smile. Chapter 1457. That night, Lin Xian gave Murongyu a good spanking. This girl resisted fiercely at first, because she suddenly understood something. Fuck. This Lin Xian is a scum. However, he couldn't stand Lin Xian's shamelessness. This person didn't even realize his mistake when he made a mistake. 1 second, he lowered his head and said, Baby, I was wrong. The next second, he pounced on you and pressed you under his body. Murong Feng and Lin Yu were very happy. At least it meant that their baby daughter recognized this Lin Xian. They should be boyfriend and girlfriend. And, very good. Little did they know, they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Early the next morning, Lin Xian yawned and walked down. Let's go. Lin Yu smiled and greeted him. Good morning, Auntie. Xiao Yu, that girl, hasn't woken up yet? Lin Yu asked. She's in a deep sleep. Lin Xian nodded. In the future, treat Xiao Yu well. This girl is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In fact, she's very weak inside. Since she has chosen to be with you, then no matter what, as long as you don't completely break her heart, she will definitely be with you forever. Lin Yu patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said. Auntie, don't worry, I won't break her heart. Good, remember what you said. Auntie, don't worry. Murong Yu was still sleeping because she was tormented by Lin Xian last night. Today, Lin Xian went to the Ling and Han family as a guest. After all, it was rare for him to come to Tiandu, so it was natural for him to be a guest. Young master, that Lin Xian went to the Ling and Han family. Yi Fifan received this news. With Murong Yu? Yi Fifan asked. No, it's just that Lin Xian alone. Now that Lin Xian is at the Han family and young master, I took a photo of a big news. Yi Fifan took a puff of his cigarette and asked, What? Young master, I took a photo of that Lin Xian hugging Ling Ying. Pat the cigarette in Yi Fifan's hand fell. What? Then he saw the photo sent to him by his little brother. It couldn't be clearer. That hand was not only hugging her, it was almost on her butt. In the beginning, Yi Fifan had his suspicions. After all, Lin Xian seemed to have a good relationship with them. However, he only thought that they were friends. When Lin Xian visited their house as a guest, he felt that something was amiss. Then he saw this photo. How should he say it? It could only say he had mixed feelings. This Lin Xian was not that handsome, why did this kind of girl like him? Putting Murong Yu aside, he didn't think that Lin Xian and Murong Yu were boyfriend and girlfriend. At most, they were a little better, but this Ling Ying was not bad at all. Anyway, he couldn't get her. Why did this Lin Xian, so sour? Fuck you. Bah. Yi Fifan spat. But now there was no problem. Regardless of whether they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Lin Xian was definitely interested in Murong Yu. This was without a doubt. Murong Yu's parents also seemed to be interested in Lin Xian. After all, this Lin Xian was the champion of the Tianwu competition, and at the same time, he had the Art Xian group. So, if he gave this photo to them, then they would definitely not agree with Lin Xian and Murong Yu, right? They should be supporting him now, right? Tonight, I'll go to Murong Yu's house again. Yi Fifan muttered. As for Lin Xian, he was originally thinking about whether to sleep at Ling Ying's or Han Chushua's tonight. He hadn't cried with them for a long time, but they seemed to have discussed it. Ling Ying and Han Chushua didn't give it to him either. Lin Xian felt wronged. Little Chushua didn't give it to him either, he felt wronged. In the end, Lin Xian could only go to Murong Yu's house. Why are you here again? At the entrance of Murong Yu's house, Murong Yu looked at Lin Xian who was smiling and waving at her. Her whole body was aching. Didn't he say that he would be at Ling Ying's or Han Chushua's house tonight? Good thing. She could rest now. At first, she didn't think it was a big deal, but after being tormented by Lin Xian for 2 nights, she really wanted to rest, and then this bastard came again. He even waved at her with a harmless smile. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Not welcome. Why? I'm so handsome. Not handsome. Murong Yu said coldly and mercilessly. You called me husband very happily last night. Murong Yu, bastard. Shut up. She gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Xian. Hee hee, I'm coming in. Lin Xian then teleported into Murong Yu's house. There's a guest. Lin Xian glanced at the car parked in the manor. Yi Fifin. Why is that bastard here again? Lin Xian touched his forehead. Why are you here again? Murong Yu asked. I'm here to have sex with you. Murong Yu. You can go to the Ling's or Han's house. No. Both of them together can't be compared to you. Lin Xian grinned and said. I'll tell them exactly what you said, Lin Sanju said. Murong Yu said indifferently and then walked into the house. Hey, wait for me. Is that Yi Fifin here to pursue you again? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. Then I'll make him suffer. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Fifin, it's rare for you to have so much free time recently. Murong Fong said with a smile. Yes, it's rare for me to have some free time recently, so I want to take some time to accompany Xiao Yu. Yi Fifin said with a smile. Xiao Yu is very boring. Whether she has time or not, it's better for her to stay at home and read a book. Murong Fong said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Uncle Murong is right. At this time, Lin Xian followed Murong Yu into the house. Yi Fifin took a glance and frowned. This person actually dares to come again. That's interesting. I'll expose this person in front of him, in front of Murong Yu, and in front of Murong Fong. Young Master Lin, you're here again. Yi Fifin said with a smile. Yes, I miss Auntie's cooking. I found that after eating here, I feel that everything I eat is tasteless. Auntie's cooking is the best. Lin Xian grinned at Lin Yu. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll cook for you. Lin Yu was pleased to hear Lin Xian's words. Murong Yu secretly shook her head. Bootlicker. Bootlicker. Why can't my mother feel it? No, she must have felt it, but she still enjoyed it. Murong Yu couldn't understand. Ha ha ha, what have you been doing these 2 days, young Master Lin? Yi Fifin asked Lin Xian with a smile. Chapter 1458. Lin Xian leaned on the sofa and put his arm around Murong Yu's waist. Murong Yu, Yi Fifin narrowed his eyes. No way. It can't be true, right? Murong Yu was not used to being intimate with a boy in front of her father. I'm going to help cook. Murong Yu got up and walked into the kitchen. Lin Xian said with a smile, nothing, I just played in Tiandu for 2 days. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, I just happened to see young Master Lin when I was playing in Tiandu. Lin Xian nodded, and then. Yi Fifin said with a smile, then, I found young Master Lin playing with other girls. Really? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose, that's normal. No, it's not normal. Now I just want to ask, what's the relationship between young Master Lin and Xiao Yu? Yi Fifin said. You can't tell. Lin Xian smiled jokingly. Of course I can tell. Yi Fifin then looked at Murong Fong. He took out his phone and handed it to Murong Fong. He then said, Uncle Murong, this is what I saw at that time. I think it's unfair to Xiao Yu, so I want to show it to you. Murong Fong looked at the photo on the phone. How should he put it? Motherfucker. It's true, this Lin Xian and Ling Ying, TSK. But he also knew and told Lin Xian that they didn't care, as long as Murong Yu didn't care. With this Lin Xian's ability and potential, he would definitely stand at the top of this continent in the future. He would definitely be qualified to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Moreover, Ling Ying and the others were also very outstanding girls. They all took a fancy to Lin Xian, which was enough to prove that this Lin Xian was outstanding enough in all aspects to obtain the favor of those outstanding girls. Murong Feng handed the phone to Yi Fifan and nodded, "Okay, I got it." Lin Xian didn't need to read it to know what it was about. Unfortunately, he didn't panic. "Little you!" Murong Feng shouted. Murong Yu wiped her hands and walked over. "Dad, what's wrong? What do you think we should do?" Murong Feng tapped on the phone on the table. Yi Fifan sneered in his heart. With Murong Yu's arrogance, she would never allow this to happen. Murong Yu glanced at it. Then, her beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Xian. "Humph." She snorted and walked into the kitchen. Yi Fifan. "Humph. Humph. That's it. That's it." "Why?" Yi Fifan was completely confused. "Lin Xian, little you is angry. Why aren't you comforting her?" Murong Feng said to Lin Xian. Yes, yes, yes. I'll go and comfort little you." Lin Xian then ran into the kitchen. Yi Fifan. "That's it." "Ha! That's it. How could this be? Why did Murong Feng look so calm? Why did Murong Yu snort?" He was dumbfounded. "This. Uncle Murong, this Lin Xian is..." Yi Fifan wanted to say something. Murong Feng lit a cigarette and started smoking. Then, he indifferently said, "I know what you want to say. However, in my eyes, children's matters are their own matters. No matter what that Lin Xian does, if Xiaoyu doesn't have any objections, then we, as adults, won't have any objections. This is because Xiaoyu definitely has the ability to distinguish right from wrong." Yi Fifan. "But why doesn't Murong Yu have any opinions?" Yi Fifan didn't understand. He was dumbfounded. "Doesn't she have an opinion? Isn't she angry?" Murong Feng said. Yi Fifan. "Yes, she did seem angry. But now, it wasn't a question of whether she was angry or not, right?" According to his understanding of Murong Yu, there were only two possibilities. Either she coldly told Lin Xian to get lost and didn't want to say another word. Or she directly kicked Lin Xian out. This was Murong Yu. Humph. It can't be. He was dumbfounded. Yi Fifan glanced at the kitchen and frowned. "Uncle Murong, they are really," Murong Feng said. "I don't care and I won't ask because I believe little you can distinguish. As for whether they are a couple or not, you should be able to tell, right?" Yi Fifan clenched his teeth. Why? Why? He couldn't understand. Even if Lin Xian and Murong Yu were a couple, why did she see the photo and, fuck? Fifan understands. Then, Fifan will leave first. Yi Fifan stood up. "Don't you want to eat together?" Murong Feng asked. "No, I still have things to do." "Then I will leave first." Then, Yi Fifan clenched his teeth and walked out. In the kitchen, Lin Xian was skillfully cooking. "Little Xian, you can cook." Lin Yu was surprised to see Lin Xian's skillful appearance. He was so skillful that he definitely didn't learn it on the spot. Although it was a small matter, it was a special bonus in the eyes of the elders. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. "Yes, I used to live with my sister and could only cook by myself. I also learned a little from her." Then, Lin Xian took out a plate of braised prawns. "Auntie, try it." Lin Yu was really curious about Lin Xian's cooking. Then, she tasted it and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but brighten. Murong Yu silently pinched a prawn. Because she knew about Lin Xian's cooking, she also liked to eat Lin Xian's dishes. "Little Xian, your cooking is so good." Lin Yu showed a surprised expression. Hee hee. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. It's okay. Anyway, I use delicious food to win your daughter over. Murong Yu's action of eating the prawns paused. Lin Yu glanced at it. I can see that. Lin Yu smiled and said. In fact, Lin Xian didn't use delicious food to win Murong Yu's heart. It was just that delicious food made their relationship go further, giving Lin Xian many excuses to be with Murong Yu. The main reason was the god domain. Auntie, you go and rest. I will cook for you. Lin Xian smiled and said. I will help you. There's no need for that. Little you will be fine, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, don't mess around. Lin Yu patted Murong Yu's shoulder and walked out. Little you, that humph of yours is really nice. Lin Xian then grinned at Murong Yu. Go to hell. Murong Yu gnashed her teeth and said. Hee, I am going to show my prowess tonight. Lin Xian smirked. In your dreams. Either go to someone else's place or don't come to my room tonight. You can't enter my room. Murong Yu swore. He definitely couldn't enter. Of course, Lin Xian still sneaked into Murong Yu's room. No matter how she locked the door, Lin Xian had the space attribute. She couldn't do anything. Moreover, Lin Xian's realm was higher than hers. Chapter 1459. The next morning, Lin Xian and an unhappy Murong Yu went downstairs. Little Xian, the time for the God's Awakening door has come out. Murong Feng said while sitting on the sofa. When? They asked. 5 days later. So fast. Murong Feng nodded. Although the God's Awakening door is under the jurisdiction of the Holy Temple, the one who is truly in charge is the Radiant Association. The time is also set by the Radiant Association. If there is anything else you need to do, then hurry up and finish it within these 5 days. Going to the God's Awakening door will take 3 months. I don't know if the flow of time inside the God's Awakening door is different from here, but there will always be a way for you to know the time. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. After 3 months, little Shi should be able to walk by then. Yes, because Chu He died, the 11th place Duan Ling Xiao entered the God's Awakening door. I don't know what will happen inside the God's Awakening door, but it's very easy for something to happen. After going in, no matter what, you must place your safety as the most important thing. You must not take any risks. Lin Xian and Murong Yu nodded. Lin Xian then asked, Uncle Murong, is the Radiant Association the strongest existence in the human race? Murong Feng shook his head. Not really, but in a sense, you can say that the Radiant Association is a power that has been passed down for a very long time. As of now, according to what I know, there shouldn't be many people left in the Radiant Association. At most, there shouldn't be more than 10 people left. However, the amount of resources they control is something that no one can compare to. Murong Feng paused for a moment before continuing. They possess the richest knowledge of the human race in the world. They know what's in which place and what's in which place. For example, if you want the 9-colored spirit lotus, they might not have it. However, they can tell you where it is, or where it has appeared before. In other words, they have experience. Murong Feng nodded his head. That's right, experience. According to what I know, the members of the Radiance Association are the ones with the longest lifespans in the human race. Of course, they could also be the strongest in the human race. They're definitely in the Heavenly Tao realm, and might even be at the high levels of the Heavenly Tao realm. Once you reach the Heavenly Tao realm, the difference of 1 star might be the difference between the Great Void realm and the Heavenly Tao realm. 1 star in the Heavenly Tao realm might be akin to a brand new realm. To raise one star is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When the time comes, all of you will definitely be in the same situation. Lin Xian muttered to himself, the Radiance Association has the most profound generation. That's right, but they're also doing everything they can for the development of the human race, even though they're still a mysterious organization in my eyes. In the eyes of the world, the three major forces were humanity's everything. Lin Xian had once thought so as well. Lin Xian had once thought that the three major forces were the pinnacle of humanity. Later on, Lin Xian found out that behind the three major forces was the Radiant Association. Then, Uncle Murong, are there any other forces in this world? I'm talking about very strong forces, forces that no one has ever heard of under normal circumstances. Murong Fong nodded his head. Of course there are. In the eyes of the world, the three major forces are the strongest. However, this world isn't that simple. For example, although I'm the temple master, it's only a title. Do you really think that I can mobilize the temple's army with a single order? That's what I thought at the beginning. Simple logic. I'm the temple master, but in the entire temple, there are no less than 10 people who have the same authority as me. The same goes for the Trial Union and the Bounty Hunter Guild. In this world, no one is allowed to monopolize power. The temple was conquered by the Murong family and many other families. Naturally, it doesn't belong to the Murong family. It's just that it's in the hands of the Murong family for the past few generations. Murong Fong then said, there are many branch forces among the three major forces. For example, the Yi Fifan you saw yesterday. Yi Fifan's father is called Yi Haitao. He belongs to the Anti-Demon League. This Anti-Demon League may seem like a small organization, but it also belongs to the continent. A few core members of the Anti-Demon League have the authority to mobilize the members of the Temple, the Trial Union, and the Bounty Hunter Guild. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Besides the Anti-Demon League, there are several other forces like this. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. For example, the one with the greatest authority in this continent is Uncle Murong. Who's your immediate superior? It's the Radiant Association. Lin Xian roughly understood what was going on. Therefore, this continent wasn't that complicated. Simply put, the three major forces that everyone thought had the highest authority were actually not so. The three major forces also had their own superior, the Radiant Association. After the Radiant Association, there might not be any more. Therefore, the Radiant Association was really the boss of this continent. Uncle Murong, are you sure that the Radiant Association only has a few people? Lin Xian suddenly asked. This, Murong Fong pondered for a moment. I know what you want to say. Since the Radiant Association is our immediate superior, they must be able to command all the other forces. Therefore, they might not be as simple as a few people. This. After returning from the God's Awakening Door, you might know. According to the previous situation, everyone who returns from the God's Awakening Door has to make a trip to the Radiant Association. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. So that's how it is. All right. Murong Fong smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. There are still 5 days. It's not that much time. You'll be away for 3 months. If there's anything you need to do, hurry up and do it. After saying that, Murong Fong walked away. Are you going back to Lin and City? Murong Yu asked. Of course. Actually, Lin Xian didn't have much to do. When he returned, he would accompany Little Shi, Xiao Linglong, and Xayan, and the rest. After all, he would be away for 3 months. 3 months wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. By the time he returned, Lu Yufan and the others should have already entered the Martial God Academy. They should have become existences who could hold their own. As for the other things, Lin Xian wanted to see Little Fairy before going there. However, he didn't think it would be possible. He swore that when he returned, he would definitely find her. Other than that, there wasn't much to do. It was the matter of the art pavilion group. And then you can go back. Murong Yu said. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian smiled and moved his face closer. Then, Murong Yu rolled her eyes. I'm going to work. I'll leave when I need to. She heartlessly left these words and left. Lin Xian. Chapter 1460. Lin Xian directly returned to Lin and City. The first thing Lin Xian did after returning to Lin and City was to go to the art pavilion group. What? You're giving us your shares? Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi, the two beautiful ladies, sat there and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian nodded. I'll transfer my shares to you first. Why? Aren't you going to the God's Awakening door? Do you know that you're going to die in there, so you're giving us your shares in advance? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian. I say, elder sister, what are you thinking about, damn it? You're so eager for me to die. Even if I'm going to do that, I'll have to give my shares to more people. How can I just give them to the two of you? Lin Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then why are you giving us your shares out of the blue? Luo Chenxi was wearing a black skin-tight skirt. She was simply too tempting. Wow! He really wanted her to hold on to the sink, stick out her butt, and then, anyway, I have my reasons. You don't have to worry or think too much. Just give it to me when I come back. Lin Xian said. Why did Lin Xian give them his shares? Because they held less than 10% of the shares in their hands, while Evil God Fire Palace held 10% of the shares. If he did not give them his shares, Evil God Fire Palace would have more power than the two ladies if they wanted to do anything. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to give them his shares temporarily so that they could have the absolute right to speak. This way, he would not have to worry about Evil God Fire Palace playing any tricks when he went to the God's Awakening door. Okay. The two ladies nodded. Then, are you busy? Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing. I'm busy. Why? Then go do it. Lin Xian smiled. Murong Qing, she seemed to understand something. Stinky hooligan. Shameless. Shameless scum. Then I'll go. Murong Qing then walked away. I'm working too, Luo Chenxi said. Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and reached out his hand towards her but. Luo Chenxi. There's no rush. Paw. Lin Xian then clapped. You. Luo Chenxi gritted her teeth. Who asked you to dress so sexy today? I like this kind of thing. Pervert. Luo Chenxi gritted her teeth. Quick, 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 pout. Lin Xian walked out of Luo Chenxi's office happily. How could it not be exciting? Luo Chenxi also knew that Lin Xian would be away for 3 months. Although she was very unhappy with Lin Xian, she was also quite reluctant to part with him. Let's go see little Shishir. Lin Xian then happily went over to where Linglong Shui and the others were. Big brother. Dragony obediently flew to Lin Xian's shoulder and shook her little legs. Dragony seems to have grown up again. Lin Xian glanced at her. Yes, she has grown up. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian then sat on the sofa. Hot pot again. I say, you guys are really. Every time I come here, you guys eat hot pot. Look at how hungry little Shishir and little Tian are. Lin Xian laughed. It's delicious and simple. Ling Longyue said after eating a mouthful of beef. That's right, it was indeed simple. They just needed to prepare some ingredients and cook the hot pot base. However, they also had time. The simplicity was not the main reason. The main reason was that they liked to eat. They liked the feeling of eating meat here. Little Shirshir, Daddy will hug you. Lin Xian smiled and reached out to Little Shirshir. Little Shirshir was more obedient now. She then reached out to Lin Xian. Lin Xian then smiled and hugged her. Come, little Tianny, Daddy will hug you. Lin Xian then held the babies in each hand and let them sit on his lap. So obedient. Lin Xian gave them a big kiss. When will we go to the God's Awakening door? Yi Renbing asked. 5 days later. You'll be back in 3 months. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, little Shirshir should be able to jog after we come back. Lin Xian rubbed the little girl's head. Little Tianny should be about the same as little Shirshir at that time. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Don't bully little Tianny anymore, do you hear me? Lin Xian smiled at little Shirshir. Humph. Little Shirshir snorted proudly. I say, Xiao Linglong. Linglong Shuo looked at Lin Xian. This little girl needs to be taught a lesson. If not, she will probably be like this little girl. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue's eating paused. Hey, what do you mean? Ling Longyue was very unhappy when she heard this. What do you think? Sister, I really want to hit him. Ling Longyue was furious. Ling Longshui shook her head helplessly. It's been so long, you still haven't gotten used to it. Bing Lingyue smiled. Humph. Ling Longyue wrinkled her nose unhappily. When I leave, I don't know if my sister will come back. If you have the chance, please help me check. All of them nodded their heads. Don't worry. You have to be careful in the God's Awakening door. As one of the most mysterious places in the continent, there are too many secrets and dangers there. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Ling Longshui said. Don't you know him? Letting his emotions affect his decisions is a small matter. I'm afraid that one day, he might die in the belly of another woman. Yi Renbing sneered. Hey, don't be like this. Huang Shi has a better understanding of the God's Awakening door. Although she doesn't know what kind of place it is, she said that no matter how talented you are, it might be the same. It's hard to say, but you have to be careful. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Moreover, the 10 people who go in are basically my men. There's nothing to be afraid of. The danger doesn't lie in the people who go in. It's the danger of the place itself. Ling Longshui said. There are so many beautiful girls in my world. I don't want to die. Anyone can die, but I have to survive. Lin Xian smiled and placed his hand on Yi Renbing's leg. Then, you're planning to have sex with all the girls in Linvan City? Yi Renbing asked with a smile. Tonight, I'll have sex with the 3 of you. Together. Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, Yi Renbing laughed out loud. Wah. Brother is going to bump into sister again. Xiao Longair clapped her hands excitedly. Shameless, scum. Ling Longyue gritted her teeth. If you say another word, I'll strip you naked in front of your sister. Lin Xian glared at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue glared back at Lin Xian. Looks like I was right. This person is not only interested in you, but also your sister. Yi Renbing smiled and looked at Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui looked at Lin Xian. Actually, she knew that Ling Longyue was very beautiful. She would definitely be super beautiful when she grew older. She was also prepared for this. To the devil race, this was not unacceptable. Chapter 1461. Lin Xian was being presumptuous. This was because these girls already knew what they needed to know. They even knew that he had a baby. What they did not know was which girls were Lin Xian's women. After all, Lin Xian was very presumptuous when it came to Linglong Shui. Pooey. Go to hell. Linglong Yu gritted her teeth before glaring at Lin Xian. You can't die. I still have so many wives. Lin Xian smiled as he placed his hand on Linglong Shui's thigh. Is everything fine with the evil fiend temple? Linglong Shui pressed her hand on Lin Xian's hand, preventing him from moving. It's fine. It should be fine. When I return from the Door of God's Awakening, I should be able to reach the Heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian said. Not necessarily. It's not that easy to reach the Heavenly Tao realm. When the time comes, you will know that it's a very, very difficult gap to cross. Furthermore, it's not something that can be reached just with talent. It requires many aspects, such as psyche, soul, sufficient perceptivity, sufficient insights into the heaven and earth. It might even require some opportunities to advance. It's not that easy. Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. You're making me not want to work hard. Then don't work hard. After all, they can provide for you and protect you. Yi Rinbing said with a smile. Actually, I also want to. I'm very willing. Lin Xian nodded immediately before saying, but, Lin Xian sighed. There's something I really want and need to do. Although it might not succeed, I really want to give it a try. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. The girls were astonished. Is it Linya? Bing Lingyue asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I will definitely be able to find Little Fairy. As long as I have the ability, it's fine. As for that matter, Lin Xian then let out a sigh. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Who's going to accompany me tonight? Lin Xian then looked at them with a smirk. Actually, this issue with Lin Xian had existed from the very beginning. And that was to return to Earth. Therefore, to Lin Xian, this was something that he could only think about for the time being. This was because it was too fantastical. At the very least, with everything that Lin Xian had come into contact with, he didn't know how to go to another world. Therefore, Lin Xian could only think about it. So what if he reached the Heavenly Tao? Even then, he wouldn't be able to return to Earth. It wasn't that Lin Xian liked Earth. To Lin Xian, this world was much more meaningful than Earth. In any case, no matter where he was, he would be an orphan. However, there were so many people here to accompany him, but Earth has it too. Dongfang Shui. It's been so long. I wonder how she's doing. The girls looked at each other. What was Lin Xian thinking about? Let Linglong Shui accompany you. Yi Rinbing yawned and then carried little Tianyi back to her room. Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui with a smile, then looked at Bing Lingyue. Then, can we go together? The two girls, scram. Cough cough cough. The next morning, Lin Xian walked out of Linglong Shui's room happily and stretched. Of course, they didn't go together in the end. However, they were all very fond of Lin Xian. If Lin Xian was a little more forceful, they might have agreed. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He could think about it later. For days passed just like that. Lin Xian accompanied everyone in Lin and City. Lan Xingxing and the others were also in Lin and City. 4 days was too short. In these 4 days, Lin Xian really didn't do anything else. He just played with them, cooked for them, played games all night, and went to the beast territory to adventure. For some reason, Lin Xian couldn't bear to leave. Although he knew that he would only be away for 3 months, 3 months was quite a long time. All right. I'm going to Tiandu. You don't have to send me off. Lin Xian looked at the girls in front of him. Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan were beside him. Then, you must be careful. When you come back, we will become experts too. Lu Yufan looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. I'm looking forward to you all becoming experts. Didn't you say that you wanted to team up and beat me up? Then work hard. I'll be fine. Yes, yes. Can you still chat with us when you go there? Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes and asked. Are you stupid? That's another secret realm. How can there be a signal? She pursed her lips. All right, don't be sad. Lin Xian is going there to improve his strength. We should be happy for him. As for us, work hard to improve ourselves. Don't let others look down on us. Zi Qiyu smiled and rubbed Miao Xiaomiao and the others' heads. Yes, yes. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'm leaving. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others disappeared from the spot. On the other side were Luo Chenxi, Bai Xianxian, Ling Wuxin, and Murong Qing. On the other side were Linglong Shui and the others. These two groups of girls were just watching Lin Xian leave secretly from afar. Let's go. Work hard and wait for him to come back in 3 months. Murong Qing stretched her body. On the other side, Lin Xian soon arrived at Tiandu. He came to the designated meeting place. Little Xinyue, long time no see. Lin Xian smiled at Xiao Xinyue who was standing there. Xiao Xinyue nodded. Long time no see. Hey. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Xiao Ningning, I miss you. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. Don't think too much. I'm just here to send Xinyue off. I'm not thinking too much. Lin Xian smiled. Xiao Runing, fuck. Fuck. They were in a great hall, and there were only 5 of them in the great hall of the holy sanctum. I heard that you've reached the virtuality stage. Xiao Runing asked. Yes, I've reached the virtuality stage. You two are trash. Lin Xian smiled. Tisk, Xiao Runing rolled her eyes. I don't know what's inside the God's awakening door. No one knows either. Just be careful when you're there. You guys should take care of each other. Xiao Runing said. Do I need you to tell me that? Lin Xian rolled his eyes in return. Fuck. Xiao Runing was extremely unhappy. At this time, a few people walked in while chatting. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Wang Xintong, and Murong Yu. They were originally from Tiandu. Wang Xintong was also staying in Tiandu during this period, so they came together. Miss Xiao. Xinyue. When they saw them, they hurried over to greet them. You've become prettier again. Xiao Runing hugged them and said with a smile. Miss Xiao is even prettier, Ling Ying said with a smile. Xiao Runing said, we'll be separated for 3 months. I can use this time to improve myself. Yes, yes. They chatted for a while, then turned to look at Lin Xian. Then, humph. Ling Ying snorted. Lin Xian. Chapter 1462. What could Lin Xian do? It was not that these girls did not like him. It was just that each of them had their own grievances. That was indeed Lin Xian's problem. Hello. Feng Ling greeted them with a smile. Oh, it's Miss Feng. Come, let's chat. Ling Ying said with a smile. Sure. Then, the group of girls left Lin Xian in the cold. Lin Xian, is the harem in chaos. Heartwarming smiled and walked to Lin Xian's side. No, it's all because of Feng Ling. Lin Xian shrugged. That's right, they seem to be getting along very well. They could get along very well. But when they saw Lin Xian with Feng Ling, they were unhappy. Aren't you guys enemies? How did you guys get together? Bastard Lin Xian. Stinking hooligan. Damn scum. A big pervert. Who asked you to be so perverted? Heartwarming smiled. Just you wait. When I come back, I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Xian said fiercely. Sigh, anyway, just be careful. Heartwarming did not continue with this topic, but said, got it. I'll be leaving first. See you in 3 months. Heartwarming waved her hand. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. I think someone will be here soon. Miss Xiao, take care. Heartwarming nodded and walked away. At this time, Zhuge Feng and Duan Lingxiao walked in. Young Master Lin. Zhuge Feng smiled and greeted Lin Xian. Good afternoon. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. The two of them sat there and chatted. Duan Lingxiao's gaze was on the other girls. So beautiful. Every one of them was so beautiful. Hello, long time no see. Duan Lingxiao smiled and walked over to greet them. Aren't you in 11th place? Wang Xintong blinked and asked in surprise. She didn't know what had happened. He, it's all the same. Duan Lingxiao was instantly rendered speechless by Wang Xintong's words. It was a little uncomfortable. Of the 10 people, 9 of them were Lin Xian's men. But so what? After all, he was going there to improve himself. He was already very satisfied to be able to enter the God's Awakening door. He also believed that the God's Awakening door wasn't a place where having more people was useful. Perhaps he would be able to soar. At this moment, Murong Feng walked in. Everyone, are you ready? They nodded. Then come with me. After that, Murong Feng brought the 10 of them to a transmission array, and everyone disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were on top of a very tall mountain peak. Where is this? They scanned their surroundings in surprise. This is the Radiant Association. Ah. This is the Radiant Association. Lin Xian froze for a moment. To be precise, this is the place where we communicate with the Radiant Association. Of course, it's only a place that I can come into contact with. In a moment, you will meet a senior from the Radiant Association. Perhaps you can ask him about some matters regarding the God's Awakening door. Alright, I'll send you up to here. Just go to the highest point. The rest will be organized by that senior. Murong Feng glanced at them. Understood. And, remember, you are the future of the human race. No matter how much you can improve, or whether you can improve, it's not important. Your own life is the most important thing. Do you hear me? They nodded. Alright, go up. Murong Feng glanced at his daughter, then watched them walk up the mountain. Young Master Duan, your luck is pretty good. Lin Xian said to Duan Lingxiao with a smile. Ha, yes, my luck is indeed pretty good. I don't know what to say about this matter. I'm the beneficiary, and I'm very grateful to young Master Lin. It's just that I'm quite sorry about young Master Chu's matter. Duan Lingxiao said with a smile. Sorry. No, it's fine if he's dead. What's there to be sorry about? He, up to you. Duan Ling Xiao laughed and quickened his pace. I didn't expect you to be so weak in such a short period of time. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Zhuge Feng said with a smile. How can you use your realm to explain everything? Lin Xian said with a smile. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about it anymore. I wish you all the best in the God's Awakening door. You too. They then arrived at the highest point. At the highest point, an old man stood there, as immovable as a mountain. Greetings, Senior. They bowed respectfully. The quality of the people entering the God's Awakening door this time is much higher than before. The old man opened his eyes and swept his gaze across them. Follow me. They followed the old man and walked forward. They arrived at a back garden. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Then, a door opened in the sky just like that. It was a very, very big door. Once you step in, you'll find the world of the God's Awakening door. He then took out 10 tokens and passed them to them. These tokens will be useful. Now, go in. Ah. We're going in just like that. Senior, don't you have any reminders? Lin Xian asked. Once you enter, you'll naturally know everything. The old man said indifferently. All right. They cupped their fists and walked in together. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Xian appeared in a space-time tunnel similar to those in sci-fi movies. As soon as Lin Xian turned around, he frowned. That was because the people who came in with him were not by his side. He was the only one here. Since you're here, then come over. Suddenly, an old man's voice came from the front. Lin Xian frowned and walked over. At the end of the path, Lin Xian saw another spatial portal. It was black, and an old man was standing in front of it. Greetings, Senior. Lin Xian quickly bowed. Let me have a look at your token. Lin Xian took out the token that the old man gave him outside. The old man nodded. He then said, after passing through this door, you'll find the world behind the God's Awakening door. Once you're there, you'll need to find a way to determine your time. 3 months later, a door will open at the place where you'll land. This door will bring you back here, and your training in the God's Awakening door will end. Remember, 3 months later, when you step in, it will open. The portal will only last for 30 minutes. If you don't arrive there within 30 minutes, you'll be destroyed by the laws. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. What's the world inside like? Lin Xian asked. You'll know when you get there. As for how to improve your strength and obtain opportunities, you'll understand everything after you enter. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you, Senior. What about my friends? They'll land in a random corner. Whether you can meet them depends on fate. Lin Xian cupped his fists and stepped in. Chapter 1463. When Lin Xian opened his eyes, he saw a forest in front of him. This is the world inside the God's Awakening door. Lin Xian revealed an astonished expression. Shua, in the next instant, a scene appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. This isn't the Adonis Systems page. Lin Xian was in disbelief. Could it be that he had awakened another system? System Missy, are you there? Ding. Big brother, I'm here. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Why do I have another system page? Damn. Lin Xian suddenly saw a watch-like thing on his wrist. Ding. Big brother host, I don't know. No need for you, scram. System Missy. Lin Xian looked at the watch that had appeared on his wrist out of nowhere. Then, he frowned. Hey, do you know how to speak? Lin Xian patted the watch on his wrist. This should be something he had obtained after entering the God's Awakening door. As for how and why he obtained it, Lin Xian did not know. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Xian realized something. Why did his strength and senses disappear? His realm was gone. What the fuck? His realm was gone. He had become an ordinary person. Why was it like this? Could it be that in the God's Awakening door, no matter what realm a martial artist is in, they will become an ordinary person? No wonder the death rate in the God's Awakening door is extremely high. How can the death rate not be high if you become a piece of trash here? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Then, Lin Xian looked at the sky. It was late at night, he needed to know the time. Sister Missy, can you tell me the time in this world? Lin Xian said sweetly. Ding. The current time is 1:28 a.m. Lin Xian felt that this system was quite useful. Thanks. Lin Xian then looked at the page in front of him. Ding. What's the matter? Lin Xian. Suddenly, a second voice sounded in his mind. It was the voice of an icy young lady. Fuck. Lin Xian glanced at it. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the watch on his hand. Who are you? Lin Xian asked. Ding. I am the guide of the Divine Awakening door. You can call me Lil Bing. So, every one of them has one too. Ding. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Then he basically understood. They might need the help of the system to do something in the God's Awakening door. This was because Lin Xian had already seen the contents of the page in front of him. I need to do a quest, right? Ding. Yes. What if I don't? Lin Xian asked. Ding. If you don't do it, 3 months later, there will be a law that will erase the host. If one of the quests is not completed, then it will also lead to the erasure of the law and the heavenly Tao. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. So, this was the danger of the God's Awakening door. The dual threat from the environment and the system. Then what is the training that I have to undergo? Ding. The system's quest will be the host's training for these 3 months. Other than this, surviving here might also be a type of training. Also, my cultivation, ding. The cultivation of those who come here will be reset to 0 and become an ordinary person. They will also be unable to cultivate. Lin Xian. What the hell? Unable to cultivate. What the hell is this? Originally, Lin Xian thought that they might come to a desolate land filled with demon beasts. But now, Lin Xian didn't think so. If one's cultivation was reset to 0 and unable to cultivate, then the chances of survival in a desolate land filled with demon beasts would be close to 0. It definitely wasn't that simple. Then how do I get the opportunity here? Without cultivation, I can't get it. Lin Xian asked in surprise. Ding. Opportunity can be exchanged. Host, please look at the exchange list. The interface in front of Lin Xian suddenly changed. Then, Lin Xian looked at it. Damn. Law, domain, all attributes doubled, strength doubled, mental strength doubled, additional fire attribute unlocked, additional space attribute unlocked, etc. It seemed like a simple item to exchange, but he could actually unlock additional attributes. Of course, other than these, there were many other things. There was also the number of stars that could be raised. There was an exchange value behind each of them. Lin Xian roughly understood what was going on. This was the so-called opportunity. If you were powerful, you could exchange for other laws here. exchange for other attributes, and unlock new powers. For a martial artist, an additional law, an additional domain, an additional attribute, or even more than one, was simply too great of an improvement. But this shocked Lin Xian. Why? This was the system. This was actually the same as his Adonis system. There was actually a system here. Who gave them the system? Then who gave them the Adonis system? They actually relied on the system to increase their strength. That was really strange. Logically speaking, shouldn't one's strength be trained in an extremely dangerous place? So, if I complete missions, I can obtain system points. System points can be used to exchange for rewards, right? Ding. Yes. Then how many missions do I need to complete before I can avoid being killed? Ding. The system will gradually unlock 10 missions. If the host can complete the mission within 3 months, the remaining time can continue to trigger missions and obtain additional system points to exchange for rewards. Lin Xian nodded, understood. Then, let's trigger the first mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Mission details: earn 100 billion renminbi in a proper way. Mission reward: awaken to mysterious heaven realm 1 star and obtain 100 million system points. Lin Xian. What the fuck? Earn money. Brother. What was he going to do? No, Lin Xian originally thought that he would have to fight and kill. Now that he was being asked to earn money, this feeling was especially strange. He was a higher virtual stage, and the mission you triggered was to earn money. And, in this world that Lin Xian did not even know what kind of world it was, you wanted him to earn 100 billion in 3 months. Wait a minute. Lin Xian frowned. Earn money. That meant that this world was indeed not a barbaric one. It could even be a world where people lived. Otherwise, why would it earn money? People lived. Could it be another world like Sky Blue Planet and Earth? Filled with technology. When will the next mission be activated? Lin Xian asked. Ding. You can activate it now. After all, the first mission is a long-term one. Activate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Later, the host will obtain a website and become the founder of the website. Please choose 2 girls to serve the host and successfully help them out of trouble and make them fall in love with the host. Mission reward, plus 30 million system points. After 3 days, regardless of whether the mission is completed or not, the next mission can be activated. At the same time, the host can continue with the previous mission. Please purchase a mobile phone immediately and obtain a mobile phone number. Lin Xian. Chapter 1464. That's right. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. There were 2 dumbfounded things. First, it was this mission. Shared boyfriend. This mission was for him to pretend to be someone's boyfriend and make the girl fall in love with him. What the fuck? Bro. This was the awakening door. He was here to fucking train himself. How did he trigger such a muddle-headed and inexplicable mission? Second, by a phone. In other words, the world behind the God's awakening door might really be a new continent, one that was similar to Sky Blue Planet and Earth. Lin Xian sensed that the spiritual energy in the air was very thin, which meant that this continent might be similar to Earth. What did that mean? Not everyone was cultivating. Perhaps it was the same as on Earth, where 99% of the people were just ordinary people. He did not know that cultivation really did exist in reality. It was just that there were too few people who cultivated. It meant that they could not come into contact with that world. Of course, there were also demonic beasts, but they were very rare. Basically, they could not be encountered. Those that were encountered were monsters that had been asleep for hundreds or thousands of years. Of course, there were also some scary things like ghosts and vengeful spirits. These were real. But because the era was different, in a world with such weak spiritual energy, it was destined that the cultivation of martial artists would not be high. Therefore, Lin Xian roughly understood why the cultivation of these strong martial artists would be reset to 0. Think about it. A higher virtual stage martial artist would be a god in a place like this. An absolute god, you could rule the world by yourself. For example, if a higher virtual stage martial artist from Sky Blue Planet appeared on Earth, then he could rule the world by himself. Therefore, although Lin Xian had not come into contact with it, he already had a rough idea of the situation in this world. Wait. System lady. Will the others trigger the same mission as me? Ding, that's not it. 10 people will trigger completely different missions. However, the difficulty of the missions is the same. Lin Xian nodded, that's good. Otherwise, Lin Xian was really worried that the girls around him would trigger a shared girlfriend system. That would be fucking scary. Now, go and buy a phone, right? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Fuck. He had no money. He had to make money. However, before he started making money, he had to understand this world. In fact, it was very simple to understand this world. He just needed to have a phone to understand it. Then, Lin Xian took a look. He didn't know where he was, so he could only walk forward aimlessly. He didn't know where Murongyu and the others were. They should be as confused as he was. Soon, Lin Xian saw a highway. This fucking world was similar to Sky Blue Planet and Earth. There were highways and cell phones. That was easy to accept. Since there's a highway, if I'm unlucky, I might be very far from the city. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. It's late at night now. In fact, it's quite easy to encounter cars on the highway. If we can just hail a random car, no matter which city we go to, as long as we can enter the city, everything will be fine. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then walked to the side of the highway and walked forward. It was very dark, so dark that you couldn't imagine it. Lin Xian didn't have any cultivation, so his vision was just like an ordinary person's. However, Lin Xian thought for a moment. He had a fucking Adonis system. This was something that no one else had. It should be quite useful, right? Moreover, he had battle memories in his mind. Although his physique might be that of an ordinary person, he was definitely not ordinary. Because he didn't have any cultivation, Lin Xian couldn't activate his spiritual power. He only needed a little bit of cultivation to activate it. Unfortunately, he didn't have it. But fortunately, everyone was the same. Everyone was an expert. In such a place, without cultivation, they were quite powerful. Nothing would happen. On the contrary, it made Lin Xian feel more assured. At this moment, Mu Qingya was driving a red sports car, speeding on the highway. I'm on my way now. I'll be back to Jiangnan City in about 2 hours. She had a Bluetooth earpiece in her ear and stepped on the accelerator. I said I don't go on blind dates. I don't need one. That's it. I'm driving now. Then she turned off the Bluetooth earpiece. Suddenly, she saw a person standing in front of the high beams with his arms open as if he was trying to stop a car. She was dumbfounded. Squeak! In the dark night, a sudden breaking sound pierced through the sky. Lin Xian was startled. Damn it! So fast. The car was going at least 200 miles per hour. What could he do? He saw the high beams from afar. With the high beams and Lin Xian's current vision, he couldn't determine the speed and distance at all. Lin Xian didn't notice it until it was very close. Damn it. She was driving so fast. The car stopped about 3 meters in front of Lin Xian. Hiss, Mu Qingya frowned and touched her forehead. The braking was very fast, but it caused her to hit her head. It wasn't serious, but she was very angry. She quickly drove the car to the temporary parking lot on the highway. Click, Mu Qingya opened the door and got out. Are you crazy? She stared at Lin Xian in front of her angrily. Lin Xian looked at Mu Qingya in front of him. Damn it. So beautiful. This was definitely the beauty of the Adonis system's mission. But it seemed that in another world, the Adonis system didn't trigger any mission. This woman had a noble and cold feeling. She was wearing a very formal white-collar suit. It was black with a white shirt inside and a professional skirt. It wasn't too short and revealed a pair of straight and beautiful legs. She was definitely as beautiful as Ling Ying and the others. Her delicate facial features, cold and clear eyes, and cherry lips were especially perfectly inlaid on this face. What kind of feeling was this? It was the kind of feeling Linya had. Of course, it was the kind of feeling Linya had when she was in Xian group, not the gentle feeling in front of Lin Xian. It was fucking magical. Mu Qingya realized something at this moment. In the middle of the night on the highway in the wilderness, there was a man in front of her. If he had bad intentions, she... At this moment, she quietly put her hand behind her back. Yes, she had a fruit knife with her. She didn't mean anything else. It was just for self-defense. There was also pepper spray, but it was in the bag. Beauty, I'm sorry. I had no choice but to stop the car. Do me a favor. Lin Xian said helplessly. What? Mu Qingya frowned. Where are you driving to? No matter where you are going, just go to a city with people. Can you give me a ride? Lin Xian looked at her awkwardly and said. Mu Qingya. She was confused, very confused. A man appeared on the most remote highway dozens of kilometers away from the nearest city in the middle of the night. How did he get here? Did he walk here? Who would believe that? Could it be that he came here in the middle of the night to kill someone and then abandon them? Chapter 1465. Mu Qingya secretly clenched her hand that was holding the fruit knife. Dangerous. Very dangerous. He was young, but he wanted her to give him a ride in the middle of nowhere. How could she dare to do that? But if she refused, would he get angry and kill her? No, before he killed her, he would definitely have sex with her. Damn it. No. Mu Qingya, you are a calm woman. You should know what to do when you encounter this kind of situation. You know. Think about the previous cases. You have to calm down. I'm going to Jiangnan City. Are you coming with me? Mu Qingya asked again. Jiangnan City. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Jiangnan City. Why? Lin Xian shook his head. Nothing. I'll go. Take me there. Get in. Mu Qingya tensed up and got into the driver's seat. Wow. A luxury car. A rich woman. Lin Xian sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the car. He was afraid that he couldn't get this car without 30 million yuan. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Mu Qingya broke out in a cold sweat. It was over. He knew that she was rich. Didn't that mean, wait. If she acted like she had a lot of money, then a normal person would definitely want more. Then, she would have a chance to live. Not bad. She's only worth a few 100 billion yuan. Vroom, the sports car started and sped forward. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Wow. Did he just casually meet a rich woman of this level? She was beautiful with long legs and a kind heart. And she was freaking rich. Then, can you lend me some money? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qingya frowned. Lend? No. This person was trying to eliminate her psychological defense against him. How much? Mu Qingya asked as she drove. She used her fingerprints to unlock her phone. She was smart enough to turn on the lights in the car for fear that Lin Xian would see the light on her phone. 10,000 yuan. Is that okay? Lin Xian asked. 10,000 yuan. She was surprised. Shouldn't he be blackmailing her for hundreds of millions? I just want to buy a phone and have a meal. After all, Lin Xian had no realm here. He still needed to eat. Right now, he was very hungry. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. All right. Mu Qingya nodded and dialed the number out of the corner of her eye. Wow. Why are you so straightforward? Lin Xian was shocked. What a kind sister with long legs. Sob sob sob, I'm touched. There are still many good people. Hey, what are your hands doing? Will you give me the money? Lin Xian glanced at her other hand. Drive carefully, don't get distracted, use both hands. Ah, Mu Qingya was startled and dropped her phone. I'll get the money for you, but I suddenly remembered that I don't have any cash. Mu Qingya said. It's fine. Will you buy me a phone when we arrive? Then transfer the money to me. All right. She didn't care about anything now. She could only go along with him for the time being. Otherwise, if he was unhappy, she would be in danger. As for why he only asked for 10,000 yuan to buy a phone, she wasn't sure. It was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Lin Xian was very comfortable to meet such a kind and beautiful sister. Well, what's your name? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qingya. Nice name. Murongya nodded stiffly and didn't answer. It was over. The phone fell. She couldn't get through to him. There were still 3 hours to drive to Jiangnan City. She didn't know what would happen to her in these 3 hours. My name is Lin Xian. Nice to meet you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Yes. Mu Qingya nodded. Hey, slow down. Slow down. Lin Xian couldn't help but shout. He didn't have a realm now. If she drove too fast, he would be dead if something happened. Mu Qingya just wanted to get to Jiangnan City as soon as possible. But, he asked her to slow down, so she had to slow down. Do you have a cigarette? Lin Xian asked. Yes, it's in the glove compartment in front of you. Lin Xian opened the glove compartment and took out a pair of black panties. Lin Xian. Damn. You didn't do it in the car, did you? Lin Xian was shocked. My sisters. Mu Qingya didn't dare not to answer Lin Xian. It was over. It was over. If he saw this kind of thing, would he suddenly be lustful? And then, it was indeed her sisters. As for why it was in her car, that girl liked to play. She drove her car and had fun with her friends. When they were drunk, they had a competition of whose panties were prettier. Then she threw it in her car. You have a sister. Your sister did it with someone else? Lin Xian asked in surprise. The world of the rich was crazy. I don't know. Lin Xian took out a pack of cigarettes and frowned. Soft. What? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and tried his best to suppress the excitement that came from his suspicion. Ahem, Mu Qingya coughed, drove to the slow lane and opened the window a little. You don't smoke. No. Then why do you have a cigarette? Damn it. I need it when I have dinner with a client. Mu Qingya said obediently, but her tone was cold. After all, this girl was like this. I see. Lin Xian nodded. Miss Qingya, you said you were going to Jiangnan City, right? Yes. Mu Qingya nodded. Is there Yan Jing here? Yes. This person was so strange. Lin Xian swallowed. Is there Shanghai? Yes. Lin Xian, is this Earth? Mu Qingya. This person was mentally unstable. No. It was too dangerous. She was too dangerous. Yes. Lin Xian. Fuck. Lin Xian shouted. Mu Qingya trembled. Although she was a strong woman and wasn't afraid of this kind of man, she was really helpless in this situation. Lin Xian sat there in shock, the hand holding the cigarette trembling. He returned to Earth. This was Earth. After passing through the God's awakening door, it was Earth. He couldn't control his shock and excitement. Earth. He was back. And he could go back again. He could go back in 3 months. That meant, if he could do something, he might be able to travel back and forth between Sky Blue Planet and Earth. Was it possible that he could do it without becoming a god? This? Little Shui, Lin Xian murmured. He left Earth and arrived at Sky Blue Planet about 3 years ago. If the timeline was the same, then 3 years had passed on Earth. Dongfang Shui. How was she? When he left, his heart was shattered by Xianyuan Qingtian of the Xianyuan family. He fell from a cliff and then transmigrated. Before that, Dongfang Shui was taken away by the Dongfang family. Xianyuan Qingtian had been coveting Dongfang Shui. Now, he was back. But Chapter 1466. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. The cultivation realms on Earth should be the same as on Heavenly Blue Planet. It was just that normal people couldn't cultivate. Even the names of the realms were the same. However, Lin Xian didn't know what realm the person with the most powerful spiritual power on Earth was at. And he didn't have a realm right now. If he wanted to find Dongfang Shui and go to the Dongfang family or the Xianyuan family, he needed to be at least at Mystic Heaven Realm. He knew that those two families had Mystic Heaven Realm cultivators. Little Shui, wait for me. I'll be back. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Miss Qingya, what year is it now? Lin Xian asked. 2020, Lin Xian's mouth gaped open. The timeline was the same. It was 2017 when he fell off the cliff. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. I'm fucking back. 3 months, that's enough. He only needed to earn 100 billion to reach Mystic Heaven Realm. Perhaps he would also be able to trigger other missions and increase his realm. Lin Xian didn't know why Heavenly Blue Planet was related to Earth. It was Earth that had passed through the Divine Awakening door. He was too shocked. This Divine Awakening door, what on earth was that door? The Light Association, what secrets were they hiding? Or could it be that they didn't know either? Lin Xian didn't believe it. They must know something. He felt like there was a huge mystery shrouding this place. Lin Xian exhaled deeply before taking 2 deep puffs of his cigarette. After smoking one, Lin Xian lit up another one. What does your company do? Lin Xian asked. Holy fuck. A rich woman was right in front of him. If he could work with her, then perhaps, it would be easy to earn money. Quite a lot of industries. Novels, games, clothing, cosmetics, luxury goods. Our main business is clothing and luxury goods. Impressive. Your father founded it. My father founded a novel and game company. I'm in clothing and luxury goods. She said. Holy fuck. That's impressive. Can I work with you? Lin Xian asked. It's just that I have an idea that requires investment. It should be able to earn tens of billions, maybe even more. How much? 1 billion. Mu Qingya knew that he wanted to blackmail her, but he still said it in such a dignified way. This man was scheming. All right. Lin Xian. He didn't quite understand. Why did this big sister agree so easily? 1 billion was a huge sum of money. Even if he had the money, he should at least know what to do before making a decision. How strange. You're not a liar, are you? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Mu Qingya. She was only temporarily submissive in order to survive. No. Lin Xian scratched his head. What a strange little sister. You don't want to listen to the content of the project. Tell me about it. Mu Qingya said. Hey, you're sweating. Turn on the air conditioner. Yes. Hey, this is hot wind. Mu Qingya was going crazy. Lin Xian was also going crazy. Why was there something wrong with this little sister? Are you crazy? Lin Xian glanced at her and asked. Mu Qingya was about to refute, but then she stopped. She didn't dare. Why was her life so hard? If she had known, she would have stepped on the accelerator and killed this bad guy. Give me your hand. Lin Xian said. Mu Qingya frowned and then reluctantly handed over her right hand. Lin Xian then checked her pulse. Although he didn't have a cultivation level for the time being, his medical skills were still there. He just couldn't use some medical skills that needed to be combined with spiritual force. Why is your heart beating so fast? I don't know. Lin Xian glanced at her. I see. You agree with everything I say. Do you, like me? Mu Qingya. Ha ha ha, she smiled awkwardly. But, you're really sick. Lin Xian frowned. Heart disease. Lin Xian was surprised. Congenital. Mu Qingya was surprised and then pulled her hand back. Go to sleep first. We'll arrive in Jiangnan City in 2 or 3 hours. Take a rest. I can drive. No. She hurriedly refused. He would drive. God knows where he will drive the car to. Then she would be doomed. You don't trust my driving skills? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Take a rest. She took a long breath. Okay. Lin Xian then leaned against the car and closed his eyes. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian out of the corner of her eye and then quietly reached for her phone with her left hand. Do you have a boyfriend? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Mu Qingya quickly pulled her hand back. No. You should be 24 or 25 years old, right? You don't have a boyfriend yet. Oh, that's right. A girl like you has such high standards. No man is worthy of you, and it's hard to fancy you. You don't lack money or power, so you have to find someone you like. Lin Xian nodded and pondered. Tell me, what major events have happened on Earth in the past few years? Lin Xian then asked. 3 years was not a long time, but it was not short either. For example, the popularization of smartphones was just a matter of a moment. It could really change a lot. Mu Qingya thought that there must be something wrong with this person's brain. People with brain problems were the most dangerous. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with him now except for talking. But he was really dangerous. Nothing serious. Of course. Mu Qingya sighed and thought for a while. If there's anything serious, it's that there seemed to be a hole in the sky last year. I vaguely saw someone flying in the sky. That's all. Lin Xian frowned. Someone flying in the sky. Heavenly Master. Is there anything like a demon beast? Lin Xian asked. He's really sick, this person is really sick. No. Hey, you really have a heart disease. Lin Xian looked at her and said. I know. Can't you cure it? Go to sleep. Mu Qingya was really annoyed by this person. But she didn't dare to not reply or speak harshly. She was afraid that he would get angry and kill her. First slap, then kill. I'm not going to sleep. Chat with me for a while. Lin Xian wanted to know more about Earth from her. Along the way, Lin Xian learned a lot from her. In fact, there were not many changes. She probably didn't know much about the world of martial arts. In the eyes of ordinary people, this world was just an ordinary one. There was no such thing as martial arts. That was the plot in TV dramas and novels. In fact, it was not. Maybe your deskmate or someone in your school was actually a martial artist. You just didn't know it. You just hadn't come into contact with another world. Soon, they arrived at Jiangnan City. But Mu Qingya was very uncomfortable. She wanted to find a place to call for help, but it was 4:00 in the morning. It was late autumn and dawn might not come until 6 o'clock. So, there were very few people. She didn't dare to call for help if there were 1 or 2 people. Chapter 1467. Lin Xian's gaze swept over everything. It didn't seem much different from 3 years ago, except that there were more things, more prosperous, and taller buildings. Because Lin Xian used to live in Jiangnan City. He met Dongfang Shui by chance. Later, Dongfang Shui often came to Jiangnan City to play with him. Later, Lin Xian went to one of her private residences with her. It was also at that time that their feelings for each other fermented, and then they had sex. In the end, Lin Xian hung up. The mall is still here. Lin Xian looked at the Suning Square in front of him. It was very far from where he used to live because he didn't have much money at that time. This was the city and he couldn't afford to rent a house in the city. But what he was happiest about was that he could go shopping in the city when he was free. It was very fun and there were a lot of long legs. But at this time, only the street lights were on. Occasionally, there were a few shops with lights on. After all, it was too late. Bang! Mu Qingya got out of the car. She lived nearby. It was too dangerous for her and her sister to live alone. But she knew that at this time, there might be some shops open and there would be people, so she might find a chance to get out of danger. Are there any mobile phone stores open now? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked. No, but I know a store that is open 24 hours a day. Although it doesn't sell mobile phones, it sells mobile phones. Mu Qingya stood there and said. Okay, please take me there. Okay. Mu Qingya then walked over there. Then, they saw a shop that wasn't too big. Welcome. A salesperson yawned and looked at them. When she saw Mu Qingya, she immediately became energetic. This woman was not simple at first glance. Lin Xian glanced at her. I want to buy a mobile phone. Okay, come over here. You can choose by yourself. Is there any model that you are interested in? Mu Qingya was about to sneak out when Lin Xian glanced at her and said, recommend me one. Ah. Okay. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth and then walked out. No, it seems like this person is deliberately restricting my freedom of life. This person will definitely not let me leave him even half a step. His phone was still in the car. Even if he took it out, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to make a call. What to do? This is pretty good. Mu Qingye pointed at a phone that cost more than 10,000 yuan. It's too expensive. Lin Xian shook his head. Mu Qingye. Act. Keep pretending. That works too. The salesperson was stunned. This woman looked so beautiful and noble. How could she be with an ordinary man? She even bought him a phone. Could this man be her younger brother? He couldn't possibly be her boyfriend, right? No. If he was her younger brother, how could he not have a phone? How could he not be wearing branded clothes? What was he wearing? Lin Xian glanced at it. 5,000 yuan. He borrowed 10,000 yuan. He wouldn't rent a house for the remaining 5,000 yuan. He would stay in a hotel and slowly earn money. He should be able to survive. Lin Xian had been poor on earth and didn't know how to earn money. As a result, when Lin Xian returned here, he was traumatized. He felt that he might not be able to survive. Although he had become an existence on Sky Blue Planet, now that he had lost his cultivation, he couldn't do whatever he wanted here. He could go to jail. Okay, this one. Please wrap it up. Mu Qingya then said to Lin Xian, see if there's anything else you need. I'll pay for it. Then she and the salesperson walked a few meters to the side where there was a pen. Mu Qingya quickly took the pen and wrote 2 words on her palm, 4,999 yuan. Then she saw Mu Qingya's hand on the counter. The word help was written on her palm. She covered her mouth and looked at Mu Qingya. She saw a trace of pleading in her eyes. That's 5,000 yuan. Lin Xian said. Ah. Yes. Mu Qingya quickly withdrew her hand. Please wait a minute. This phone seems to be a second-rate phone. I seem to have taken the wrong one. Please wait for a minute. The salesperson hurried away and called the police. When she came back, she gave Mu Qingya a look. Mu Qingya let out a long breath. After buying the phone, they walked out. Mu Qingya didn't want to walk out because the police were already there. They would be here soon, but she couldn't find a way to delay it. Suddenly, she saw a barbecue stall across the road. Her eyes lit up. I'm hungry. I'll treat you to barbecue. Do you want to eat? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Of course. Then the two walked over and ordered a bunch of barbecue. Of course. Aren't you hungry? Lin Xian ate the barbecue happily. Okay, Mu Qingya nodded. Meanwhile, the shop assistant kept looking at them from the opposite side, paying attention to where they were going. Hello, may I ask, you're finally here. It's the barbecue stall across the road. It's that man and woman. The woman seems to have been held hostage by the man. She wrote, help on her palm, and I called the police. The plainclothed officers looked over. Bastard. I hate this kind of people the most. On the other side, Lin Xian grinned. It smells so good. Mu Qingya replied with a grunt. All of a sudden, a few figures ran over. Don't move. They pointed their guns at Lin Xian from all directions. Lin Xian. Gulp, he swallowed the barbecue. What? Lin Xian looked at them in confusion. Put your hands on your head. Lin Xian. No, what did I do? Shoot your head. Qin Yijuan shouted loudly. Lin Xian held his head bitterly. Come here. Qi Nijuan pointed her gun at Lin Xian and said to Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya quickly ran behind her. Qingya. She looked at Mu Qingya in surprise. Yijuan. Mu Qingya felt wronged. Damn it. Qi Nijuan gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Cuff him. Then, the miserable Lin Xian was handcuffed. Is there anything dangerous on him? Sir, I didn't see anything. Take him back. Yes. Hey, hey, hey. Why did you arrest me? I'm not a prostitute. She's not a prostitute. Lin Xian shouted. You're a prostitute. Bastard. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth. Qingya, what's going on? Qi Nijuan frowned and asked. On the way here from Tianning City, I met him on the highway, and then, she told Qi Nijuan what happened. I see. Don't worry, leave it to me. Go back and rest. You've been driving all night. Don't you need to take a statement? No, go back. Okay. You must punish him severely. No problem. Chapter 1468. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Why did you kidnap me? Why did you kidnap me? Lin Xian had a miserable look on his face in the interrogation room. Why did I kidnap you? How dare you kidnap the CEO of Jiangnan City's Musher Group? You'll be in jail for a long time. Lin Xian. What the hell? Even now, Lin Xian was still dumbfounded. Click, at this time, the door of the interrogation room opened and Qi Nijuan walked in. Boss. The two men quickly stood up. Get out. I'll interrogate this person myself. Qi Nijuan said. Yes. Then they walked out. The CEO of Musher Group is a good friend of our boss. Now that she's been kidnapped, our boss must be furious. This kid is done for. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let our boss hear us talking about her. Just watch. Lin Xian looked over. This woman was also beautiful. Wow. He had lived on Earth for more than 20 years. Why hadn't he met such a beautiful woman? Why were the two living people so beautiful when he came back? This girl's skin wasn't that fair, but her facial features were really exquisite. She had a valiant aura and seemed to be on par with Mu Qingya. However, if Lin Xian had to choose, Lin Xian would definitely choose Mu Qingya. That kind of girl was Lin Xian's cup of tea. Qi Nijuan sat in front of Lin Xian and took out the interrogation book. Name. Wife. Qi Nijuan. I'm asking for your name. Wife. Bang, Qi Nijuan slammed the table angrily. Kid, be honest. Name. Wife. Fuck. Bang, she stepped on the table, and a crack appeared on the table. Lin Xian, fuck. She's not bad. Speak. Or I'll do it. Lin Xian looked at her legs. Your legs are so white. Lin Xian grinned. You. She was shocked. He. Have you given up on struggling? Qi Nijuan sneered and sat down. No, I didn't do anything. Why did you bring me in for no reason? I'm going to sue you for violating my freedom. Nothing. She had already secretly written a message asking for help on her palm, and she didn't do anything. Qi Nijuan glared at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian, what the heck? That woman. It can't be, right? Did she think that he was the criminal who had kidnapped her? Wow. He was such a pure and kind person, yet he was treated as, Lin Xian felt wronged. It's a misunderstanding, Lin Xian said hurriedly. Misunderstanding? Then tell me what kind of misunderstanding it is. I hope you can cooperate. If you cooperate well, you can spend less time in jail. Lin Xian. I still have to go to jail. Tell me your name. Lin Xian shrugged. Lin Xian. Home address. Jiangnan Street, Jiangnan City, Unit 1, Building 3, Unit 202. Qi Nijuan sat there and used the computer system to check. Why don't you tell me the truth? That house is not signed by you. I'm a tenant. Lin Xian. Qi Nijuan frowned and checked. Address from 3 years ago. The most recent one. Recently, I've been wandering the streets. The world is my home. The sky is my blanket and the earth is my bed. Bang! She slammed the table angrily. Tell me. It's true. Also, can you stop slamming the table? You're so strong, my heart aches. Phew, Qi Nijuan took a deep breath. Where's your ID? Lost. You. I really lost it. Otherwise, why would I borrow money from Miss Qingya to buy a phone? I lost my phone and everything. Also, I really didn't kidnap her. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Zhang Ming. Boss. A man walked in. Help me check the personal information of Lin Xian, the tenant of this address from 3 years ago. Yes. Then, Qi Nijuan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes, walked to the door, and locked it from the inside. What are you doing? Lin Xian was shocked. Qi Nijuan twisted her neck. What am I doing? If you don't cooperate with the interrogation, I'll beat you up. Hey, it's against the rules to beat a criminal. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Rules? I'm the rule. Then, she walked to Lin Xian and lifted Lin Xian. I'll ask you one last time. Kidnapping Qingya, do you belong to some organization? Who's your boss? Is he in Jiangnan City? Lin Xian, I said, I didn't kidnap her. Fuck you. Are you scolding me? Just you wait. Lin Xian said angrily. Wow. Isn't this bullying? Fine. Whoosh, without hesitation, she lifted her leg and swept it at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. What a shrewish woman. Whoosh, Lin Xian's hands were cuffed, but he dodged backward. Not bad, you're not simple. Qi Nijuan rushed to Lin Xian and greeted Lin Xian with a military boxing move. However, even though Lin Xian's hands were cuffed, he still easily took her blows. Qi Nijuan was shocked. The people in front of the surveillance camera also widened their eyes. Damn. This person is so strong. Head didn't even hit him once. That person's hands are still handcuffed. Very strong. Very strong. An ordinary person can't have this kind of strength. No wonder Head wants to interrogate him personally. He must be a member of some organization. Damn. Look. Then, they widened their eyes to see Lin Xian pressing their heads under his body. Their hands and legs were all restrained by Lin Xian. Let go. Qi Nijuan kept struggling, but she couldn't muster any strength. This person was so strong. Are you bullying me? I won't let go. Lin Xian's position was just right against her. Then, he purposely pushed forward. Qi Nijuan. You. I'll kill you. She roared angrily, but she couldn't break free from Lin Xian's restraint. Lin Xian let out a naughty laugh and held her nai with both hands. He suddenly exerted force. Ouch! Qi Nijuan. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Qi Juan shouted angrily. Bang! Two people broke through the door and barged in. Let go. They pointed their guns at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, let go. Lin Xian then let go of Qi Juan. She stood up with her hair disheveled. Give it to me. She directly grabbed a gun from one of them. Click, the gun was loaded. Hey, head, don't be rash. They were suddenly shocked. Phew, Qi Juan took a deep breath. Handcuff him to the chair. She gritted her teeth. She wasn't done with him. Then, Lin Xian was handcuffed to the chair. Head, we found it. One of them handed the information to Qi Juan. Qi Juan took a deep breath and glanced at it. It was a person in the photo, which meant that it was indeed him, but, she frowned. Died 3 years ago because he fell off a cliff while climbing. Chapter 1469. Qi Juan was shocked. Dead? This person was dead. Then who was the person standing in front of her? Wait, Qingya said that she saw this person stopping cars on the highway. Standing alone in the middle of the highway in the middle of the night, it was scary. Plus, with this information, could it be, gulp, Qi Juan swallowed. No. How could there be ghosts? How could there be ghosts in this world? Plus, he was dressed like a normal person and his body wasn't dirty. The only explanation was, forgery. He forged a death certificate for himself. That was to say, he had a secret. Plus, he wanted to kidnap Mu Qingya. He must belong to an extremely scary organization. He even forged a death certificate to make him disappear from the world. He must not be simple. Plus, he defeated her easily even when he was handcuffed. She had the right to be suspicious, but there were some suspicious points. First, with his ability, he didn't need to go through so much trouble to kidnap Mu Qingya. He could have just taken her away. He wouldn't make such a mistake. Second, if he forged a death certificate, why did he tell her his original identity? So annoying. So strange. Lin Xian was stunned by her muttering. Damn. Yes, in this world, he should be dead. Even if no one found out that he was dead, it was strange that he didn't show any signs of activity for several years. Obviously, the Xianyuan family forged a death certificate for him. Did he fall off the cliff and die? Who are you? Qi Juan wasn't in the mood for revenge now. She didn't want to take revenge on this bastard for standing up for her. No. To be precise, she wanted to make a big deal out of this Lin Xian. If she could get some information from him and get him sentenced to death, that would be the best way to vent her anger. Me? I'm just an ordinary person. If you're not dead, why do you have a death certificate? Qi Juan stared at Lin Xian. Actually, I did fall off the cliff that year. The heart-burying cliff is thousands of meters deep. Lin Xian. And then, when I woke up, I found that I was blocked by a tree branch. At the same time, I found that there was a cave behind the tree branch on the cliff. So I went in, and then I found that there was a skeleton from many years ago in the cave. In front of the skeleton, there was a cultivation technique called 9-sun squeezing. Divine technique. I went through the cave, and behind it was a paradise. I cultivated the divine technique there for 3 years. Now that I came out of the mountain, I lost my ID card and no money. Qi Juan. Motherfucker. You don't want to talk, right? Qi Juan then said, lock him in. Yes, boss. Hey, you can't do this. Lin Xian was then bitterly locked up. Lin Xian felt terrible. He still had a mission. Boss, that man, Chi Juan sat in front of the computer and said, all of you are to work overtime tonight. No one is allowed to leave. Go through all the information on that Lin Xian. Boss, my wife has given birth. A man said aggrievedly. Another man picked up his cell phone. What? My wife made me a cuckold. I'm coming over. Another man clutched his stomach and ran to the toilet. All of you, come back. Chi Juan shouted, then pointed at them and said, this is a big case. If it's solved, all of you might get first-class merit. A person forged a death certificate. Say, if the case behind this is investigated. Look at Zhang Ming, he has already started investigating. Fuck. Forged a death certificate? My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. What? My wife is done. Then I'm not going. Then, a group of people worked overtime like crazy. Boss, there's nothing special about this person. They went through all the information on Lin Xian. Before that, he was just someone who didn't even go to high school. His junior high school was just an ordinary junior high school student. After graduation, he started working. He washed cars, worked as a networker, and served dishes. If there's anything special about him, it would be that he swept the floor of Shaolin Temple for 3 months. The house he rented was only 300 yuan a month. He never got into a fight, never committed a crime, and I don't think he had a girlfriend. That's right. This was Lin Xian's life on Earth. It was so bitter that it couldn't get any more bitter. It was a pure loser. There's another point. He was actually an orphan. Chi Juan frowned. If you said that there was no problem, there was indeed no problem. But now, it felt like there was a big problem. A forged death certificate, a pure loser, disappeared for 3 years, and became so powerful. 3 years of blank. What happened? Can you find anything else? Does he have any friends? Friends. He has one. He's been with him for a long time. Zhang Yang, his junior high school classmate. He's also a loser. Now. Let me check. Well, he's now working as a security guard for the Mu Group. Mu Group? Chi Juan frowned. Why did he feel like so many things were inexplicably linked together? Boss, if we can't find any evidence, what he did doesn't constitute a crime. We have to let him go. Zhang Ming said. Fuck. That's right. What Lin Xian did didn't constitute a crime. Lin Xian didn't threaten Mu Qingya. Secondly, he didn't cause any physical harm to her. Thirdly, he didn't rob her or rape her. He even borrowed money to buy the phone. So, he had to be released after 48 hours. Damn it. Damn it. Chi Juan was very unhappy. Why did she feel that this person was a big case? Ah. Okay, go back and rest. Chi Juan put on her coat and left the police station helplessly. She had to find Mu Qingya. If she wasn't asleep, she could talk to her about the details. Lin Xian lay there with his eyes closed, feeling very helpless. Normally, he could cultivate, but the system made it so that he could only recover his cultivation by completing tasks. So, he couldn't cultivate now. Fuck. It's really full of misfortunes. But there's no evidence. I can only be detained for 2 days at most, right? Anyway, I didn't do anything. They won't be able to find anything. Thinking of this, Lin Xian went to sleep comfortably. The next morning, Chi Juan and Mu Qingya came to the police station together. Qingya, you slept with me last night. I've already told you about this Lin Xian. Do you have any other details? Mu Qingya shook her head. I thought about it carefully. Maybe I'm too sensitive. He didn't do anything to threaten my safety. Mu Qingya looked at her and said. You didn't feel threatened at all? No, it just felt weird. It was as if he used to be an earthling, or he hadn't seen the world for a long time. That's the feeling. Mu Qingya pondered. Chapter 1470. Hearing Mu Qingya's words, Qin Yijuan thought of Lin Xian's words. Could it be that this person had really cultivated for 3 years? Bah! How could she believe such nonsense? Yijuan, what's wrong? Did you find something? Mu Qingya took a sip of hot water and glanced at Qin Yijuan. Qin Yijuan shook her head. No, on the contrary, this man is a loser. Mu Qingya tidied her hair and stood up. Maybe I'm too sensitive. I'm going to the company. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Then Mu Qingya walked away. So annoying. Qin Yijuan scratched her hair and went to the room where Lin Xian was kept. Hey! Qin Yijuan leaned against the wall and looked at Lin Xian. Sister, let him go. Lin Xian stood up and looked at Qin Yijuan. Do you think you can still get out? Qin Yijuan took a sip of tea and said. Tell me what crime I committed. I didn't rob or threaten anyone. I borrowed money to buy the phone. What crime did I commit? Be careful or I'll sue you. Lin Xian glared at the woman. So beautiful. He didn't waste his time last night. Click, Qin Yijuan opened the door. Let's go. Lin Xian walked out and glanced at her. Wait and see. You've wasted my whole day. I'm the kind that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan per minute. Lin Xian said. Come on, you poor bastard. You borrowed money to buy a phone. Then she threw Lin Xian's phone to him. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. See you later. Lin Xian didn't want to stay here any longer and quickly ran away. Boss, didn't you suspect him? He hasn't been here for 48 hours. Why did you let him go? Zhang Ming asked in confusion. Humph. Qin Yijuan smiled. Don't worry about it. Why did she release Lin Xian? Don't forget who she was. Lin Xian's phone was already bugged and tracked by her. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to find out if anything happened to him. Lin Xian walked on the bustling street. His head hurt. I only bought a cell phone and forgot to borrow money. Fortunately, I ate some skewers last night, so I can still hold on for now. I wonder, did Xiao Shua change her phone number? Lin Xian picked up his phone and muttered to himself as he walked forward. He was a little excited. Then, Lin Xian dialed the number that had been hidden in his memory for a long time. The number you have dialed does not exist. Lin Xian sighed. I'm just looking forward to it. Now, it was very clear. Earn money and share the boyfriend quest. Lin Xian sat down on a bench by the roadside and turned on his phone. Then, Lin Xian got a website and entered it. Lin Xian had the highest authority. Lin Xian took a look. What did it mean? If the girls needed to pretend to be a boyfriend, they could come to this website and send a message. Lin Xian selected 2 and went to do the quest. Of course, he had to make the 2 girls fall in love with him. Lin Xian took a look. Not a single one. Hey, system, do I need to advertise? Ding. No. If you do, the girls will automatically know about this website in their minds. Okay. Can I borrow some money? I'm hungry. System. Ding. No. Lin Xian felt that it was very difficult for him. Why did he feel that nothing was as easy as on Sky Blue Planet after coming to this world? Maybe it was because he didn't have the strength. Mu Qingya was sitting in her office reading some contracts. After all, she was the boss of a big company. At this time, someone opened the door and walked in. Mu Qingya raised her head to take a look. She was confused at first. Why didn't someone knock before entering her office? Then, Mom, why are you here? The person who came in was a well-maintained woman. She must have been very beautiful when she was young. But because the people in this world didn't cultivate, there were many traces of age on her face. Why are you still in the company today? I arranged several blind dates for you. They are all sons of business tycoons or the most outstanding boys of your generation. Don't work today. Leave it to your assistant. Hurry up and change your clothes for the blind dates. Mu Qingya had a splitting headache. Mom, I don't want to go on blind dates. Don't want to go on blind dates. Qingya, how old are you? You're 25. Most people have children at that age. It's not like you can't find a boyfriend. Your father is not in good health. You should find a boyfriend and get married. We don't lack money and don't need to earn much. Zhang Ting came over and packed her things. I sigh. That's right. This was what gave Mu Qingya a headache. 25 was not a small age. Earth was different from Sky Blue Planet. On Sky Blue Planet, people could have realms and slow down aging. But here, everything was normal. But she really hadn't met a boy she liked. Blind dates. Yes, those boys were indeed outstanding and there were many who pursued her. But what could she do if she didn't like them? Mom, I have a boyfriend. Mu Qingya could only find an opportunity to dodge it. What? You have a boyfriend? Zhang Ting was stunned. Yes. I just found a boyfriend 2 days ago. How is he? Mu Qingya said, not bad. Zhang Ting looked at her beautiful daughter. Daughter, don't lie to me. No, Mom. I'll take him home tonight to show you and Dad. Mu Qingya said. You young people like to find someone to pretend to be your boyfriend. You suddenly have a boyfriend. Don't tell me you're also. Mu Qingya, no, Mom. Don't worry. Then call him now. I want to hear it. Mu Qingya, he's at work and probably doesn't have time. He only has some time in the evening. What does he do? He's a entrepreneur. Zhang Ting glanced at her daughter. Take him home tonight. Okay. Then she walked away. Mu Qingya took a long breath, sat on the chair and rubbed her temples. What could she do? She opened her beautiful eyes, which were cold and helpless. Then she quickly turned on the computer and entered a website. Seeing the phone number on the website, she dialed it. Hello. On the other side, Lin Xian stealthily used his wallet to pay and was eating fried noodles. Are you the customer service representative for Shared Boyfriend? Lin Xian bit off the fried noodles and nodded quickly. Yes. I need to pretend to be a boyfriend. I only need to have a normal appearance, but I need to be very cultured and know all kinds of business information. It's best if I have some talents. Do you have any? Ding. The task is started. The host will receive various talents such as and. Lin Xian swallowed. No problem. Lin Xian said. Chapter 1471. Lin Xian didn't expect it to be Mu Qingya. How could there be such a coincidence in such a big place with so many people? Mu Qingya wouldn't think it was Lin Xian on the other end of the phone. She didn't know what Lin Xian's phone number was. Lin Xian asked, when? 7 o'clock tonight. I'll wait for you in room 3 of Yi Xian restaurant at 6 o'clock. I have something to tell you in advance. Lin Xian took a sip of noodles and nodded. Okay. Mu Qingya frowned when she heard the sound of noodles being slurped. Just a friendly reminder. My parents aren't ordinary people. She said this sentence. No problem. Lin Xian. Okay. What's the reward? Mu Qingya asked. 100,000. She frowned. It was not that she couldn't afford it, but 100,000 for pretending to be her boyfriend? Isn't it a bit expensive? Mu Qingya asked. She even wondered if he was a scammer. We are the best of the best. As you said, your parents aren't ordinary people. It's a test for our staff. I promise you that our staff can make you have no worries at all. Your parents-in-law will like you very much. Mu Qingya thought for a while. But since they dared to ask for so much money, it proved that they were confident. If you can do it well, I'll give you 5 times the reward. Okay. See you at 6. Mu Qingya hung up the phone. Lin Xian ate up the noodles, paid 8 yuan and walked away. Do I need to be talented? Do I need to know how to do business? My parents-in-law like me, but that's not what they need. Lin Xian had a lot of experience meeting his parents-in-law, so he knew this. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Mu Qingya waited for Lin Xian in room 3 of Yi Xian restaurant. She had bought the gifts herself. She would pretend that her fake boyfriend bought them. Her parents liked all of them. As a daughter, she knew very well. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Mu Qingya said lightly. Then the door was pushed open and Lin Xian walked in. Hello, I am. Fuck. Why are you here? Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the cold and beautiful woman in front of him. Mu Qingya. Was this person poisonous? How could it be him? Did he not look at the almanac for the past few days? Wasn't it because he was talented and skilled? Know how to do business. What the hell was this? Why is it him? Could it be that he had planned all of this? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? But that website, it's impossible. How did you? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, I know what you want to say, but everything is so coincidental. Don't you think it's coincidental? I just finished building my website and was preparing to start my business, and you became my website's first customer. Mu Qingya hurriedly took out her phone to check. The website was registered yesterday. This? I'm convinced. Then how did he know about this website? Right, it seemed that the website's advertisement popped up when she was surfing the internet. Did this person finish building the website and the advertisement in a day? Phew, Mu Qingya took a deep breath. Really, then it's you. It was too late now. She had to go home at 7 o'clock, and it was 6 o'clock now. Could she just find a random person on the street? Since this person in front of her had built the website, he must be better than her finding a random person, right? If I serve you wholeheartedly, I'll deduct 5,000 yuan from the 100,000 yuan reward. The remaining 5,000 yuan is the money I used to pay you back for the phone. Lin Xian smiled. Anything is fine. Mu Qingya nodded. It was too coincidental. But she didn't think Lin Xian was a liar or a scammer. If he wanted to kidnap her, why did he have to do this? He could just do it in the middle of the night. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Everything was a coincidence, but the coincidence was a little scary. Then do you meet the requirements I gave you? Mu Qingya asked. Mu Qingya had a splitting headache when she saw Lin Xian's expression. I'm versatile. I can do anything you can think of. Lin Xian said. That's not important. How about business? It's okay. My company has a market value of about a few 100 million yuan, maybe more. Mu Qingya. Where did this idiot come from? A company with a market value of tens of trillions, and he wanted to borrow 5,000 yuan from me to buy a phone. Was this person crazy? What's the tax rate of a company? Mu Qingya asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What do you mean by going public? What's GDP? Mu Qingya. She could randomly pick up a random person on the street. At least he knew about GDP and going public, right? She was speechless. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth. You want to take orders from me? The Mu family is a business family. My parents will definitely ask you some questions. If you can't even answer these questions, how can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Mu Qingya was about to explode with anger. Then let me ask you, what's the ultimate purpose of bringing your boyfriend home? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qingya frowned. To satisfy my parents. By the way, if I can satisfy your parents, they won't want me as their son-in-law. As long as I can do this, you don't have to worry about the rest. You. Mu Qingya took a deep breath. She had no choice. Should she call her mother and tell her that her boyfriend couldn't come today because of something? That wouldn't do. She would like her. Damn it. It would be in this bastard's hands. Forget it. Then your clothes will have to. Lin Xian waved his hand. No. Do you know what contrast is? First, I'll leave a bad impression on my parents-in-law. Then, I'll quickly change their impression of me with my talents. I've done my research. You don't have to worry. Mu Qingya, phew, I'll believe you for now. There was nothing she could do even if she didn't believe him. There were two important things now. First, they couldn't let their parents know that they were pretending. Second, they had to satisfy their parents so that they wouldn't let them go on blind dates anymore. But why did it feel like everything was falling apart? Sigh, so be it. Let fate take its course. This is my information. You have an hour to memorize it, including when we met, how we fell in love with each other, what my hobbies are, and what I hate. Mu Qingya handed a stack of information to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, where's your information? Mu Qingya reached out her hand. Lin Xian, male, 23 years old, 20 centimeters, Mu Qingya. Are you crazy? Orphan, junior high school, came out to work in junior high school. This is my information. You can make up the rest. Mu Qingya, phew, she took a deep breath. She was in a bad mood. What kind of sin had she committed? Oh, you have a younger sister. Lin Xian flipped through the information and his eyes lit up. Chapter 1472. For a pervert like Lin Xian, a sister was the best. Sister, this elder sister was so beautiful. She was the CEO of a big company. She was beautiful, rich, and beautiful. The younger sister was definitely not bad either. She was the most fragrant sister-in-law. I've talked to her. Her name is Mu Feifei. Baboon. Mu Qingya. Shut up. Lin Xian coughed. Okay, it's about time. Lin Xian. You're done. Almost. Mu Qingya. Be serious. This is very important to me. Mu Qingya said. I know. Don't worry. Phew, Mu Qingya had accepted her fate. What else could she do? There was no time to find someone else. Let's go. We'll see in the car. Then Lin Xian got into her car. You're so rich. This car must be worth tens of millions, right? Lin Xian sighed. It's none of your business. Mu Qingya was very upset. Hey, I'm your boyfriend. I have the right to know something about you. Mu Qingya started the car and nodded. 50 million. Lin Xian, damn. I say, do you upper-class people like such expensive cars? How shallow. Don't you men only like beautiful women? Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian. She couldn't refute that. Lin Xian put his hand on her leg. What are you doing? Mu Qingya shouted coldly. I'm your boyfriend. You don't want us to not do anything intimate at all, or do you want us to suddenly react violently and arouse suspicion, right? Mu Qingya, good girl. Lin Xian put his hand on her leg and didn't take it off. I'm serious. This is very important to me. You have to be more careful. Lin Xian nodded. He wanted to smoke but found that he didn't have any. He had no money. Right now, Lin Xian didn't have a single cent on him. Do you have any cigarettes? No. Lend me some money. No. Why? I'm going home soon. My mother doesn't like men who smoke, Mu Qingya said. No more. Let's go. Lin Xian. You don't remember. Got it. Mu Qingya. Forget it. She then started the car and sped towards her home. Soon, they arrived at a villa area. The security in this villa area was definitely better than almost any other place, not to mention other places. The car stopped in the garage of a huge 3-story villa. Mu Qingya took off her sunglasses and walked out. Carry it. She handed the gift to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it, and Mu Qingya held Lin Xian's arm, and the two of them walked to the gate. Sister, you're back. Brother-in-law, too. Before the gate was opened, Lin Xian heard a voice coming from inside. It sounded a bit like Lu Yufan. Then the gate of the villa was opened, and a beautiful girl with 2 ponytails ran in front of them. The girl had obviously deliberately styled her hair in 2 ponytails, but it was really pretty. Lin Xian glanced at her. Sure enough, the sister was so beautiful, so the sister must be pretty. Although she was the sister, she wasn't 16 or 17 years old. She was probably 20 years old. She was very tall, had fair skin, was beautiful, and was rich. She was fragrant. Hello, sister, brother-in-law. Mu Feifei then bowed. Lin Xian, her acting was a bit fake. Mu Feifei then looked at Lin Xian. Then she glanced at Mu Qingya. What was this sister doing? If you're looking for a fake boyfriend, you should at least look for someone super handsome and classy. Why does this person look so ordinary? No, if she was pretending to be you, she should at least wear a suit or something. What was the meaning of this casual outfit? What brand was this? Also, why did this person keep staring at her chest? Lin Xian smiled and reached out to rub her little head. Mu Feifei, brother-in-law, give me the thing. Mu Feifei reached out to take the thing in Lin Xian's hand and walked in. Your sister is quite pretty. She doesn't look like a girl who would take off her underwear. Lin Xian looked at Mu Qingya with a smile. Get lost. Mu Qingya said grumpily. Lin Xian shrugged and then the two of them walked in. The living room was huge, beautiful, and magnificent. A middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, looking at his phone. There was tea on the coffee table in front of him, and a woman was busy in the kitchen. They should be her parents. Dad. Mu Qingya called. Mu Hao raised his head and looked at Lin Xian. He frowned. His daughter's boyfriend disappointed him a little. He was dressed ordinarily, had an ordinary temperament, and didn't look very handsome. But, what was a little special was that he exuded a sense of confidence. This feeling made Mu Hao feel that he was not simple. There was no other way. Lin Xian was an existence on Sky Blue Planet. How could Lin Xian not be confident in front of these people? Dad, this is Lin Xian, my boyfriend. Mu Qingya took Lin Xian's arm and introduced him. Hello, uncle. Lin Xian smiled. Mu Hao nodded. Yes, have a seat. Okay, uncle. Lin Xian then sat next to Mu Hao with a smile. Mu Qingya was nervous to death. At this time, Zhang Ting walked over. You're here. She looked at Lin Xian. Her expression was similar to Mu Hao's. Both of them frowned. They knew their daughter's Sunshine very well. This kid looked ordinary at first glance. Was there something special about him that attracted their daughter? Or were they just acting? Working overtime boyfriend? She didn't know. Hello, Auntie. Lin Xian stood up and said with a smile. Hey, sit. What do you want to drink? Zhang Ting asked with a smile. Anything is fine. Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Auntie will get you a cup of tea. Zhang Ting then walked away. Mu Feifei sat not far away and looked at Lin Xian. Her sister's fake boyfriend was quite brave. Ordinary people would not dare to come to her house if they knew that he was pretending to be her boyfriend. Mu Qingya was nervous to death. Zhang Ting poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin Xian. Thank you, Auntie. Your name is Lin Xian, right? Lin Xian took a sip of water and nodded. Yes, the Xian from the Great Waves. How long have you known Qingya? Lin Xian, a year. We just confirmed our relationship a while ago. Oh, Auntie, your daughter is really hard to woo. In order to woo her, I feel like I've been reborn. I was curious at first, but after seeing Auntie today, I understand Uncle's difficulties. It must have been harder for Uncle to woo Auntie than it was for me, right? Mu Qingya. Bootlicker. Bootlicker. Oh no. Chapter 1473. Mu Qingya knew that her father hated those who flattered and bootlicker the most. As for this Lin Xian, just because of those few words of flattery, he was directly thrown into a small dark room by his father. However, Zhang Ting enjoyed it very much. After all, she was a woman. Of course, she was also a businesswoman. She didn't take these words seriously. Boy. Mu Hao put down his phone and then looked at Lin Xian. Uncle, what can I do for you? Lin Xian looked at Mu Hao with a smile. Your tricks won't work in my Mu family. Mu Hao took a sip of tea and said lightly. Mu Qingya sighed in her heart. This money was wasted. No. If he couldn't do it, she shouldn't give him the money. Damn it. Mu Feifei looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful big eyes. Was this the fake brother-in-law that her sister found? Lin Xian said with a smile, I understand what Uncle means, but do you think what I said is unreasonable? Mu Hao. When he heard Lin Xian's question, the cup in his hand trembled subconsciously. If he said it was reasonable, it meant that he agreed with what he said, which contradicted what he just said. If he said it was unreasonable, wouldn't it be saying that his wife was not as good as his daughter in front of his wife? Although she was his biological daughter, he could say anything as a husband, but he couldn't say that his wife was not as good as his daughter. Even if Zhang Ting knew it in her heart, he couldn't say it. What a sneaky boy. Mu Qingya was also stunned for a moment. It wasn't until she saw her father sitting there with an expression as if her mother had asked him who he would save if she and her daughter fell into the water that Mu Qingya realized the profound meaning of Lin Xian's words. He is a master. Mu Feifei originally thought that this was it. However, at this moment, she changed her mind. But, it was over. So what if he was a master? He had already put his father in a difficult position. If he was unhappy, his father's impression of him would definitely worsen. At this time, Lin Xian said, "I'm sorry, uncle. I might have been a little nervous. I shouldn't have said so much." Obviously, he had solved the problem that he had created for Mu Hao at this time. Mu Hao let out a long sigh of relief. "Well, it's normal to be nervous. But I heard from Qingya that you're the boss of a big company. The boss of your company is nervous even when meeting his parents. You haven't been through enough training." Mu Hao said. "It's over." Mu Qingya was a little desperate. Her father was already making things difficult for Lin Xian, which meant he was not qualified. Lin Xian said, "Uncle, you're right. However, I think that even the head of state would be nervous when meeting the parents. It's like holding your daughter's hand for the first time but not knowing how to say it." Zhang Ting stopped talking anyway, so she let them talk. Then she said, "I'll go and prepare the meal. Feifei, come and help me." "I understand, dear mother." Mu Feifei then walked over. Lin Xian looked at Mu Qingya with a smile and said, "Qingya, you go and cook too." Mu Qingya certainly guessed what Lin Xian wanted to say to her father alone. But she was afraid that something would happen if she was not here. "I'll accompany you. The kitchen is too crowded. But I just want to eat the food you cook. If I can eat the food cooked by you and Auntie, I'll be so happy. Isn't that right, uncle?" Lin Xian looked at Mu Hao with a smile. Mu Hao's impression of Lin Xian was not very good. However, this kid did not seem to be simple. In fact, he was not nervous at all. In fact, he was very relaxed and he seemed to be very confident. Then he would like to see where this kid's confidence came from. "Daughter, go and cook." "Oh." Mu Qingya then walked away. "Hee hee." Lin Xian sat next to Mu Hao with a smile and then took out a cigarette. "Uncle, here you go." Mu Hao saw the cigarette that Lin Xian took out and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, he subconsciously looked at the kitchen with a nervous expression. "Don't worry, uncle. When Auntie sees it, you can say that I forced it on you. I think Qingya's boyfriend is here as a guest. Auntie won't blame you for smoking. Even if she wants to blame someone, she will blame me." Lin Xian said with a smile. Mu Hao looked at the cigarette in Lin Xian's hand. He was not in good health and the doctor strictly forbade him from smoking. Therefore, Zhang Ting was very strict and even threatened him. If she saw him smoking, she would go back to her mother's house. But he was dying of craving. Think about it, a man in his 40s who had been smoking for 20 years. If you asked him to quit smoking, he would rather die. Therefore, Lin Xian could guess how much he wanted to smoke. Mu Qingya had mentioned this to Lin Xian before. Even if she didn't mention it, Lin Xian could see it with his fingers. And he had just quit smoking a month ago. Of course, it was impossible for him to not smoke for a month. He had to find a chance to smoke secretly. However, this opportunity was not easy to find. The company didn't need him anymore. He was now at home watching TV, computer, phone, and recuperating. Zhang Ting was watching him all day long, so now, there was a great opportunity in front of him. Lin Xian said that the ultimate purpose of meeting the parents was to satisfy the parents of the woman. Money, power, house, and car were all material things. Even if all these were material things, the purpose was to satisfy the other party. Lin Xian didn't rely on these things because the Mu family didn't lack these things. Lin Xian relied on grasping the weakest point of each of them. Aren't you afraid of making your aunt unhappy? If your aunt is biased against you, I don't care. Mu Hao said. Uncle, don't worry. Aunt is only worried about your body. I have a way to cure you. Come on. Mu Hao took Lin Xian's cigarette, and then Lin Xian lit it for him. He took a breath comfortably. Boy, to be honest, I don't have a good impression of you. Mu Hao took another puff and said. But Qingya and I are true love. Are you sure you're not her fake boyfriend? Lin Xian shook his head. Of course not, we are true love. Don't I know my daughter? I've never heard of a boyfriend who suddenly popped out. Don't think I don't know where your confidence comes from. Your confidence comes from the fact that you're not her real boyfriend. You're not afraid of failure. Even if you fail, you'll only lose the money you didn't get. This is your confidence. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. Wow! As expected of an old fox. Lin Xian shook his head. That's not true. If you don't believe me, I can sleep with your daughter tonight. After all, I've already done that with her. Lin Xian scratched his head and said with a smile. What? Chapter 1474. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Mu Hao slammed the table angrily. What's going on? Zhang Ting shouted from the kitchen. Mu Hao quickly kicked the cigarette butt under the sofa. Nothing. Mu Hao replied. He only took 2 puffs of the cigarette, but he was already feeling so good. Boy, what did you just say? Lin Xian said, I said, your daughter and I have done what we should do. Impossible. I know my daughter the best. You want to touch her when you're not married. Dream on. Uncle, what era are we in now? No matter how cold your daughter is, it's the same in this era. That night, I took her out for dinner. She drank a little too much, so I took advantage of the situation and... What the fuck? Mu Hao grabbed Lin Xian's collar. Hey, uncle, don't be like this. It's really nothing. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Phew, Mu Hao took a deep breath and let go of Lin Xian. What evidence do you have? He wanted to be sure of this matter. If his daughter really had sex with him, with his daughter's character, she would definitely have fallen in love with this person, and she would have loved him so much that she would die for him. Your daughter has a birthmark on her left breast. Mu Hao. Fuck. Lin Xian asked Lin Xian in the car if she had a birthmark or mole on her body. Lin Xian said that if she told him, her parents would accept him as their son-in-law. Mu Qingya was desperate at that time, so she told Lin Xian. Boy, is this where your confidence comes from? Lin Xian shook his head. No, my confidence comes from the fact that I'm very outstanding. Oh. Mu Hao looked at Lin Xian. Tell me. Lin Xian said, Uncle, actually, what I said is not true. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want Auntie to be as beautiful as she was when she was 27 or 28 years old? Mu Hao. What do you want to say? I can do it, Lin Xian said temptingly. Which man wouldn't want to? Zhang Ting was already in her 40s. No matter how well she maintained herself, the traces of time had already climbed up her cheeks. To be able to give birth to such beautiful daughters, she was already very beautiful when she was young. Bullshit. It seems like you're not telling the truth. Mu Hao snorted coldly. His impression of Lin Xian was very bad. Lin Xian took out a face-preserving pill. Fortunately, Lin Xian's interspatial ring was still on him. There were still a lot of things inside the interspatial ring. Although Lin Xian didn't have any spirit energy to activate the spirit artifacts, there were still a lot of treasures inside. Uncle, I'm preparing to set up a company. The company will sell something that breaks the current technology. It can restore a woman's appearance to its most perfect state. Of course, the company will definitely not be able to develop such a level of skincare products. At most, it can restore a woman's appearance. But I can restore Auntie's appearance to that of a 27 or 28-year-old. Lin Xian. This was Lin Xian's second plan, to restore Zhang Ting's appearance to its most beautiful state. In this way, Zhang Ting was naturally very excited. As for Mu Hao, as Zhang Ting's husband, how could he not be excited? The most important thing now was to let them see the results. Lin Xian knew that they would definitely not believe it. This thing had already surpassed the knowledge of people on Earth. Get out of here after you're done eating. Mu Hao said angrily. Lin Xian, uncle, I've already told Qinya that I'll sleep here tonight. Lin Xian knew that Mu Hao had a lot of opinions about him now, but it didn't matter. The more prejudice he had now, the bigger the contrast when he saw the truth. Don't even think about it. I'll make the decision. You and Qinya can stay here. Mu Hao stood up. Suddenly, he frowned and sat down with his hand on his heart. Uncle Mu also has congenital heart disease. Lin Xian asked. Qinya told you. Lin Xian, uncle, give me your hand. Mu Hao ignored him. Lin Xian then pulled Mu Hao's hand over and a silver needle appeared in his palm. Following which, Lin Xian pricked Mu Hao's hand directly. What are you doing? Mu Hao turned pale with fright. Uncle, don't move. This is the last needle. When Lin Xian pricked his hand with the last needle, Mu Hao's slightly painful heart instantly felt better. The moment Lin Xian pricked his hand with the last needle, he felt better. It was because of Lin Xian's acupuncture. Mu Hao revealed an incredulous expression. Moreover, this feeling of relaxation was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Previously, when his heart didn't hurt, he would still feel a sense of heaviness. That feeling was that he couldn't use any strength no matter what. Otherwise, he would feel that it might hurt. But now, this feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time was that his heart didn't hurt even if he used any strength. That's right, this feeling was very real. He didn't think that it was because of his sudden improvement. It was really because of those few needles. It wasn't that Mu Hao hadn't seen Chinese medicine before, but it didn't have much effect. This kind of congenital heart disease was the most difficult to cure. But now, Lin Xian pricked him with a few needles and he actually felt a sense of relaxation that he had never felt before. How could he not be shocked? Kid, what are you doing? Medical skills. Lin Xian pulled out the needles from his hand. Mu Hao frowned. I've seen many old Chinese medicine doctors. How can your medical skills be better than theirs at such a young age? Lin Xian said with a smile, Chinese medicine is also divided into different levels. For example, those old Chinese medicine doctors are just ordinary old Chinese medicine doctors. They do know medicine, but what they know is only the surface of true medical skills. So what you said just now, Lin Xian nodded, so what I said just now is true. It's just that you haven't seen it before, so you don't believe me. That's normal. No. Mu Hao shook his head and looked at Lin Xian, asking, are you a martial artist? Lin Xian looked at him, uncle, you know. Mu Hao nodded, I've seen it once, so I understand the existence of martial artists in this world. I've even seen so-called powerful martial artists to treat my illness. They can't do anything. Mu Hao nodded, they can only control it, not cure it completely. Lin Xian, I have a way. You do. It's not like I didn't feel it just now. Your body should feel very relaxed right now, right? Mu Hao nodded. I haven't cured it yet. It'll take some time to cure it, but I can definitely cure it. I can also cure your daughter's heart disease. Lin Xian said. Mu Hao trembled all over. Good. Good. He looked at Lin Xian and nodded again and again. He originally thought that Lin Xian was a liar and had a very bad impression of him. But now, he knew that he wasn't a liar. He personally felt it, so his impression of Lin Xian improved again. But the thing that could make people look like they were in their late 20s. Was that true? In the kitchen, Qinya, to be honest, Mom is not satisfied with your boyfriend. Mu Feifei quickly said, Oh, Mother, it's not easy for sister to find a boyfriend. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Isn't it fine as long as it's a man? Ah. Chapter 1475. Zhang Ting really didn't think highly of Lin Xian. He looked ordinary and had a glib tongue. She didn't have a good impression of him. Huayu and his father will come over later. You should spend more time with them. Lin Xian will stay somewhere else. Zhang Ting said. Mom, Lin Xian is my boyfriend. Then break up. Zhang Ting said. No. And I don't like Huayu. Mu Qingya said. The Hua Group is one of the top 500 companies in the world. It's even more powerful than our Mu Group. That Huayu is also very outstanding and handsome. He's a good match for you. We've already agreed on this marriage with them, but who knew that you would suddenly have a boyfriend? Huayu is more capable than him, and the Hua Group is thousands of times more powerful than his company. He's a better choice for you. Let Lin Xian go home after dinner tonight. Zhang Ting didn't give her any face at all. Mother. Mu Feifei shook Zhang Ting's arm. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Cut the vegetables. Mu Feifei pouted and looked at Mu Qingya, indicating that she had no choice. Then Zhang Ting walked out with a frown. Did you smoke? She asked Mu Hao. Mu Hao quickly shook his head. No. Then Xian, did you smoke? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, Auntie. Zhang Ting said unhappily, don't smoke here in the future. Got it, Auntie. Zhang Ting then walked into the kitchen. Wow. You're finished. Now that you smoke, it's impossible for Mother Empress to like you anymore. Mu Feifei walked over and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at the beautiful girl. Go cut the vegetables. Mu Feifei. Wow. I'm being bullied. Mu Feifei went back to the kitchen, aggrieved. Boy, I'll help you talk to your aunt. I don't care about anything else. If you can cure Qingya's heart disease, I'll definitely approve of you. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Uncle, don't worry. I'm her boyfriend. Of course I care about her. But does Uncle believe me? Mu Hao said, I know my own body best. Those few needles you gave me are something I've never seen before, be it Chinese medicine or Western medicine. I believe in you. Sure enough, the person who can pursue my precious daughter is definitely not simple. I was blind before. Your confidence is justified, but what? But I hope that if you get together with my daughter, you can treat her well. After all, I don't know what kind of person you are. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. Uncle, are you giving this to Auntie? If you give it to her, she'll have a lot of opinions about you now. If it's as you said, that women love beauty by nature. This is something that no son-in-law can give her. She'll change her view of you. Also, Mu Hao said, maybe you think she's a little mean, but in fact, she's too considerate of Qinya. She knows that I'm not in good health, so she has to find a good family for Qinya. Only then can she rest assured. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Mu. I know. Nice. He might be able to sleep in the same bed as beautiful little Qinya tonight. This mission made her fall in love with one of them. Wasn't it on the right track? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. I'm coming, I'm coming. Mu Feifei ran over and opened the door. Feifei, long time no see. A handsome man in a suit smiled at Mu Feifei. Yes, long time no see. Hello, Uncle Hua. Mu Feifei greeted him and walked away. Lin Xian frowned. Ha ha ha, Brother Mu, how are you recently? You should be much better. A middle-aged man walked over with a smile. He and Hua Yu frowned when they saw Lin Xian. Why is there a man here? Feifei, is this your boyfriend? Hua Yu asked in surprise. Lin Xian stood up with a smile and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Qingya's boyfriend. Hua Yu frowned and shook Lin Xian's hand with a smile. Zhang Ting and Mu Qingya also walked over. You're here. Wash your hands and come to the table. The dishes are ready. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie, this is the best facial mask I brought for you. The company just developed it and there are only 100 sets in the world. The effect is very obvious. You'll look like you're 18 years old after using it. Hua Yu handed it over with a smile. Ha ha ha, thank you. Take a seat. They sat at the table and Lin Xian sat next to Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya was helpless. Qingya, I didn't hear you say you have a boyfriend. Hua Yu smiled at Mu Qingya, this beautiful woman. Before Mu Qingya could speak, Zhang Ting said, we just had a relationship. I brought him back to see. We just had a relationship. Hua Yu smiled in his heart. It didn't matter. My name is Hua Yu. Brother, where are you working? He didn't even ask for Lin Xian's name, which showed how arrogant he was. Anyway, no matter where he was, he couldn't beat him. Lin Xian smiled and said, I don't have a job at the moment. I'm preparing to start a business. Xian, didn't you say you have a company? Zhang Ting asked. Yes, I do. It's just a small company. Let's not talk about it. Hua Yu smiled and said, what are you going to do? Maybe I can help. Lin Xian smiled and said, you can't. Hua Yu narrowed his eyes. Mu Hao coughed dryly. This guy really didn't care about other people's feelings. But Zhang Ting was displeased. Mu Qingya kicked Lin Xian. Mu Feifei opened her small mouth. Wow! Did this sister pretend to be her boyfriend give up? Did he start to let himself go? Ha ha ha, I should be able to help, right? What industry do you plan to enter? The pharmaceutical industry or the beauty industry? That's just right. The Hua Corporation's main business is cosmetics, skincare products, and medicine. Many of the medicines we launched have received international acclaim. Some of them have even become the most widely used medicine today. How can you say that my company can't help you? Hua Yu smiled and said. Lin Xian took a bite and said, we're not on the same level. Oh. You mean you've just started and can't reach the level of the Hua Corporation? Lin Xian shook his head. I mean, your company's technology is not on the same level as mine. Naturally, it can't help much. Everyone. That's right. They were all dumbfounded. But Mu Hao was a little better. He didn't understand why Lin Xian was so stubborn. Why was Lin Xian so stubborn? Hua Yu's question was meant to humiliate Lin Xian and make him compare himself to him. Of course, Lin Xian was aware of this little trick. Why should he give face? Anyway, Lin Xian didn't like him. Ha ha ha. Hua Yu's father, Hua Tian, couldn't help but laugh. Brother Mu, this kid is really brave. But I've seen a lot of armchair strategists. It's easy to say. I said, your things can't be compared with mine. Lin Xian said again. Chapter 1476. The smell of gunpowder at the table instantly rose. When they heard that Lin Xian was Mu Qingya's boyfriend, the smell of gunpowder had already begun to brew. Now, it was Lin Xian who started it. But if he didn't start it, the other party would. Lin Xian simply asked them to skip this part and started it himself. Lin Xian, right? I don't know where you get your confidence from. My Hua Group's pharmaceutical industry is ranked in the top 20 in the world. Are you the boss of one of the top 10 companies? Hua Tian said with a smile. Mu Qingya kicked Lin Xian under the table again. Lin Xian shook his head. No, but to be honest, in this aspect, even if you are the world's top pharmaceutical company, you can't compare with me. Ha ha ha, Hua Tian laughed. Brother Mu, this young man is interesting. Zhang Ting frowned. In Hua Yu's eyes, Lin Xian was a clown. He drank too much. Sorry, I'll send him back to rest. Mu Qingya hurriedly said. Hua Yu said with a smile, don't worry, young Master Lin, right? What products do you have? Let us see. For example, can you cure cancer? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, my company will develop it by then. I will also develop drugs for AIDS. These two incurable diseases can be cured by taking the drugs directly. Ha ha ha, hearing this, they laughed. Lin Xian was their source of joy. Where did this idiot come from? It was really funny. Enough. Zhang Ting let out a shout. To be honest, she was also embarrassed. After all, this Lin Xian was Mu Qingya's boyfriend now. Then Zhang Ting glared at Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya felt wronged. Brother, if you can't do it, let's go. I'll give you money, don't make trouble. Young Master Lin, your joke is really interesting. Lin Xian took a bite of the food and said lightly, who's joking with you? Lin Xian, eat more food. Zhang Ting looked at Lin Xian and said. Auntie, let me talk to him. I want to see what other shocking things young Master Lin can say. Hua Yu said with a smile. Zhang Ting shook her head. To be honest, it wasn't that Zhang Ting was deliberately targeting Lin Xian. No one would believe such words no matter where you went. Everyone would definitely think that you were bragging. If Mu Hao hadn't experienced Lin Xian's medical skills in advance, he would have angrily kicked Lin Xian out. This was very normal. No need, I'll send you back first. Mu Qingya said coldly as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, Qingya, you're my girlfriend. You know whether I can do it or not, right? Mu Qingya's head hurt. I know. You can do it, all right. Mu Qingya sighed in her heart. Brother-in-law, you really drank too much. Go and rest first. Mu Feifei said. Lin Xian smiled and then reached out his hand to take out the face-retaining pill. Let's not talk about other things first. Young Master Hua, how is your company's beauty industry? 13th in the world. Then can your company's skincare products, such as the mask you gave Auntie just now, really restore her to 18 years old? Lin Xian asked. Ha ha ha, no way. You believe such words? But it can definitely make the skin very good. I can guarantee that. Hua Yu said. Then I can. Lin Xian then handed the pill to Zhang Ting and said, Auntie, after you take this thing, the crow's feet, acne marks and other things on your face should disappear in a few minutes. Your skin can return to your 20s. Zhang Ting frowned. But Hua Yu was holding back his laughter in his heart. Let's not talk about the fact that there is definitely no such thing in this world. You actually said crow's feet and acne marks in front of her. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Yes, Zhang Ting's face didn't look very good when she heard this. But of course, she wouldn't say it out loud. Her impression of Lin Xian was absolutely terrible. He liked to boast and talk big. How good could such a person be? She didn't know what was wrong with her daughter. Why did she like such a person? Zhang Ting pinched the face-retaining pill. Is this a medicine? Lin Xian said, kind of, but in my definition, it should be a skincare product. Auntie, you will know when you eat it. Mu Qingya frowned. What was this Lin Xian doing? Was he crazy? Why would he let his mother eat anything? Zhang Ting then ate it without hesitation. It must be fake. If it was useless, she could directly kick him out. She didn't have to be embarrassed to kick Lin Xian out. Mom. Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei showed worried expressions. Of course, Mu Qingya was worried. She didn't know Lin Xian at all. They had only met twice. Auntie, are you really going to eat it? Zhang Ting was not afraid. At most, it would be a little harmful. Could it be poisonous? Auntie, your face. Hua Yu showed a surprised expression, but he couldn't help laughing in his heart. At this moment, black water began to flow out of the pores on Zhang Ting's face. Zhang Ting touched it and was shocked. Then, she screamed and ran to the bathroom. Mother! Mu Feifei hurried to follow her. Boy! Do you understand that this is murder? Hua Yu pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. Mu Hao glanced at Lin Xian. He was very confident. Don't worry. What murder? Everyone is here. What are you worried about? Mu Hao said. Dad. Mu Qingya felt that she shouldn't stand on Lin Xian's side. She wanted to tell Lin Xian to go out. After eating it, black water flowed out of her face. It was too scary. Let's eat, Mu Hao said. Lin Xian then said, this is a normal phenomenon. It's just detoxification. Humph. Detoxification. Hua Yu sneered. In the bathroom, Zhang Ting's heart was beating fast. She even wondered if she was disfigured. She quickly washed her face and Mu Feifei handed her a towel. Zhang Ting wiped her face and then closed her eyes. Feifei. Am I disfigured? Zhang Ting asked in fear. Mu Feifei glanced at her and then widened her beautiful eyes. To be honest, Zhang Ting was very beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had two beautiful daughters. But after all, she was in her 40s. Wrinkles, crow's feet, and some flaws on her face had appeared. If she didn't wear makeup, it would be obvious at a glance. At first glance, she was quite beautiful. But now, Mu Feifei looked at her own skin and her mother's skin in the mirror. She was completely stunned. The wrinkles were gone. The crow's feet were gone. Even her skin was not inferior to hers. It was so delicate. Mother Empress, 4 words. Zhang Ting's body trembled. Shocking, to the eye. It's so delicate. Mu Feifei opened her small mouth. Oh my God. It turned out that that person wasn't lying. He was really powerful. He really didn't put the Hua group in his eyes. It was her. Everyone had misunderstood. What? Zhang Ting opened her eyes and then her beautiful eyes widened. This is my face. Chapter 1477. Zhang Ting looked at her face in the mirror, fair, smooth, rosy, and lustrous. All around, the crow's feet were gone. She felt that her skin was not worse than her daughter's. Mother Empress, your skin, wow. It's so smooth. Mu Feifei touched it and was stunned. This is really my skin. Zhang Ting opened her mouth wide, revealing an expression of disbelief and surprise. Mother, the wrinkles and crow's feet are gone. Now, when you go out with me and sister, others will really think that we are sisters. Damn, didn't you say that we are sisters when we go out? Zhang Ting rolled her eyes at her and then stared at herself in the mirror. She really felt like she was dreaming. She could not even dream of such a thing. It was too magical. Hee, now we must be sisters. Wow. Mother, that Lin Xian isn't just spouting nonsense. He's telling the truth. Zhang Ting nodded and looked at herself in the mirror. I misunderstood him. With this ability, the Hua group definitely can't compare. With this ability, if this thing can be mass-produced, he can even sit in the position of the richest man. Zhang Ting muttered to herself. That's right. How much did women spend on countless cosmetics and skincare products? However, this thing could directly save the money on skincare products. A person in their 40s or 50s could have skin in their 20s or 30s. How exaggerated was that? If this thing were to spread, it would be a sensation among women all over the world. At first, I thought he was boasting. It turns out that it's true. Mother, he really has a lot of confidence. It comes from himself. He really doesn't care about the Hua group's things. Zhang Ting nodded. He conquered something that the whole world couldn't conquer. Then, if the cancer and AIDS that he mentioned can also be cured, and if it can be cured by taking medicine, then, Zhang Ting's body trembled slightly. Then he can definitely become the richest man in the world. No matter what, they looked at the truth. And now, Lin Xian had given them the truth. Moreover, no matter what he said, it sounded too far-fetched and impossible, so they felt that he was bragging. However, the truth was right in front of them. Even if he couldn't cure cancer and was bragging, these skincare products could actually make her wrinkles disappear. Her skin looked like it was in its late 20s. It was simply invincible. Hee, Mother Empress, then do you approve of sister's boyfriend? Mu Feifei said with a smile. But in his heart, he was already scheming. Well, in any case, he was just pretending to be his sister. If such a powerful person were to follow him, wow. Invincible. Should I seduce him? Nice. Yes, of course. Originally, I had a big problem with him because I thought that he talked without thinking. But now, he really has the ability to do so. He might even bring a new face to the world. Moreover, he is Qingya's boyfriend. I misunderstood him. Of course, I approve of him. Zhang Ting nodded. Moreover, as long as this person was ambitious, he could become the richest man in the world. Outside, Hua Yu looked at Lin Xian jokingly. Lin Xian was eating silently. Mu Qingya bit her lips and lowered her head. She wanted to tell her father everything. Brother Mu, is sister-in-law okay? Hua Tian asked at this time. She should be fine. Didn't Lin Xian say that it was detoxification? Hua Yu said, Uncle Mu, detoxification is not like this. It's too scary. Then he looked at Lin Xian and said, "If anything happens, you will go to jail." At this time, Zhang Ting came over with Mu Feifei with a smile. "Mom." Mu Qingya quickly stood up and turned to look, then, she was stunned. "Mom." Zhang Ting smiled and said, "Xiao Xian, ha ha ha, this thing is really amazing. Look at Auntie's skin. When she stands next to Feifei, they are like sisters." "What?" Hua Yu stood up with his eyes wide open and looked at Zhang Ting in disbelief. "Fuck. Where are the wrinkles? Where are the crow's feet? Fuck." Mu Hao also glanced at her. "Fuck. This wife is so beautiful. Isn't she in her 20s? Oh my god. Isn't this too happy?" Suddenly, his wife in her 40s became 26 or 27 years old. Don't you think he is happy? Is his sex life dead? This Lin Xian, what he said is absolutely true. Mu Qingya's little mouth was wide open. He. She looked at this strange Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian stood up with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Auntie, then you have to tell me who is the older sister and who is the younger sister. If you don't know, people will think that Feifei is the older sister." Ha ha ha, Zhang Ting's smile was simply too happy. "It's Qingya's blessing to have a boyfriend like you. It's also our blessing," Zhang Ting said with a smile. No, it is my blessing to have a girlfriend like Qingya," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Hua Yu. This, come, sit, eat. Zhang Ting said with a smile. "Hua Yu, you sit too." Gulp, Hua Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Lin Xian sat down and said, "So, young Master Hua, I am not boasting. It is just that I am not interested in the things of your Hua group." Ha ha ha. Hua Yu's face turned ugly. Mu Qingya sat there in shock and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Who is this person that I met on the way and thought is a gangster? He is so strange and mysterious. Humph. You said that you can develop a drug to cure cancer. Hua Tian snorted coldly. You don't believe me? Of course. Then let's wait and see. Please go back. Lin Xian said with a smile. Let's go. Hua Tian then walked away with Hua Yu. When they reached the door, both of them were stunned at the same time. Why? What the fuck? Why are they leaving? What the fuck? But they can't go back now. Father, what should we do now? If his thing is really useful, then our Hua group. Let's listen to his bragging. This kind of thing can never be mass-produced. But, it has definitely broken the new face of the world's technology and technology. Sigh. Hua Tian sighed. Inside the room, haha, Xiao Xian, come eat the braised pork. Zhang Ting was really satisfied with Lin Xian now. Thank you, Auntie. Your cooking is really good. I made it, Mu Feifei said. It's just a so-so. Mu Feifei, brother-in-law, don't be like this. Mu Feifei rolled her eyes. Xiao Xian, did you develop this thing? Zhang Ting asked. Chapter 1478. Zhang Ting and Mu Hao were both businessmen. They knew very well that if it could be mass-produced, the so-called richest man in the world would be at their fingertips. What was lacking in this world were necessities. Necessities were necessities such as eating, sleeping, and there were too many places to eat. However, if you could restore a woman's youthful appearance, couldn't you become the richest man in the world? For women, this was necessities. Even if they borrowed money, they would still do it. Moreover, the price could be very high. It could save a woman 10 years of money on skincare products and beauty salons. This added up to a huge sum of money. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I developed it. Can it be mass-produced? The materials for this face-retaining pill were not difficult to find. Lin Xian knew that there were a lot of them on Earth, but it's impossible to mass-produce it. After all, Auntie, you know how terrible the effect is. If this thing can be mass-produced, it will be a mess. That's true. Zhang Ting nodded. However, it can be diluted and the effect is very significant. It can make wrinkles and crow's feet disappear in a day or two. It's just that the skin won't become as smooth as that of a woman in her 20s. That's enough. Zhang Ting said in surprise. Yes, it can be mass-produced. This is also the industry I'm planning to enter next. Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei sat there. Anyway, the two sisters were stunned. Mu Feifei's idea was that this Lin Xian must not be allowed to run away. When she was old, if she still knew this Lin Xian, wouldn't it be, wow? Mu Qingya was still doubting life. A person she met casually could change the face of this world. This? Good. This is good. Zhang Ting said excitedly. Xiao Xian, what about the cancer that you mentioned before? Lin Xian, no problem. When the time comes, I'll make this world think that cancer is just a small cold that can be cured with ordinary medicine. Everyone. They all had shocked expressions on their faces. But now, I lack something to start it, so I hope I can get your support. Mu Hao pondered for a moment. Are you referring to the purchase of materials, research and development, and publicity? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I won't open a company. I'll just use the Mu Group's name. Didn't Qingya say that her main business is cosmetics and luxury goods? When the thing for Auntie is developed, it will be directly sold by the Mu Group. As for the medicine, let the Mu Group add a medicine department in a short period of time. Is that okay? That's awesome. Mu Hao nodded. Lin Xian said that once this thing was developed and sold, he would become a billionaire in a short time. No, a trillionaire. Cancer. He could be cured by taking medicine. How exaggerated was that? But this thing of yours needs to pass an international drug safety test. Lin Xian nodded. It's a small matter. They were all shocked. Lin Xian, I happen to have an elder who has cancer. It's in the terminal stage. Can you, Lin Xian, tomorrow? Mu Hao, great. If this works, it will be a great fortune for mankind and the whole world. Mu Hao was very excited. Moreover, with the Mu Group's name, the Mu Group would be known by the whole world. Qingya, give me a pen and a piece of paper. Ah, okay. Mu Qingya threw it away in a daze. Lin Xian then wrote a lot of medicinal herbs on the paper. Uncle Mu, these are the ingredients. Buy as much as you can from all over the world. In addition, the Mu Group will start to gather a large number of elite employees and prepare for a big job. Mu Hao glanced at it. Can these be cured? Aren't you afraid that it will be leaked? I'll arrange it personally. It won't be leaked. Even if it is leaked, the whole world will only recognize us. Lin Xian said. Okay. I'll make the call now. Mu Hao then walked away. Xian, your uncle and Qingya both have. Before Zhang Ting could finish, Lin Xian said, I can cure it. So, Auntie, let uncle smoke. This, Lin Xian smiled and said, Auntie, you still don't believe me. It's not that I don't believe you, but, it's too shocking. It's a little, Lin Xian smiled and said, then tomorrow, Auntie, come with me to visit Uncle Moo's elders. If I cure his cancer, Auntie, you should believe me, right? Of course. Lin Xian looked at the time and said, it's getting late. Auntie, where is Qingya's room? Mu Qingya. Qingya, go rest with Xian. You have to wake up early tomorrow morning. Ah. I'll send him. Send him what? It's raining nuclear missiles outside. Let's go to your room. Oh. Mu Qingya then looked at Lin Xian and took Lin Xian upstairs. Girl, you have to follow this standard when looking for a boyfriend in the future. Do you understand? Mu Feifei. Mother, do you want me to be single for the rest of my life? Mu Feifei pulled a long face. It's interesting. No wonder this Lin Xian looks ordinary, but he can win your sister's heart. He's really not simple. Zhang Ting sighed inwardly. Who are you? Mu Qingya asked as she walked upstairs. Lin Xian smiled and said, your boyfriend. Everything you said is beyond the current technology of the Earth. Are you an alien? Lin Xian, sister, I'm from the Earth. Didn't your policewoman friend check it out? But you're dead. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian. Then who is standing in front of you? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. How old are you? Why are you still saying such childish things? Mu Qingya blushed. It's just incredible. Then she came to a room and opened the door. You can sleep here tonight. Lin Xian looked at her. I'll sleep with you. No. I've talked to your father. We've done what we should do. Now if we sleep in separate rooms, it's tantamount to a showdown. You. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth and pointed at Lin Xian. Well, I'm so outstanding. Uncle Mu will naturally believe me. Whoosh, she took a deep breath and opened the door of her room. You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa. There was an indoor sofa in her room. Lin Xian shrugged. The two sat there. Mu Qingya's beautiful eyes were looking at Lin Xian. This person she accidentally met was actually, you're so good. Why don't you have money to buy a phone? I don't believe it. There were too many inconceivable and suspicious points about this person. You're completely abnormal. You'll know when we get married. Lin Xian grinned. You wish. Go to bed early. Chapter 1479. Lin Xian didn't do anything excessive. Instead, he added Mu Qingya's WeChat. Feifei, what are you doing? Zhang Ting was holding 2 glasses of milk when she saw Mu Feifei eavesdropping at the door of Mu Qingya's room. Ah. Mother. Mu Feifei hurriedly stood up. What are you eavesdropping on? It's fine if you're always fooling around, but why are you eavesdropping on your sister and Lin Xian? Mu Feifei stuck out her pink tongue. I just want to hear what my sister sounds like when she's having sex. Mu Feifei said with a smile. In fact, she didn't know why she came over to eavesdrop. She couldn't stay in the room, so she came over to eavesdrop for fun. Who knew that she couldn't hear anything? She could vaguely hear someone chatting inside. She had no choice. She was just curious what kind of man her sister could find to pretend to be her boyfriend. Even if it was a fake, it should be good, right? At first, she was so disappointed. She was in cahoots with Mu Qingya. She felt that she was doomed this time. Then, Lin Xian's brilliant maneuvers won her over. She began to realize that this man was terrifyingly good. If he could really cure cancer or something like that, that would simply be too amazing. She was curious. She thought that she must get to know this person. Wow! It would be so exciting to take him out to play. You silly girl, you're making trouble. What are they doing? Zhang Ting asked. No, they seem to be chatting. Zhang Ting nodded and knocked on the door. Qingya, Xian, I'm here to bring you a glass of milk. Are you still awake? No, Auntie, come in. Click, Zhang Ting pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Mu Feifei. Wow! Brother-in-law, your figure is so good. Mu Feifei was stunned when she saw Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was shirtless. Mu Qingya asked him to take a shower. No matter where he slept, she asked him to take a shower. This Lin Xian hadn't taken a shower since they met. He was still wearing the same clothes. Now that the weather was not cold, he often sweated. It was so smelly. She couldn't stand it. Then, she was completely stunned. When Lin Xian took off his shirt, Mu Qingya saw that his body was not only perfect, but it also had abs and muscles. Lin Xian was neither fat nor thin, so his muscles were perfect. Mu Qingya blushed at the sight of his abs. That was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, why were there so many scars on his body? It was no longer obvious, but the scar did not look like a knife wound or a gunshot wound. Some scars looked frightening. She could imagine how frightening the body was when the scar was there. Who the hell is he? She could understand if it was a knife wound or a gunshot wound, but this wasn't the case. It was hard for her to imagine that a modern person could have so many scars on his body. However, this definitely proved that Lin Xian wasn't an ordinary person. Before he could ask anything, Zhang Ting came in. And why did Lin Xian have scars on his body? In fact, he could use the law of creation to erase them. However, it was because once when he had sex with Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, they said that it was very manly. Lin Xian thought that it was fine. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, I exercise regularly. My figure is okay. Mu Feifei opened her small mouth. Wow! It was simply amazing. This figure, these muscles, these abs. Wait, there were so many scars. Xiao Xian, why are there so many scars on your body? Zhang Ting frowned when she saw this scene. Wasn't Lin Xian a businessman? Why were there so many scars on his body? And these scars didn't look like knife wounds or gunshot wounds. Oh, I joined an organization in the past. I trained there and carried out missions. These were all injuries from missions. It can't be some bad organization, right? I heard that there are some assassin organizations. Zhang Ting asked. Auntie, don't worry. I joined a formal secret organization to fight for the country. As for what it is, it's not convenient to expose it. I see. This is milk. You should rest early after drinking it. Got it, Auntie. Let's go. Zhang Ting patted Mu Feifei's head, who was in a daze. Oh. Mu Feifei looked at Lin Xian's body with nostalgia. Wow, wow, wow. She couldn't stand men like this the most. She had seen plenty of guys with abs and muscles. She would usually go to the gym and run around. However, the kind of body that she dreamed of was Lin Xian's, which was neither fat nor explosive. Then there was his bronze-colored skin. Most importantly, there were shallow scars all over his body that could only be seen on TV. Wow! She actually saw it. How magical! This Lin Xian felt so unusual. Organization. So it also meant that he was not simple. Could it be like in urban novels, where the king of soldiers returned to the city or something? Wow, wow, wow. I can't stand it. Brother-in-law, good night. Mu Feifei bowed to Lin Xian and then blinked. Lin Xian saw her blinking and his heart skipped a beat. What did this sister-in-law mean? What did she want? Good night. The two of them then walked out. Girl, don't talk nonsense. This Lin Xian should not be simple. He may not only be a businessman. Your sister must have a special reason for liking him. He may have a lot of secrets. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Ting said to her younger daughter. I know. Mother. Zhang Ting looked at her second daughter. Mother, do you mind if Feifei and sister are his girlfriends? Slap, ouch. Mu Feifei covered her butt. Girl, if you talk nonsense again, don't think about getting a cent of your pocket money. After saying that, Zhang Ting walked away. Don't ask sister for it. Zhao Feifei's beautiful eyes flashed with slyness. Her appearance was not worse than her sister's. Should she find a chance to seduce him? Wow! If she missed this opportunity, there would be no next one. The scars on your body, Mu Qingya still felt a little shocked when she saw it. Do you want to touch it? I'll let you touch it as much as you want after the shower. Lin Xian smirked. Get out. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and then she pointed to the indoor bathroom and said, take a shower. There are new towels in there. Wear clothes when you come out. Okay, honey. Honey, let's sleep in the same bed tonight. You wish. You sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa. What if Auntie comes in when we fall asleep? I saw Auntie's eyes before she left. She was still skeptical about our relationship. Lin Xian laughed. Mu Qingya frowned. Chapter 1480. She didn't notice. She didn't know if Lin Xian was telling the truth. Lin Xian said, Hey, I'm so outstanding. Auntie must be wondering how you can match up to me. What if you're pretending? She probably had this suspicion from the beginning. She brought us milk to observe us. I guess she must have come in the middle of the night to see what's going on. If we sleep separately, then I'll lock the door. Doesn't Auntie have your room key? Mu Qingya, damn it. Damn it. Go take a shower. Lin Xian smiled and walked into the bathroom. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth and quickly put on a set of pajamas. She didn't feel safe wearing only one set of pajamas. Bastard. After taking a shower, Lin Xian walked out of the bathroom humming a tune. Click, he lit a cigarette happily. No smoking. You're my wife. Why do you care? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Mu Qingya, she opened the window and Lin Xian looked at her beautiful figure. She was invincible. Time to sleep. Lin Xian took a deep puff and flicked the cigarette out. Then, he happily crawled into her bed and slept on the spot where she had just been lying. Hey, it smells so good. Mu Qingya. Go to the other side. She was going crazy. A man was sleeping in her bed. Lin Xian smiled and went to the other side. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and turned off the light. She lay on her side with her back facing Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't go overboard. He couldn't go overboard because she didn't like him that much. When I met you, were you on a mission? Or should I say, am I your mission? Mu Qingya suddenly asked. She felt that everything was too coincidental. This Lin Xian wasn't simple. He couldn't be short of money. He must have approached her on purpose. Sister, what mission do you have that I would be interested in? Kidnapping you. Then why do I have to do this? Make money. I can make money. I told you before that I wanted you to invest 1 billion in a project, but you didn't agree. I had to talk to your father personally. I just want your body. Mu Qingya, sleep. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed Mu Qingya's butt with his foot. Mu Qingya. Rub, she sat up abruptly. You. I'll hug you. Lin Xian smiled and stretched out his hand. Scram. Lin Xian shrugged and fell asleep as well. He was very sleepy. He didn't sleep well in prison. Moreover, he didn't have a realm now. He needed rest and sleep. Early the next morning, Mu Qingya opened her eyes and was dumbfounded. She was in Lin Xian's embrace, and she was using Lin Xian's arm as a pillow. Her beautiful eyes widened, and then she quickly sat up. She didn't know what to do and tidied up her messy hair. Lin Xian heard the noise and opened his eyes. He looked at Mu Qingya, whose hair was messed up. You look cold on the surface. Why are you sleeping like this at night? I was kicked to death by you. Lin Xian said sadly. Mu Qingya, the last person who said this to her was Mu Feifei. Since when did she like to kick the quilt when she slept? Mu Feifei used to sleep with her, but she kicked it away. Since then, Mu Feifei swore that she would never sleep with her again. Get up and have breakfast. I'm going to the company. Mu Qingya said lightly and then walked into the bathroom. Hey, aren't you going to treat your illness today? Aren't you going? No matter whether I can be cured or not, I want to know the ending more. Besides, that's Dad's elder. I don't think I know him. It's meaningless to go. Also, a very important person will come to the company today. I need to talk to him. Talk my ass. Once my product is released, I'll make a fortune. That's your money. Mu Qingya said. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. What's mine is yours. Mu Qingya, I'm pretending. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. After breakfast, Mu Qingya went to the company. Zhang Ting, Mu Hao, Mu Feifei, and Lin Xian were there. Mu Feifei drove to the hospital. Lin Xian, are you okay? Mu Hao asked Lin Xian. It depends on how serious his illness is. The later stage is also different. If it has caused other damage, I may not be able to do much at present. Lin Xian said. I'm not sure. Let's go and have a look. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Brother-in-law, why didn't my sister come? Did you have a fight with her last night? Mu Feifei sat beside Lin Xian, and her feet rubbed against Lin Xian intentionally or unintentionally. No, she said she had something to do at the company. Well, it can't be bad. You little girl, shut up. I know. At the First People's Hospital of Jiangnan City, Qi Juan came here with the chicken soup she made and some fruits. Her eyes were red. It seemed that she had been crying for a long time. Jun. At the entrance of the hospital, a middle-aged man stood there with a dozen military guards, looking at Qi Juan in front of him. Where is Grandpa? Qi Juan asked. I'll take you there. Qin Yuan sighed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Qi Juan's eyes were red. Your grandpa didn't want me to tell you. He asked me to lie to you that he went on a trip. Qin Yuan said. Qi Juan wiped her tears. Her parents were very busy. When she was a child, her grandparents raised her. Her grandmother passed away 2 years ago, and only her grandpa was left. She liked to accompany her grandpa the most. But she really didn't expect that her grandpa, who had always been healthy, would. Now your grandpa's health is very poor. I can only tell you, otherwise. Qin Yuan shook his head. Qin Yijuan walked in quickly. Mu Qingya didn't know. Even Mu Feifei didn't know who her father was. Otherwise, Mu Qingya would definitely come. The Qin family and the Mu family had been friends for hundreds of years. The two girls had been very outstanding since they were young. They were friends, best friends, and also rivals. But in the end, they chose different paths. Mu Qingya inherited the business because of Mu Hao's health. Qin Yijuan fulfilled her dream and became a Jingcha who did evil for the people. She climbed up step by step. Without the help of any family, she got several merits in just over a year and sat in the position of the captain of the first detachment in Jiangnan City. Click, Qin Yijuan pushed open the door of the ward and looked at the thin old man lying on the bed. She couldn't recognize him anymore. Her tears gushed out in an instant. Grandpa. Qin Yijuan rushed over. June. Qin Jiangwo looked at his granddaughter with a kind smile on his face. I told you to smoke less. Why didn't you listen? Qin Yijuan cried loudly. Chapter 1481. Qin Jiangwo reached out and placed his hand on his precious granddaughter's back, patting her gently. Don't worry. Grandpa is fine, Qin Jiangwo let out a weak voice. Sob sob sob, Qin Yijuan didn't say anything because she couldn't speak at this time. Qin Yuan sighed. He was a man, but he couldn't do anything. He walked out and gently closed the door of the ward. Outside, a few doctors were waiting there. Mr. Qin. A man in his 30s who was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses said as he adjusted his glasses. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was Qin Jiangwo's attending physician. Although he was young, he had very high attainments in this area. He had returned from overseas and was also a famous returnee. Dr. Liu, how is my father's condition? Qin Yuan asked. Liu Jiming pushed up his glasses and sighed. Sigh, the old man's condition is very bad. Roughly estimating, he might only have less than 3 months left. Qin Yuan looked tired. He didn't have any expectations at all because no matter how hard he worked, this terminal illness couldn't be cured. However, he couldn't bear to see his father in pain every day. I'll have to trouble you during this period of time. Qin Yuan nodded and walked away, preparing to buy some food for his daughter. Liu Jiming watched him walk away. He pushed up his glasses and smiled. Then, he looked into the ward through the glass on the door. His gaze landed on Qin Yijuan, flickering with desire and greed. This woman was so beautiful that he couldn't believe it. Of course, he knew what kind of family the Qin family was. The older generation of the Qin family was a general and one of the founding fathers of the country. Their status was very high. Originally, Old Master Qin was going to be sent to the military hospital, but he felt that it was the same anywhere, so he stayed in this hospital. However, the Qin family's huge foundation would fall into the hands of Qin Yijuan in the future because she was the only daughter in the Qin family. If he could woo Qin Yijuan, he would have a meteoric rise in his career. Under normal circumstances, how could he get such a woman? However, he was now Old Master Qin's attending physician, and this Qin Yijuan loved her grandfather very much. Even if she knew that it was a terminal illness, she would probably become blind and lose her mind. At this time, as Old Master Qin's attending physician, he had 10,000 ways to ask Qin Yijuan out alone. After asking her out, he would come 2 more times and hint a few more times. Even if he couldn't save Old Master Qin, what was so difficult about dealing with a blind girl? As long as he slept with this Qin Yijuan, then in the future, the Qin family's huge foundation would be his. After a while, Qin Yijuan opened the door and walked out with red eyes. Miss Qin. Lu Jiming looked at Qin Yijuan. Qin Yijuan looked at him with a puzzled expression. I'm old Master Qin's attending physician. Qin Yijuan then hurriedly said, Doctor, how is my grandfather now? I want to hear the truth. Sigh, Lu Jiming sighed. Seeing this scene, Qin Yijuan frowned slightly. Old Master Qin's illness was discovered too late. When it was discovered, it had already spread to his entire body. Now, Miss Qin, you should understand old Master Qin's situation in your heart. It might not even be 2 months. Qin Yijuan covered her mouth and almost burst into tears. I understand. Thank you. She seemed to have lost all her strength. Then, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Chief, I'll take a few months of leave. After saying a few words, she hung up the phone. She couldn't do anything. All she could do was accompany her grandfather in his last moments, but Lu Jiming adjusted his glasses. But what? Qin Yijuan hurriedly asked. I used to study in Country M, and the research institute I was in was doing research in this area. After all, I was also an expert in this area. At that time, the research institute developed a medicine. Although it couldn't cure the old master's illness, it could remove half of his cancer cells. Although it would still spread in the future, it might give him more than half a year. Qin Yijuan's beautiful eyes lit up. Can it? Can it really? Lu Jiming nodded. It can. We've already done a few clinical trials. This was the beginning of his plan. For a girl full of guilt, longing, and filial piety, when she heard this kind of news, she would probably do anything to get it, right? Then why don't you use it? Qin Yijuan asked. It's not that I don't use it, it's that I can't use it. That's the result of my teacher's research and development. Without permission, it can't be used. Moreover, the research and development has already stopped. After all, it doesn't have a real healing effect, so there's actually not much reliance. As far as I know, there might only be one left in the research institute. I'll pay however much it is. It meant a lot to Qin Yijuan. Because she had been working during this period of time, she didn't have much time to accompany her grandfather. Then, such a thing happened. She hoped to be able to accompany him more. Sigh. This is actually not a matter of money. This matter isn't that easy. Lu Jiming began to show a troubled expression. Then what do you need? Qin Yijuan hurriedly asked. This matter is very important. It's not as easy as you think. There are many things that need to be done. I can only do my best. Why don't we go out for a meal after work tonight and have a good chat about this matter? Qin Yijuan hurriedly nodded. Okay, no problem. Doctor, I'll leave it to you. Miss Qin, please don't tell anyone about this matter, not even your father. If something goes wrong, I understand. Qin Yijuan nodded. Okay, then I'll pick Miss Qin up after work. Lu Jiming said. Okay, I'll have to trouble you, doctor. To Lu Jiming, when the time came, he would first go for a meal and then give a small hint. Today was just a hint, and then they would have a meal together tomorrow. When the time came, he would make a call and find a friend to cooperate. He would say that this was absolutely impossible and make Qin Yijuan despair first, then, he would confess to her. At the same time, he would intentionally or unintentionally tell her that that person was his teacher. If the seriously ill person was his future father-in-law's father, he might help. Presumably, she would agree. As for the medicine, he did have it. It was developed by him. It could indeed allow people to live for a period of time, 2 or 3 months. However, it was also harmful, so it could not pass the examination of the General Administration of Medicine. But it was fine as long as others did not know. At this moment, Qin Yuan walked over with a few people. Lu Jiming looked over and his eyes suddenly lit up. What day was it today? Why were there so many top-notch beauties one after another? Chapter 1482. Mu Hao, Zhang Ting, Lin Xian, and Mu Feifei followed Qin Yuan. The beautiful women Lu Jiming saw were Mu Feifei and Zhang Ting. However, he recognized them. They were from the Mu family. They often appeared on TV. Why are you here today? Qin Yuan asked. We came to see old Master Qin. How is he? Mu Hao said. Sigh. Qin Yuan shook his head. Mu Haoran glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was whispering to his sister-in-law. No, to be precise, it was his sister-in-law whispering to Lin Xian. Don't worry, it will be fine. Mu Hao said. How can it be fine? The doctor said that it will be less than 3 months. Mu Haoran then said, actually, I came here this time to bring a little magic doctor to treat old Master Qin. Ha! Qin Yuan frowned and looked at Mu Hao in confusion. This is Lin Xian, my son-in-law. Qin Yuan glanced at Lin Xian. He felt that this person was ordinary. Since he was the son-in-law of the Mu family, he should not be simple. Wait, what did he say? Treat. Hello, Uncle Qin. Lin Xian reached out his hand. Qin Yuan stared at Lin Xian and then reached out to shake Lin Xian's hand. You said, treat. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I can go in and take a look. I should be able to treat old Master Qin. Qin Yuan was speechless. Little brother, you can't say such things. This is the late stage of cancer. It can't be cured. The whole world can't. Lin Xian said, I have a way. Qin Yuan was speechless. What? Qin Yuan looked at Mu Hao. I know it's hard for you to believe. Give it a try. There's still hope. He may be talking nonsense, but I can't accompany him here to fool around, right? Mu Hao said. Zhang Ting also said, Brother Mu, give it a try. Qin Yuan took a deep breath. He felt dizzy. What on earth was going on? Could it be that he was still dreaming? Then he looked at Lin Xian. All right. Lin Xian and the others then walked to the door of the ward. At the door, Lu Jiming and Qin Yijuan were still chatting. Sister Junjun. Mu Feifei shouted. Qin Yijuan looked at Mu Feifei and the others and nodded. Uncle Mu, Aunt Zhang. This girl, look at how badly she's crying. Zhang Ting sighed and handed over a tissue. It's nothing. I just feel a little guilty. Qin Yijuan said. She then saw Lin Xian and frowned. Why was he here? Why did he come with the Mu family? Lin Xian also saw the beautiful woman, Qin Yijuan. It can't be, right? What a coincidence. Old Master Qin was actually Qin Yijuan's grandfather. Fuck. Lin Xian, do you need any medical support? Qin Yuan asked Lin Xian. He didn't know anything about Lin Xian, but he believed that Mu Hao and his wife wouldn't come here to mess around. No matter how incredible it was, he was willing to believe in Mu Hao and his wife. They grew up together and were brothers. Later on, Qin Yuan inherited Qin Jiangwo's will and became a soldier that Qin Jiangwo liked. Mu Hao, on the other hand, continued to do business for generations. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I'll go in and try. Okay. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Jiming saw Lin Xian was about to push the door and said quickly. I'm going to treat the illness. Lin Xian said. Treat the illness? Who are you? Mr. Qin, who is he? You let him come here to treat the illness. It's already in the late stage. There's no cure. You're letting someone else try. It's simply killing him. Lu Jiming said quickly. Qin Yijuan was confused. What was going on? Qin Yuan frowned. I'm just going to try. Qin Yuan said. No, I'm old Master Qin's doctor. Please show me your doctor's certificate. Lu Jiming looked at Lin Xian and extended his hand. I don't have any certificate. I'm just going in to save someone. If your hospital can't save him, I can treat him. Lin Xian said calmly. Ha ha ha, Lu Jiming laughed out loud. Mr. Qin, are you sure? Isn't this a lunatic? What's going on? At this moment, a few old men walked over. Director, there's someone here who says he can treat old Master Qin. Lu Jiming pointed at Lin Xian and said. Nonsense. Who are you? This is nonsense. How can this kind of place allow someone like him to mess around? Chase him out. The surrounding doctors were furious. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I say, whether I mess around or not has nothing to do with you, right? The patient's family has already agreed. What right do you have to disagree? Mr. Qin, you're ruining old Master Qin's life. This kid is only in his early 20s. Why do you believe him? The director looked at Qin Yuan and hurriedly said. Qin Yijuan understood now. This Lin Xian. He was here to treat her grandfather. Moreover, he could treat her grandfather. This was something she could deduce from the conversation she overheard. Lunatic. This lunatic. Crazy. However, why did her father think that he could? Qin Yijuan did not understand. Kid, you're not even a doctor. How dare you say such things? You're a lunatic. Lu Jiming pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. I'm a doctor. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It's just that I don't have a certificate. Nonsense. More and more doctors gathered around. Uncle Qin, what do you think? Lin Xian asked Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan took a deep breath. Go and try. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you for your trust, Uncle Qin. Then, Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked in. Right, no one can enter without my permission. Bang, then, Lin Xian closed the door. Mr. Qin, you're really muddle-headed. Lu Jiming gritted his teeth and said. Fuck. If someone messed around and hastened the old master's death, then his medicine might be useless. How was Qin Yijuan going to play then? I'll take responsibility for this. Qin Yuan said calmly. Sigh, nonsense. You're really messing around. The director also sighed. Qin Yuan did not believe in Lin Xian. He believed in Mu Hao, who grew up with him. Dad, what's the matter? Qin Yijuan walked over and asked with a frown. Your Uncle Mu said that he can treat it. That's not necessarily true. He only said that he can try. Humph. Lu Jiming snorted and said, Mr. Qin, he has the right to say that anyone in this world can try. Then what? Just give it a try. You're simply messing around. Qin Yuan said, I'll take responsibility. Sigh. Lu Jiming clenched his fists tightly. He only hoped that the person inside would not let anything happen to old Master Qin. Otherwise, he would not even be able to pursue Qin Yijuan. Despicable guy. Qin Yijuan frowned. He could treat it. Was he crazy? He did not even have the money to buy a phone. Chapter 1483. In the room, Lin Xian was performing acupuncture on old Master Qin. Of course, the people outside saw it too. Did you see that? He's performing acupuncture. Idiot, he's an idiot. Does he think that he can cure cancer with just a few needles of Chinese medicine? Lu Jiming said coldly with disdain. Everyone shook their heads when they saw that. Qin Yijuan frowned. Where did her father find him? Why did he trust him? Young man, Qin Jiangwo looked at Lin Xian and allowed Lin Xian to perform acupuncture. What's the matter, old Master Qin? You're Junjun's, cough, boyfriend. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes, she's the one who chased me. Good, Qin Jiangwo nodded with satisfaction. It's a pity. I won't be able to see you two get married. I won't be able to hold my grandson. Qin Jiangwo's eyes dimmed. Lin Xian smiled. Old Master Qin, you can still see such a small thing. I'm here to treat your illness. Ha, young man, you don't have to comfort me. Right, what's your name? Lin Xian. Not bad, then I might be able to give my granddaughter a name in advance. Qin Jiangwo's face was flushed red. Lin Xian smiled. Old Master Qin, take this pill. Qin Jiangwo paused and widened his eyes. Pill? You're talking about pills. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and nodded. So old Master Qin knows about the world of martial artists. Qin Jiangwo nodded. Of course I know. Xiao Xian, you're a martial artist. Lin Xian nodded. You can say so. You must be. You even took out a pill. You can only be a martial artist. Qin Jiangwo looked at Lin Xian with approval. He took the pill and swallowed it. There was no hesitation. This pill was probably useless, but it could definitely help him hold on for a while. This was a medicinal pill. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, he instantly felt a warm current flowing through his entire body. The pain and heaviness in his body disappeared in an instant. Old Master Qin, you've recovered. Lin Xian replied. What? This pill of yours. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, my pill can cure your illness, old Master Qin. Qin Jiangwo, to be honest, if it was someone else, he wouldn't believe it. But if it was a martial artist, if it was a medicinal pill, he felt that he could believe it. After all, he knew that in this world, warriors were very powerful existences. He had also come into contact with warriors. He even had an old friend who was a warrior. He had also tried to seek help from his old friend. It was just that his old friend's exposure to this world was too small, so he couldn't find the so-called medicinal pill. Really, Qin Jiangwo was shocked and pleasantly surprised. Lin Xian nodded. Didn't old Master Qin feel that his body has recovered its strength? The pain should also be gone, right? Qin Jiangwo felt it and nodded. Then, he directly took off the ventilator. Everyone outside was dumbfounded. Quick! Put it on. Quickly go in. Lu Jiming shouted loudly. He actually asked old Master Qin to take off the ventilator. This is nonsense. Nonsense. The dean couldn't help but slap his thigh. Quickly go in and ask old Master Qin to put on the ventilator. Stop right there. Qin Yuan shouted. Then, Lu Jiming stopped in his tracks. Mr. Qin, without his orders, you can't go in. Qin Yuan said. Sigh. Lu Jiming sighed. Qin Jiangwo felt his body. It had been a long time since he felt so relaxed. This Lin Xian was definitely not simple. Wait, this Lin Xian, at such a young age, actually took it out. Wait. Xiao Xian, don't tell me you're from the Lin family. Lin Xian shook his head. No. You're not. Lin Xian knew what the Lin family Qin Jiangwo was talking about was. There were 4 top ancient martial arts families on Earth. Dongfang Shui's Dongfang family was one of them, and so was the Xianyuan family. Under these 4 top ancient martial arts families, there were 8 other ancient martial arts families, and the Lin family was one of them. Of course, this was only known to martial artists who had come into contact with ancient martial arts families. Ordinary people only knew that the so-called Lin group was actually an ancient martial arts family. Lin Xian didn't have much of a background. His parents had died in a car accident caused by the Xianyuan family. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Xianyuan family weren't done yet. He had to go to the Xianyuan family. However, before that, he had to increase his strength. If he wanted to do that, he could only do so by completing missions. Qin Jiangwo sat up tentatively. He discovered that there was really nothing wrong with his body. He was as relaxed as a normal person. He had really recovered. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xian, thank you, ha ha ha. Qin Jiangwo smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. The people outside were stunned by this scene. Dad! Grandpa! Although Lin Xian hadn't allowed them to come in, they had no choice but to come in. Click, the door to the ward opened and they ran in. Father, you've... Qin Yuan stared with wide eyes at Qin Jiangwo, whose complexion had already recovered. I'm fine now. This grandson-in-law of mine is really capable. Grandson-in-law. Qin Yuan noticed this name, but Qin Yijuan didn't care at all. She cried and ran over. Grandpa. Oh, my good granddaughter. Qin Jiangwo smiled and patted Qin Yijuan's back. This. Lu Jiming, the director, and the other experts all stared with wide eyes. How could this be? How did he suddenly become so lively? Is this the final radiance of the setting sun? Old Master Qin, your illness, the director walked over. I'm fine now. Impossible. The director shook his head. That's impossible. This kid must have used some stimulant drug to make his body energize for a short period of time. This is extremely inadvisable. I said, I'm fine now. Qin Jiangwo said again. Old Master Qin, we're doing this for your own good. Dad, go and have a checkup. Qin Yuan said. Grandpa, have a checkup. Qin Yijuan looked up with tears in her eyes. Okay. Whatever my granddaughter says. Qin Jiangwo said with a smile. Qin Yuan. His son really didn't have any face. Mu Hao felt that there was absolutely no problem. This. Lin Xian was really too amazing. Qin Jiangwo was brought over for a checkup. If anything happens, you'll go to jail. Lu Jiming pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. Xiao Xian, did my father just call you grandson-in-law? Qin Yuan asked. Qin Yijuan. Chapter 1484. When Lin Xian heard Qin Yuan's words, he couldn't help but sigh. Old Master Qin insisted that I be his grandson-in-law. If I refused, I was afraid that Old Master Qin would be sad. If I didn't, I would feel wronged. In the end, between myself and an old man, I chose to feel wronged. Qin Yijuan. Lin Xian, my grandfather. Qin Yijuan's beautiful eyes were still red. She looked at Lin Xian and asked. She didn't know. She didn't know anything. She had investigated Lin Xian, but she couldn't find anything useful. There were too many mysteries. She really didn't understand why her father would find this Lin Xian and let him treat her grandfather's terminal illness. However, the most unbelievable thing was that after Lin Xian went in, her grandfather even took the initiative to remove the ventilator. Moreover, his body seemed to be healthy again. This was something she couldn't understand at all. However, her grandfather's doctor said that he might have given her grandfather some stimulant drug. She didn't know, she didn't understand. She didn't know who to believe. One was someone her father brought, and the other was common knowledge that the whole world knew. She didn't know what to do. Our grandfather is fine. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Qin Yijuan. It was said that people's hearts were soft. That was for sure. This policewoman was very fierce, but in this situation, she still cried like a child. To be honest, Lin Xian still knew that she was indeed a kind girl. She was very beautiful. Anyway, it wasn't a loss. Pfft, Lu Ximing sneered. Fine. When the test results are out, you can just wait to go to jail. It was impossible for him to believe that an old man with terminal cancer who was already at the end of his life could be cured by a few acupuncture needles in just 10 minutes. This was definitely not in line with science and modern technology. Unless this world was crazy. He really didn't understand. If this Qin Yijuan believed him, he could still understand. Why would this Qin family's patriarch, Qin Yuan, believe him? And the head of the Mu family also came. That person obviously used stimulants. If he used it, he could temporarily make old Master Qin look like he was fine, but the damage to his body would be doubled. Of course, he wouldn't dare to use it because he would definitely be found out. Lin Xian glanced at that person but did not speak. He was too lazy to speak. I'm going for a smoke. Lin Xian walked to the smoking area of the hospital. You guys keep an eye on him. He might want to escape. At this moment, Qin Yuan was a little flustered. Could it be that he smoked to escape? He wasn't sure. He believed in his brother, but what if his brother was also deceived? After all, to be honest, this matter was hard for anyone to accept and believe. Mu Hao nodded at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan sighed and didn't care anymore. Hey! Qin Yijuan found Lin Xian and walked over after greeting him. Yo, does your Nai have a bruise? Lin Xian smiled and asked. Qin Yijuan. Bastard! She gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. But to her now, this was not important at the moment. Lin Xian, I don't know you well, but I want to hear the truth. My grandfather's illness. 10,000 words of truth won't be as convincing as a medical report, right? Lin Xian smiled and said. Qin Yijuan didn't speak. Qin Yijuan leaned against the window on the 5th floor and looked into the distance. Then, she asked Lin Xian, who was beside her, what exactly is your fever? Sister, you're still asking. Qin Yijuan said, I found something very interesting. What? Lin Xian looked at her. Back then, the person who reported that someone fell to his death was actually a servant from the Xianyuan family. This is quite interesting. Did the Xianyuan family's servant report the case under the Xianyuan family's orders? Lin Xian pinched her butt. You! She gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. If this wasn't the hospital, and if her father wasn't nearby, she would really have hit him. This person, how could he be so daring? Wasn't he afraid of her identity? To put it simply, she was the captain of the criminal investigation team. To put it simply, she was from the family of the founding fathers of the country. He knew that. But Qi Nijuan found some information about Lin Xian. Plus, her grandfather did seem to be fine just now. This made her choose to believe that this Lin Xian had a way to save her grandfather. The Xianyuan family was one of the top families in the country. The current top earner was a member of the Xianyuan family. That was how exaggerated it was. And if the Xianyuan family wanted to kill Lin Xian back then, that meant that Lin Xian definitely had an extraordinary identity. Your nai is still the most fun. Lin Xian grinned at her. Will my grandfather be fine? Qi Nijuan asked. Sister, won't we know when the medical report is out? Lin Xian touched his forehead. I want to hear it from you. Qi Nijuan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful red eyes. He's already fine, Lin Xian said. Oh. Qi Nijuan, thank you. You believe it? I believe it for no reason. What if it's fake? Then I'll kill you even if I have to go to jail. Lin Xian. How do you know my father? Qi Nijuan took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears and asked, I don't know him. I just got to know him. Qi Nijuan was confused. Then why is my father willing to believe you? Maybe it's because I know Uncle Mu. Nonsense. You met Qinya and she already treated you like a kidnapper. How could you know Uncle Mu? Based on her understanding, this should be the effect of knowing someone for a long time. I'm not talking to you anymore. Either get on the bed or stop talking nonsense. Lin Xian then walked out. Where are you going? Either get on the bed or stop talking nonsense. Qi Nijuan frowned as she watched Lin Xian leave the hospital. Did he run away or what? She didn't know. Director, that kid ran away. A nurse ran to Lu Jiming and shouted. What? Lu Jiming shouted, then hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, is there anything to be suspicious about? Lu Jiming frowned. Didn't his daughter go over? How could he let him run away? At this moment, Qi Nijuan walked over. Miss Qin, I suggest that we arrest him directly, Lu Jiming said. Arrest him for what? Director, the medical report is out. The hospital director hurriedly said. What's the result? Another nurse took a look and said, the cancer cells are gone. His body functions are normal. Everyone. Chapter 1485. To be honest, it was really shocking. It wasn't just Qi Nijuan, even Qin Yuan's heart was pounding. However, when he heard the result, he was shocked and excited. How is that possible? How is that possible? Lu Jiming, the hospital specialists, the director, and the deputy director all stared at the report with wide eyes. There's no mistake, right? No, we were also very surprised at first and specially did 2 checkups. The results were exactly the same. Director, old Master Qin's body was clearly so weak just now. What happened? Why is he fine? It's fine that the cancer cells are gone, but his other body functions have returned to normal and he's very energetic, the nurse asked, puzzled. Gasp. The few of them gasped. Godly doctor, godly doctor. The director shouted in shock. Then, he looked at Qin Yuan and said, Mr. Qin, I apologize for being blind. That young man just now. Do you know him? If it's possible, he can even change the entire world. If his treatment method can be spread, then millions of cancer patients will be cured. He knew too well how scary this matter was. The whole world would pay attention to it. He didn't expect that person to give him anything. If that person could be in their hospital in name, then. Qin Yuan smiled and shook his head. Qin Yijuan was completely stunned on the spot. I told you, I'm fine now. Qin Jiangwo walked over. Grandpa. Qin Yijuan rushed over. Oh, my good granddaughter. Qin Jiangwo smiled and hugged Qin Yijuan. Whoa. This time, Qin Yijuan cried because she was too emotional. Everyone knew that this was a terminal illness. But in a desperate situation, Lin Xian actually cured her grandfather. Don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa is fine now, isn't he? Where's Xiao Xian? Qin Jiangwo glanced at him. I think he left, Qin Yuan said. Bastard. Qin Jiangwo scolded. You haven't thanked him, how could he leave? How do you contact him? Qin Yuan lowered his head and shook it. Trash. You. Qin Jiangwo pointed at Qin Yuan, trembling in anger. Dad, Mu Hao knows him, Qin Yuan wiped his forehead and said quickly. How? You know Xiao Xian? Mu Hao nodded proudly. Yes, he's the son-in-law of the Mu family. Qin Jiangwo. Good. It's definitely a blessing for the Mu family to have such a son-in-law. Qin Jiangwo nodded and praised, that's also Qingya's luck. Mu Hao nodded. Indeed. Qin Yijuan felt that there was something fishy going on here. Oh right, Mu Qingya looking for a fake boyfriend and she found Lin Xiaoxian. Qin says real, no problem, Qin Jiangwo's Qin Jiangwo, Qin Yuan's Qin, T the Qin Jiangwo, T of course, he knew that old Master Qin wanted to have a chat with Lin Xian. Then, they walked away while chatting and laughing, leaving behind a group of stunned doctors. Qin Yijuan really felt that she had to get in touch with this Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was simply too mysterious. So strange, this person was full of mysteries. At this moment, Lin Xian arrived outside the Mu Group's building. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the huge Mu Group. It's really not small. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Why did he come here? He came here to kiss his baby Qingya and check on the progress of the projects he was going to do. After all, Lin Xian's mission to earn 100 billion depended on this. Lin Xian had to finish it as soon as possible and reach the mysterious heaven realm. As long as he reached the mysterious heaven realm, he would have spiritual power. Then, Lin Xian would be able to use laws and domains. These laws and domains might be very difficult for Earth's martial artists to master, so Lin Xian might be invincible. Lin Xian then walked over. Captain, this is today's lunch. At the entrance of the Mu Group, a young man in his early 20s wearing a security uniform ran over and handed a packed meal to a middle-aged man. I said to bring the meal over at 11 o'clock. What time is it now? It's already 11:20 o'clock. The security captain took the packed meal and scolded, then walked away. Crack, the man clenched his fists and wiped his eyes. Life was not easy. Not only did he have to pay for lunch every day, but he also had to be reprimanded like this. If it was in the past, he would have resigned long ago. But although it was easy to find a job as a security guard, the benefits of working as a security guard in the Mu Group were really good. Other security guards normally earn 3,000 yuan a month, but the security guards in the Mu Group could earn 6,000 yuan a month. There was also the cafeteria. Other than the cafeteria, he had to swipe his card to order food, but it was not expensive. It only cost 8 or 10 yuan. there was also meat. He was reluctant to leave this job because after graduating from junior high school, what other job could he find? The salary at the construction site might be higher, but... Sigh. Zhang Yang sighed, then put on the security hat and stood there. Lin Xian walked over. Sorry, idle people are not allowed to enter. Zhang Yang stopped Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at him, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was still holding back the tears of being beaten up by society. When he heard this, he paid special attention to Lin Xian. Lin Xian. His eyes widened. Although they looked like 3 years later, but he recognized him. Fuck. Lin Xian. It's really you. Zhang Yang's eyes widened, and then he gave Lin Xian a bear hug. Lin Xian also did not expect to meet Zhang Yang here. When he came to Earth, he also wanted to find Zhang Yang, but he did not expect to meet him here. Fuck. Lin Xian, aren't you fucking dead? Zhang Yang let go of Lin Xian, and then touched Lin Xian's face. A few girls who had just entered the company passed by. When they saw this scene, they all shuddered. Pervert. They quickly ran in. Fuck. How could I be dead? Fake news, it's all fake news. Ha ha ha, as long as you're fine, then why didn't you fucking look for me? It's been 3 years, and you always found me to play a few games. I really thought you were dead. Zhang Yang laughed. Something came up. You, on the other hand, after 3 years, you've become a bastard. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Zhang Yang. Sigh. Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. You know, I don't have much ability other than playing. I want to find a good job, but the salary is not high. Fortunately, this job is okay, the young master pays well. Let's go, I'll help you get a promotion and a raise. Let's not do this. Lin Xian laughed and hugged his shoulder. Chapter 1486. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. Lin Xian helped him get a promotion and a raise. Brother, are you okay? Zhang Yang touched Lin Xian's forehead. He did not know what Lin Xian had been doing for the past 3 years, but he was sure that he was not in the Mu group. If he was not in the Mu group, he would not have gotten a promotion and a raise. Lin Xian took his hand away. What the fuck? Let me ask you, do you still want to do what you wanted to do in the past? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Zhang Yang. Lin Xian was really happy to see Zhang Yang. What I wanted to do in the past, you mean, to be a boss? Zhang Yang smiled helplessly. Sigh, I was young when I was young. I thought I could be a boss no matter what, collecting money every day, playing everywhere, wandering everywhere. But when I stepped into society, sigh. I realized that it was a luxury to want to earn more. Lin Xian put his arm around his shoulder and smiled. Let's go, brother, fulfill your dream. You. Zhang Yang looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, don't tell me you've made a meteoric rise in the past 3 years. It doesn't look like it. Zhang Yang tidied up Lin Xian's clothes. What brand is this? Random brand. Do you trust me? Fuck. You're the person I trust the most other than my family. Especially after I stepped into society, I realized what kind of people I've been with in society. Zhang Yang sighed. Then let's go. Okay. Here. Zhang Yang handed Lin Xian a cigarette. The two smoked and walked inside with their arms around each other's shoulders. Fuck. Zhang Yang, what are you doing? Did you leave your post without permission? I'll deduct 600 yuan this month. The captain sat there eating and saw Zhang Yang walk past him. He stood up and pointed at Zhang Yang while cursing. Fuck. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth but did not dare to say anything. Lin Xian glanced at him. Wang Meng walked over. Who are you? Do you have an appointment? You can't enter without an appointment. Lin Xian shook his head. No. No. Zhang Yang, what the fuck are you looking at? Get back to your post. Ka ka ka, Zhang Yang clenched his fist tightly. Understood, Captain. Lin Xian looked up at the huge building in front of him and said, Wait, let me make a call. Make the call outside. Lin Xian walked back with Zhang Yang, and Lin Xian dialed Mu Qingya's number. Wife, why don't you come down and pick me up? I can't go in. Mu Qingya was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. Wife? Bastard. All right, I'll be right there. Zhang Yang looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Fuck. Lin Xian, you're married. Motherfucker, you didn't even look for me when you got married. Zhang Yang punched Lin Xian's chest. Not yet. She's just my girlfriend. Lin Xian smiled. Oh, then you must look for me when you get married. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Don't worry. So you're friends. Wang Meng walked over and smiled disdainfully. Who the hell was this Zhang Yang? That was to say, the friends around him were not worth shit at all. Looking for a girlfriend. It was simple. He probably had a female employee in the Mu group who was his girlfriend. Zhang Yang did not feel sad about the deduction of 600 yuan because he met Lin Xian. He thought it was good to spend 600 yuan to meet Lin Xian. Wang Meng smiled disdainfully and then walked away. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of trash. Lin Xian glanced at him and then asked Zhang Yang, Is this the security captain? Zhang Yang nodded. How much is his monthly salary? The security captain's monthly salary is 20,000 yuan. The Mu group has the best treatment in this regard. He's usually very fierce and deducts my salary when he has nothing to do. I'm the one who gives him lunch every day and he has never given me any money. But I have no choice. After all, I don't have a degree. It's not easy to find a job that pays 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month. Zhang Yang sighed and looked at Lin Xian. What have you been doing for the past 3 years? I've been relying on women to survive. Fuck. Are you a prostitute? Lin Xian, fuck off. Lin Xian smiled and rolled his eyes. Let's go and have a drink later. I still have work to do. Let's do it tonight. Lin Xian smiled. If I say you can, then you can. Zhang Yang scratched his head. At this time, a very beautiful girl in a white shirt, black business suit, and a tight skirt walked out of the building. Hey, that's the boss of our group. She's also a very famous beauty in Jiangnan City. She has pursuers all over the country. She's here today. Zhang Yang looked at Mu Qingya from afar. Didn't she come out before? Zhang Yang shook his head. I saw her occasionally. But I only saw her driving by. I rarely saw her come out like this. Boss Mu. Wang Meng hurried over and bowed. Mu Qingya came to Lin Xian and Zhang Yang, looking at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. "Honey, let me in." Lin Xian grinned at Mu Qingya. "Mu Qingya, hoof, Zhangyang. Come with me." Mu Qingya said. "Wang Meng. Okay. Let's go." Lin Xian led the confused Zhangyang into the room. "Lin Xian, Lin Xian smiled. "She's my wife." "Zhangyang. What the fuck?" Lin Xian led Zhangyang to Mu Qingya and smiled. "Qingya, he's my friend." Mu Qingya glanced at Zhangyang. "I remember you. You've been here for 2 years, right?" Zhangyang swallowed his saliva and nodded. "Little Qingya, when the time comes, let him keep an eye on my beauty project." Mu Qingya nodded slightly and walked forward. "It's up to you." "Zhangyang." Lin Xian looked at Zhangyang with a smile and said, "When the time comes, you will be the general manager. I will ask her to give you the shares. As for the security captain just now, you can do whatever you want. However, you cannot mess with the company's affairs." Zhangyang swallowed his saliva. Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry. It's not a big deal." "What the fuck? Lin Xian, you're so awesome." Zhangyang was so excited. They walked into the building together. In the beautiful hall, Mu Qingya sat there drinking coffee. "President Mu. President Mu." Some passers-by saluted. Lin Xian led Zhangyang to sit in front of her. "President Mu." Mu Qingya's assistant handed her some documents. Mu Qingya took out a few sheets. "Fill in this information. After filling it out, there's a general manager's office on the 25th floor. You can go there for the time being. I'll arrange a secretary for you. I'll hand over the rest of the work to you later." Zhangyang looked at Lin Xian and said, "Lin Xian, this is too big. I don't have the ability. I'll just be the security captain. I'm satisfied." Chapter 1487. Zhangyang was really shocked. He had not seen Lin Xian for 3 years. How did he become such a powerful person when he came back? His previous dream had come true, while he himself was still a small security guard with no achievements. Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder and said, "I believe in you." Zhangyang looked at Lin Xian excitedly. "Lin Xian, thank you. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do." In fact, there was another reason why he was reluctant to give up this job. His father had an accident at the construction site, and now he was the only pillar of the family. "Go ahead. Let's have lunch and drink together later." "Okay." Zhangyang filled in the information and was then taken upstairs by Mu Qingya's beautiful assistant. The position of general manager is indeed a bit too high. He has no diploma, no experience, and knows nothing. Mu Qingya stirred the coffee and looked at Lin Xian. "He's my brother." "I know. That's why I agreed." After all, the project Lin Xian wanted to do was under the name of Mu Group. The money that could be made from this project was unimaginable. In fact, it was not a big deal to just pay him a salary. "Don't worry about him. He's a good person. You know better than me in this regard." "I haven't seen him for several years." Mu Qingya nodded. Many people were passing by and looking at them curiously. "Hey, who's the person opposite President Mu?" "I don't know. He doesn't look special. But do you know? President Mu just went out to pick him up personally. Is he a business partner? No, he's not. President Mu didn't greet the top 500 companies in the past. He also waited in the office. Did you notice? President Mu's assistant just took the security guard upstairs. What's she doing? Sure, I know. That man is President Mu's boyfriend. What? It's true. When I came in, I saw President Mu pick him up. I wanted to call her President Mu, but I suddenly heard the man call her his wife. I was stunned. Damn. Is this for real? It seems that this man may look ordinary, but he might not be that simple. Honey, do you want to have dinner with me tonight? Lin Xian reached out his hand with a smile and put it on Mu Qingya's slender hand on the table. Fuck. Look. There's nothing to be suspicious about now, my god. This man is not handsome, why did Chairman Mu choose him? It's quite strange. Hey, what do you think the young master of the Lin family will do if he knows about this? The young master of the Lin family they were talking about was the young master of the Lin family, an ancient martial arts family. He was also Mu Qingya's #1 pursuer. Ordinary people might only know that the Lin family's business was ranked in the top 50 of the world's top 500, but those who were knowledgeable also knew that the Lin family was an hidden ancient martial arts family. What everyone saw was the superficial Lin family, but it was not the real Lin family. Mu Qingya was about to withdraw her hand unhappily. Xiao Qingya, if you pull your hand back and someone sees it, and if it reaches Uncle Mu's ears, Lin Xian smirked. You! Mu Qingya gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Ha! Mu Qingya pulled her hand back and stirred the coffee. There was nothing wrong with this, right? A batch of the materials you requested has arrived. The factory has also been vacated. I've also vacated the employees. They're all waiting. I've also spent several times the market salary to poach them over. They're just waiting for you. When can we start? Lin Xian said, tomorrow. Get everything ready today, and I'll go to the factory tomorrow. The formula won't be leaked, right? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian said, don't worry, it's not that easy. Okay, is there anything else? Mu Qingya asked. Yes, I want to see my wife at work. Mu Qingya shook her head, got up and walked upstairs, and Lin Xian followed her happily. Then they came to Mu Qingya's office. There was nothing special about the office. It was very formal, except for the smell of her perfume. President Mu. The girl with big eyes who looked to be in her early 20s greeted him. Is it ready? The assistant nodded. It's ready. The rest is up to President Mu. Also, as the new general manager, we need to hold a board meeting to announce it. The Mu family owned more than 70% of the shares of the Mu Group. Therefore, the general manager was usually arranged by the board of directors, but because the Mu family owned too much of the shares, they could make the decision directly. No, just make an announcement in the company. I have other things to do now. You can leave now. Yes. She glanced at Lin Xian and walked out. Qingya, I'll be living in your house from now on. I hope you have a good room. Mu Qingya. She looked up at Lin Xian. I've talked to Uncle Mu. Anyway, I don't have a place to live now. Uncle Mu will let me live in your house and sleep with you. Mu Qingya. Damn it. Lin Xian, you. I didn't suggest it. I swear. Lin Xian raised his hand. Phew, Mu Qingya took a deep breath. What should she do? She found someone to pretend to be her boyfriend and now they were living together. Living together was fine, but living in the same room? She was dumbfounded. By the way, I'll find a way to cure your heart disease and Uncle Moo's heart disease during this period of time. I can cure both of you. Mu Qingya was shocked. Have you done with the cancer treatment this morning? Lin Xian nodded. It's done. Mu Qingya still found it hard to accept. This was completely beyond her understanding. Thank you. How do you want to thank me? Don't you have to agree to be my girlfriend? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You can ask Fei Fei. She's playful and pretty. If she's interested in you, she's a good choice. Mu Qingya used her sister as a shield. She can't. She's not as good as you. Lin Xian walked over and put his hand on her leg. Mu Qingya's body suddenly trembled. Don't go too far. She quickly moved her leg to the side. Tut, tut, tut. Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at her. She was so beautiful. Lin Xian needed something to cure her heart disease. It happened that he didn't have it on Earth. However, Lin Xian might have to go through some ancient martial arts families to get it. At this moment, the beautiful assistant knocked on the door and walked in. President Mu, President Lin is here. Mu Qingya frowned. Chapter 1488. Mr. Lin was Mu Qingya's #1 pursuer, the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Tian. This Lin Tian should be considered as one of the most outstanding people on Earth. He had an impressive background and was even a warrior from a top ancient martial arts family. For him, there was no woman who was not good enough for him, except for those who might be more powerful than the Lin family. Mu Qingya was very beautiful, especially her aura. She was in control of a billion-dollar corporation in her 20s, which was built by her. Before she took over the Mu family, the Mu family's assets were only 1 billion. This kind of woman was Lin Tian's favorite. Lin Tian. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked over. It's okay. You can leave for a while. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian and said. Why should I leave? You are my wife. Why should I leave? The mouth of the pretty assistant beside her was wide open. No way. Is he really President Mu's boyfriend? Lin Tian's identity is not ordinary. I'll just send him away. Mu Qingya stood up. She ignored the way Lin Xian called her. Let's go together. Lin Xian put his arm around Mu Qingya's waist. The assistant next to her opened her mouth. Well, she had nothing to doubt. You. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth and tried to take Lin Xian's hand away. Even though he was holding her, his hand was still touching her. President Mu, I'll leave first. The assistant ran away with her head down. Let go of me. Mu Qingya was speechless. Say, you can't get angry at this Lin Xian. You really want to slap him, no, not just once. But you can't bring yourself to do it. No. The Lin family is very powerful. I can send him away. If you show up, it will be a different matter. It may be dangerous. Lin Xian looked at her and said, What? Do you want to keep the fact that you have a boyfriend a secret? And then you can hook up with other rich men. Bah, scum. Mu Qingya. Firstly, we're not in a relationship. Secondly, it's none of your business whether I hook up with rich guys or not. Thirdly, I'm not a scumbag. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and said, First, you're my girlfriend. Since we're sleeping together, I'll sleep in your room every day. Second, Uncle Mu has already acknowledged me as his son-in-law. Third, you're a scumbag. Mu Qingya, Hudachi took a deep breath. Lin Xian was infuriating her. Then don't cause trouble. He's very powerful and can easily destroy the Mu group. Mu Qingye said. You're talking about capital. Yes, and more than that. Lin Xian smiled and said, then when my stuff goes on sale, do you think we can crush them in terms of capital, or do you think they can crush us? The former. Then what are you afraid of? That's your money. Mu Qingye said lightly. You're my wife. What's mine is yours. I'm not. Lin Xian sat on the chair and patted his leg. Sit down. Are you crazy? Hurry up. Lin Xian patted his leg again. Mu Qingye straightened her clothes, ignored Lin Xian, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Lin Xian reached out his hand and pulled her onto his lap, hugging her tightly. Lin Xian, you. Sure. I'm coming. Click. At this time, someone knocked on the office door and opened it. A man in a suit and holding a bouquet of expensive flowers walked over with Mu Qingye's assistant, chatting and laughing. Ha ha ha, you're right. Your CEO Mu's personality is indeed like that. So, I'm willing to spend more time and energy to pursue her. I'm willing to invest all my feelings, as long as she can feel my sincerity. Lin Tian hadn't finished speaking when his pupils suddenly constricted. A man was sitting on Mu Qingye's chair and Mu Qingye was sitting on his lap. He couldn't see Mu Qingye's expression because Mu Qingye's back was to him, but he could see that the two were kissing. Fuck you. In that instant, his mind exploded. Mu Qingye, this is Mu Qingye. You can say that she is ordinary, but she is not ordinary at all. Her appearance, her ability, even his father praised Mu Qingye's ability. Ever since her appearance at the press conference, she has become popular all over the country. She has countless admirers and was even called the most beautiful CEO in history. Not to mention Lin Tian, even the other top families have admirers of her. So Lin Tian thought that he must get Mu Qingye as soon as possible. However, such a woman was actually kissing an unknown man in the office. If I came over later, would you guys be able to do something at the desk? But, why? Mu Qingye was upset. Her first kiss was gone. It was gone. She pushed Lin Xian away and hurriedly got up from Lin Xian's lap. She straightened her messy hair and looked at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes. Sorry, I forgot myself. Young Master Lin, please sit down. Mu Qingye was Mu Qingye after all. At least on the surface, she regained her composure in an instant. Lin Tian's expression was terrible, especially when he had a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Mu Qingye cursed Lin Xian 10,000 times in her heart. Ha ha ha, Lin Tian smiled and then sat down. Xiao Shui, pour me some tea. No need. President Mu, have you found a boyfriend? Lin Tian smiled and said. Yes, I have. Mu Qingye nodded. Ha ha ha, Lin Tian smiled. Then I'm really happy for President Mu. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Strange. He looked ordinary, wasn't handsome, and was wearing clothes of inferior brands that he had never seen before. Logically speaking, how could he pursue Mu Qingye? Damn it. Lin Tian stood up and walked to Lin Xian. He stretched out his hand and said, Hello, I'm Lin Tian. Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his hand. Brother Lin Xian, you're really amazing. President Mu is the dream lover of many people. I didn't expect these people to lose to someone they don't even know. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Not bad. Lin Xian lit a cigarette but didn't try to pass one to Lin Tian. But... Lin Tian frowned. Why did the Lin Xian in front of him give him a familiar feeling? He couldn't remember, but he had this feeling. Lin Xian had some impression of this Lin Xian in front of him. He was a dog of the Xianyuan family and had done a lot of things for the Xianyuan family. Moreover, Lin Xian had a grudge against this Lin family. This Lin family was not Lin Xian's family. Lin Xian's family was just an ordinary small family. "Young Master Lin, why are you here?" Mu Qingya asked indifferently. Chapter 1489. They all knew why Lin Tian was here. I'm just here to see Chairman Mu." "Oh, then why did you bring flowers?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "It's a gift for Chairman Mu, but it doesn't seem necessary now." He then threw the flowers directly into the trash can next to him. Mu Qingya frowned. Lin Xian was obviously provoking him on purpose. This was not good. Lin Xian laughed, then smoked a cigarette and said, "Is there anything else, young Master Lin? If not, please go back. My wife and I still have things to do." With that, Lin Xian walked to Mu Qingya's side and took her hand. Mu Qingya, ha, there's nothing else. Lin Tian smiled, then turned around and walked away. However, the moment he turned around, his eyes became extremely vicious. "Why did you provoke him?" Mu Qingya shook off Lin Xian's hand. She didn't need to provoke Lin Xian. She could have just sent Lin Tian away, but this Lin Xian was provoking Lin Tian. "I'm not afraid of him. The Lin family is an ancient martial arts family. In addition to having extremely strong capital, the Lin family also has some very powerful martial artists. If he wants to do something, you can't stop him." Mu Qingya frowned and looked at Lin Xian. "How do you know I can't stop him?" "Good girl, you still want a kiss." "You." Mu Qingya pointed at Lin Xian angrily and finally shook off his hand helplessly. At this moment, Lin Tian arrived outside the Mu group. He took out his phone and made a call. "Contact all the companies in Huaxia that you can and ask them to suppress the Mu group. I want the Mu group to go bankrupt in a week." Lin Tian's eyes were vicious. He couldn't do anything to the top 500 companies in the world, but in this big Huaxia, the Lin family's prestige and voice were still very high. Regardless of whether the other party was willing or not, at the very least, they would still give this face. Even if they didn't want to give it, they wouldn't dare to not give it. The operation between companies could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. No matter how big a company was, it had to rely on the market and competition with its peers. Everything was related to the survival of a company. To put it simply, Mu Qingya's company mainly focused on skincare and luxury products and was quite famous in China. If it caused a certain impact to the reputation of the Mu Group, or it could be said that all the major companies and groups had invested in various aspects to suppress the Mu Group. The simplest reason was that the Mu Group's partners had all stopped working with them and their direct sales stores had all stopped working with them, and the Mu Group's online business platform had banned the Mu Group from being on the shelves. In this way, the Mu Group's goods could only be piled up. In just a few days, this huge company would face collapse. And the Lin family had the ability to do so. Even if it wasn't enough, he could still go to the Xianyuan family. This kind of small matter was very simple. Mu Qingya, you should know in your heart that you can only compromise. If you don't compromise, then you'll be doomed. You actually dared to have a boyfriend after being pursued by me. You even flirted with him when you knew that I was here. Then don't blame me. I'll turn this phoenix into a sparrow and make you beg me." Lin Tian's eyes were vicious. As for Lin Xian, he clenched his fists. "Humph. You don't have to exist in this world anymore." Although this was a society ruled by law, for some special forces, no matter what you do, even if you blow up the Mushu group and cause countless deaths and injuries, as long as you can't find out, as long as the people don't know, then what can't you do? It was just killing a person. That was a simple matter. A day passed just like that. Lin Xian and Zhang Yang had a drink and then went back to the Mu family with Mu Qingya. In the Mu family, Qi Nijuan and her family were also here as guests. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian, I finally see you again. When Qin Jiangwo saw Lin Xian, he couldn't help but walk over with a smile and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Old Master Qin, you're really strong now. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ha ha ha, of course I'm strong now that my body has recovered. Mu Qingya was stunned for a moment. Grandpa Qin, what's wrong with your body? Mu Qingya asked hurriedly. Ha, Qingya lass, you're really lucky to have met such a good kid like Xiao Xian. He easily cured this old man's terminal cancer. Qin Jiangwo laughed. Mu Qingya. The person her father took Lin Xian to for treatment was old Master Qin. What? And Lin Xian really cured this person? She glanced at Lin Xian next to her. Qingya, it's not that I didn't tell you. I only found out today. Qi Nijuan walked over and held her hand. Mu Qingya nodded. It's good that you're fine. Qi Nijuan looked at Lin Xian. Today, she went to work again. This time, she asked a friend of hers to investigate Lin Xian. This time, she found something special. Lin Xian once had a girlfriend, and this girlfriend turned out to be from the Dongfang family. As for who in the Dongfang family it was, she didn't know and couldn't find out. But it was unbelievable that he could have a relationship with the Dongfang family. Her grandfather was one of the founding fathers of the country, but at this level, the Qin family was not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as the Dongfang family. Because families like the Dongfang family and the Xianyuan family might have existed for thousands of years and existed since ancient times. It was not an exaggeration to say that they created this country. So, it was very shocking. Then, was his death because of this reason? Was it really done by the Xianyuan family? It was unimaginable. But this person was definitely not an ordinary person. As for why he couldn't even afford a phone at that time, who knew? She had to get to know him more and find out who he was. Where's Fei Fei? Mu Qingya asked. That girl has been fooling around outside all day long. Now, no one knows where she has run off to. Zhang Ting put the dishes on the table and said. Then, she saw Lin Xian and immediately beamed. Xian, sit down. Qingya, get Xian some water. Oh. Qi Nijuan glanced at Mu Qingya. Based on her understanding of Mu Qingya, the two of them were definitely pretending to be a couple. But she heard that they slept together. It was probably because they didn't have any other choice. Hey, I have something to tell you. Qi Nijuan elbowed Lin Xian. There was nothing to hide. Everyone heard and saw. What kind of shameful things could they have said? It was impossible. Lin Xian actually wanted to find her and see if he could use her channels to investigate Dongfang Shui's current situation. Even if it was the Dongfang family, the information should have been recorded in the files, right? Chapter 1490. Lin Xian and Qi Nijuan went out. Mu Feifei quietly lifted Mu Qingya's hand with her hand. Mu Qingya looked at Mu Feifei in confusion. Then Mu Feifei whispered in Mu Qingya's ear, Sister, you are going to be cheated on by your best friend. Mu Qingya, what are you thinking about all day long? She patted Mu Feifei's head. Mu Feifei covered her head and whispered, It's true. Okay, don't talk. Eat something. Mu Qingye stuffed Mu Feifei's mouth with something and looked out of the window inexplicably. In the yard outside, what? Lin Xian reached out with a smile and pinched Qini Juan's butt hard. Qini Juan. You. She subconsciously wanted to give Lin Xian a slap. How could this person be so bold? Was he crazy? Okay. Indeed, she owed him a huge favor. Even if he stripped her naked now, she couldn't do anything about it, nor could she sue him. Damn it. Damn it. Can you not be like this? Even if I do this, what can you do to me? Phew, she took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. I've investigated you. And then I found that you are more or less related to the most powerful family, Dongfang and Xianyuan. Qini Juan said. Wow, you've investigated me in detail. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. You are definitely not an ordinary person. You couldn't afford 5,000 yuan not because you were poor. There must be other reasons. Can you tell me? Lin Xian shook his head. Not yet. Then when? When you're naked on my bed. Qini Juan, you are so lecherous. Take off Qingya's clothes. Qini Juan rolled her eyes. You have to take them off. Ha ha ha, how many men do you want to date? Qini Juan chuckled. Hey, do me a favor. Speak. Can you check on someone through your unit? Who? Dongfang Shui. Lin Xian. Qini Juan frowned. Could it be someone from the Dongfang family? Lin Xian nodded. I've checked. You had a girlfriend in the Dongfang family. She was Dongfang Shui. Why don't you go yourself then? I understand. Did something happen to you, and then you're wanted by that family, and you don't dare to go? Qini Juan suddenly realized. This made sense. In any case, Lin Xian was definitely related to such a top-notch family. As for what kind of relationship it wasn't important. Since he didn't want to go but asked her to investigate, it meant that he didn't dare to go. More or less. Qini Juan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Strange. What kind of identity does this Dongfang Shui have that you're wanted by them? I'll help you investigate her current situation. Of course, the prerequisite is that she has traces of her life. For example, she's appeared in public before, or she's been online before. If she doesn't, then it won't be easy to investigate. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, when can you tell me? Tomorrow afternoon. Then I'll go to your place tomorrow afternoon. That's fine. Oh right, according to the records, you fell off a cliff and died 3 years ago. Was it done by one of those top-notch families? Qini Juan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Why are you asking so many questions? I'll bang Qingye tonight, and I'll bang you tomorrow night. Bang your mother. Lin Xian. Qini Juan cursed and walked away. This Lin Xian was indeed not simple. Could it be that he was also from a top-notch family? No, the only powerful family was the Lin family, and he wasn't a member of the Lin family. Moreover, the records about his family were quite simple. Early the next morning, Lin Xian took a taxi and went to Qini Juan's place. Well, of course, he slept with his Qingye last night, but they didn't do anything. He just took advantage of her a little. Sister. Bang! Mu Feifei kicked open the door of Mu Qingye's room. What are you doing? Mu Qingye had just changed and was about to go to the company. That Lin Xian, she pointed outside and said, he took a taxi to Qini Juan's place early in the morning. You were cheated on. Mu Qingye, I was pretending to be his girlfriend. How could I be cheated on? Mu Qingya shook her head helplessly. Oh, then who sucked on the strawberry on your neck? Mu Qingya. At first, Mu Feifei also thought that they were pretending, but later, she felt that something was wrong. I pinched it myself to make Mom and Dad believe me. Mu Qingya hurriedly said. That bastard Lin Xian sucked on the strawberry last night. That person was really lecherous. But that wasn't the point. The point was he not afraid of anything? The first thing he did was to pin her down and grope her. Oh. Mu Feifei looked at it. Something was wrong. This was obviously not a result of a pinch. If Lin Xian did something with Qini Juan, will you be angry? Why would I be angry? I have nothing to do with him. You slept together. That was an act. Okay, hypocritical woman. Mu Feifei muttered and ran away. You. Mu Qingya shook her head helplessly. Mu Feifei sat in the living room and was very annoyed. She didn't know why she was so annoyed. She just felt very uncomfortable. No, I have to go and see. Then she got up, picked up her small bag and slipped out. Where did Feifei go? Zhang Ting glanced at her. Mu Hao shook his head helplessly. This girl is funny, but she knows her limits. It's okay. On the other side, Qini Juan yawned and stirred her coffee as she sat in front of her computer. To be honest, it was really difficult to find information on a top family like that. She came over after dinner last night. She could find some information, but what she found might not be true. Later, she troubled the provincial police and connected to their system, but it was still useless. In the end, she used all kinds of connections and finally received information about the provincial police this morning. Then, she connected to their system. Now, she just started to look. Fuck. The first thing she looked into was none other than that Dongfang Shui. Lin Xian's ex-girlfriend was quite important. When she saw the photos, she finally understood why Lin Xian was so obsessed with Dongfang Shui. She was so beautiful. She thought she was also very beautiful, and Mu Qingya was also very beautiful, but she felt a little ashamed after seeing a few photos of Dongfang Shui. So beautiful. She took a sip of coffee and looked again. No way. Her beautiful eyes widened. This Dongfang Shui was the daughter of the Dongfang family. She was the only daughter of the head of the Dongfang family, and the only daughter of the head of the Dongfang family. This was a little scary. This Lin Xian and the only daughter of the head of the Dongfang family were in a relationship. Qini Juan sat in front of her computer in a daze. Chapter 1491. She felt that it was unbelievable. So this Lin Xian fell in love with the daughter of such a top family, but he didn't have any background. This caused the Dongfang family to definitely not agree, so Qini Juan sat there and pondered. To be honest, her guess made her feel that Lin Xian was actually a pitiful person, just like some plots in TV dramas. To be honest, she sympathized with him. But now that he was so perverted, was he pretending to be himself? No, he was really perverted. If he was a gentleman, he could pretend to be himself, but he definitely wouldn't touch her. But this person really touched you while chatting, so he was really perverted, so she didn't sympathize with him that much. And then, Qini Juan realized that something was wrong. Why has there been no trace of her activity for 3 years? Then, Qini Juan carefully checked again. That's right, in 3 years, there was no trace of her activity, no record of her online shopping, no place where the public could see, and no registration information. She even checked some mobile games and the like, but there were no login records in 3 years. This feeling was as if she had evaporated from the world, exactly like Lin Xian. It was just that Lin Xian was listed as dead, but she was still listed as living a normal life. But was this normal? Not having any records for 3 years was already abnormal. Nothing could have happened to her. She was the daughter of the Dongfang family, the only daughter. This really made her feel suspenseful and curious. "Boss, where's All Night?" A few people came to work in the morning and saw that Qi Juan was still in her office. "Go go go. Don't bother me. Hey, what do you think happened to our boss recently? Ever since that man was caught, I felt that something was wrong." "That's right. Do you guys think that our boss is in a relationship with him? Come on, who would dare to be in a relationship with our boss?" Lin Xian walked in. Hey, it's him. He's here to look for our boss. He even brought breakfast. Wow, looks like there's nothing to be suspicious about. No way. This is really... Lin Xian opened the door and entered Qi Juan's office. "Little Junjun, have you found anything yet?" "Here, breakfast." Lin Xian placed the breakfast in front of her. Qi Juan got goosebumps from Lin Xian's yelling. She didn't stand on ceremony and opened her breakfast to eat the crepe. "I found it. Take a look for yourself." "Awesome. You can even find out about their family." "Nonsense. How many people did I ask?" In the end, I had to apply and connect to the government security system to find out. Qi Juan thought about how tired she was last night and felt unhappy. Lin Xian couldn't wait to look over. Qi Juan didn't disturb Lin Xian and sat aside to eat breakfast. Lin Xian frowned. 3 years without any trace of activity. He frowned and looked at Qi Juan. In theory, yes. Of course, it's just online shopping. There's no information on the internet, so it doesn't mean much. Qi Juan said. Then can you find out her current address? No, there's no trace of her activity, so how can we find out? She hasn't bought or rented a house, so she can only live with the Dongfang family, at least on the surface. Qi Juan said. The Dongfang family, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Right now, he couldn't go to the Dongfang family because he hadn't reached the cultivation base yet. Earning money was the most important thing. He could at least go and take a look at the Mystic Heaven realm. Oh right, can you find out her current contact? Big brother, I only have her old contact, but it seems to have been deleted. If I can find her current contact, then I wouldn't have said that I couldn't find any trace of her for 3 years. Qi Juan said. What about her family? Her parents and such? Qi Juan said, I've checked. Her parents live a normal life. What's interesting is that they went to a concert a month ago. Can you find out? Qi Juan asked, you mean, they might have taken Dongfang Shui to a concert? Lin Xian nodded. It'll be difficult. There are so many people at a concert. It's hundreds of thousands. It'll be difficult to find 200 people to watch it together. Also, there aren't many camera positions that can capture their faces. Lin Xian sighed. Alright, I got it. Right, help me check on someone else. Xianyuan Qingtian. Isn't that the young master of the Xianyuan family? Qi Juan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Yes, find out what he's like now. Qi Juan then did a check. His life is very normal. He often leaves the Xianyuan family and appears in the city. Lin Xian glanced at it. He couldn't find anything. After all, no matter how powerful the system was, it couldn't find some things, such as things related to the martial Dao. Thanks. Lin Xian said. Hey, you and Dongfang Shui used to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Xian nodded. She's the only daughter of the Dongfang family. You, who are you? Qi Nijuan looked at Lin Xian curiously. It's the same as what you found out. Lin Xian said. She's so beautiful, outstanding, and has a superior background. It's hard to find anyone in the country who can compare to her. Why would she like you? Lin Xian shrugged. Qingya is also beautiful and outstanding. Didn't she like me too? Really? TSK, although I haven't confirmed my relationship with her, I can kiss her casually. Do you think? Qi Nijuan, really? Do you think? Don't I kiss you casually now too? Lin Xian then leaned over and kissed her on the lips. Qi Nijuan. At that moment, her mind was completely blank. By the time she reacted, Lin Xian had already let go of her and ran out. Qi Nijuan. Bastard. 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 Ah. She went crazy in her office. She was infuriated. Her subordinates heard the commotion in her office and didn't dare to make a sound. Sigh, did she get cuckolded? I think she might have been dumped. That's right. Although she's super beautiful, she probably doesn't like it. It's not surprising that she got dumped. Qi Nijuan appeared behind that person. Who did you say got dumped? Gulp, his entire body suddenly jumped. Head. Head, head, head. Ah, Lin Xian walked down the street. I have to get the company up and running quickly. Once I earn 100 million, I'll be able to reach the mystic heaven realm. Although that might not be enough, I can at least try to visit the Dongfang family. Also, this mission to make 2 girls like me shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 1492. Mu Qingya arrived at the Mu Group. At this moment, the Mu Group was in a mess. Early this morning, before Mu Qingya went out, she received news that the Mu Group was in a bad situation and she had to come over to take charge of the overall situation. Mu Qingya was a little puzzled at that time. Everything in the Mu Group was above standard. She held 70% of the shares. How bad could the situation be? When she arrived at the company, dozens or even hundreds of people were waiting for her. President Mu, I'm really sorry. Something happened to our company. We have to cancel the cooperation between us. President Mu, sigh, something happened to the company too. We have to take back the physical store in Jiangnan City. Please take away the goods in the physical store in 2 days. I'll pay you for the breach of contract. President Mu, there's really no other way. The market this year is too bad. My company is no longer qualified to cooperate with you. I can only terminate the cooperation. I'll pay you for the breach of contract. The dozens of entrepreneurs saw Mu Qingya coming in and said one after another. Mu Qingya frowned. She was very smart. When she saw this scene and heard these people's words, she knew that it must be Lin Tian's doing. Got it. Go back. Mu Qingya said. President Mu, we'll pay you for the breach of contract. There's something wrong with the company and it may take some time. Please give us some time. Mu Qingya shook her head. No need. Go back. Thank you, President Mu. The breach of contract was not much. The cooperation before was a win-win situation. Now, they would rather lose. Because if they did not do so, they would not be able to bear the consequences. President Mu, the little assistant bit her lip and stood beside Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya knew too well what the consequences of Lin Tian's move would be. the Mu Group would completely collapse. The current situation was that the Mu Group was worth hundreds of billions. But 80% of it was all the goods, contracts, and other things of the Mu Group. There was not much turnover. And now, all the goods were overstocked and could not be sold. At most, she could only sell them by setting up street stalls because no one would sell them to her. But how many people would believe her if she set up street stalls? With so many employees, the remaining cash flow could only fill this hole. Right now, there were two ways for her. First, she could fight to the end. Second, she could directly stop and announce the collapse of the Mu Group. Then, she would at least still be a millionaire or a billionaire. However, as long as she dragged on for another day, there would be no turning back. If she dragged on for another day, she might go from a billionaire to a million or even penniless. Chairman Mu, I'm really sorry. I've found a better position. I'm sorry. A girl walked up to Mu Qingya, bowed, and walked away. Chairman Mu, I've also found a better job. I'm really sorry. I hope that the Mu Group will get better and better. Chairman Mu, I'm leaving too. For a time, a large number of employees left. You. The assistant pointed at them angrily. When you were in the company, Chairman Mu took such good care of you. Now, all of you are ingrates and ran away. You're really despicable. That's enough. Mu Qingye patted her shoulder and said, let them go. Zhang Yang ran down the stairs. Chairman Mu, what's going on? Mu Qingye shook her head, then sat down in the suddenly empty lobby and said, someone wants the Mu Group to die. Fuck. Zhang Yang cursed angrily. Now, 80% of the company's employees have left. Fortunately, the project I'm in charge of is still going on as usual and has not suffered any impact. However, it may take a few more days. Now that the Mu Group is in such a state, it's difficult to support the project. On the other hand, there are still hundreds of millions of funds that have not been handed over. Zhang Yang said. Chairman Mu, what should we do now? Do we need to recruit new employees? Mu Qingye shook her head. It's useless. The physical stores have been closed, the online stores have been banned, the cooperation has stopped, and the employees have left. The Mu Group can't go on anymore. Then. Xiao Yu bit her lips. Leave the rest to me. Xiao Yu, you'll be busy for the next 2 days. Hand over the goods from all over the country and put them in the warehouse. Yes, Chairman Mu. Mu Qingye looked at Zhang Yang and said, Zhang Yang, you don't have to keep an eye on the project for the time being. I'll give you dozens of contracts. You have to get all the liquidated damages and our rent back as soon as possible. The liquidated damages were not much, but if all of them were added up, it should be hundreds of millions. She now needed a large amount of funds to support the Mu Group. Let the employees who were still there feel their hope and give them better treatment. Okay. Zhang Yang nodded. Mu Qingye raised her head, her beautiful eyes flashing. They want the Mu Group to die, then, the Mu Group will be beyond their reach. Under normal circumstances, the Mu Group would have fallen, but now, 2 of the Mu Group's projects were being carried out in secret. The Lin family blocked all the sales channels of the Mu Group because the Mu Group's products were basically sold in physical stores and online stores. There was no other way. And it was only a little famous in China. But they certainly did not seal the warehouse and the factory. After all, they felt that it was useless to seal them. Moreover, the factory was the Mu Group's own. The 2 of them ran away and prepared to get busy. Mu Qingye sat there and made a cup of coffee for herself. Lin Xian came in. Wow, so few people. Is it a holiday? Mu Qingye looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. No. She walked over and handed a cup of coffee to Lin Xian, and then told Lin Xian about the matter. That's it. Lin Xian was very calm. Mu Qingya said, yes, that's it. In fact, she was not in a panic. She did not panic at all when the employees left. After all, she had spent several times the salary to hire a group of people, and those people were not affected. The main thing was that she knew that as long as a large number of things were developed, it was only a matter of time before they could become the richest man in the country and the world. At that time, these companies, these employees, they would regret it. The Lin family. Mu Qingya knew what kind of existence the Lin family was, but she wanted to give all of this to the Lin family. The medicine to cure cancer was something that the ancient martial arts families on Earth could not afford. Now, the only things left on Earth were some cultivation methods. There were very few pills and things like that. Lin Xian asked, how's the progress? Chapter 1493. Mu Qingya said, I just asked Zhang Yang. Everything is on the right track and is starting to develop it. I want to ask, do we need to find a few patients to try it first? Lin Xian shook his head, no, as long as it's going according to the normal process. I'll go take a look. Don't worry. You go to the Food and Drug Administration in person and apply for the exclusive patent and drug qualification certificate with the drug. Okay. Not many people knew about the formula, and even if they knew, it would be fine. Now they were going to apply for the exclusive patent, and this drug would definitely pass the drug testing standards. Lin Xian went to the major factories to inspect. There were no big problems. Next, he just had to wait for them to make a comeback. 3 days later, Mu Feifei sniffed and sold her beloved car, feeling wronged. They didn't have any money left. In the past few days, the Mu group had been very, very bad. Now they could only borrow money and fill in the blanks everywhere. Fortunately, the Qin family had always been standing behind the Mu family, and the Qin family also knew what the Mu family was doing. Of course, they were willing to help the Mu family. The Qin family took out all their assets. Because the Qin family was not a professional business family, they only took out about 1 billion, but it was really enough to quench their thirst. The Mu group hasn't declared bankruptcy yet. In a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Jiangnan City, Lin Tian was sitting there with 2 beautiful girls kneeling in front of him. He was drinking red wine and talking on the phone. It's been 3 days. The Mu group has been dragging on like this for 3 days. The Mu family is probably going to sell their house. Oh. So it's the Qin family who stopped them from bleeding. So what? What's the point of wasting more than 1 billion? If they declare bankruptcy earlier, at least they will have tens of millions of assets left. Why bother? Lin Tian sneered. He put down his phone. The situation was very clear now. The Mu group would be completely bankrupt, and they would even lose the opportunity to become a millionaire or even a millionaire. They might even become an ordinary family. At that time, Mu Qingya would beg him, right? On the other side, Lin Xian and Mu Qingya were sitting in the office discussing something. Let's hold a press conference tomorrow. Lin Xian said. Okay, but I think we need to find a star to endorse it in advance. Celebrity. My Qingya wife is so beautiful, can't you just endorse her? Mu Qingya rolled her eyes. What we need is fame. The star's promotion and press conference will be held at the same time. Another sum of money. It's worth it. Mu Qingya nodded. No problem. Leave this to me. You go and prepare for the press conference. You. Can you do it? Fuck. Isn't it just finding a celebrity? Not only that, but we also have to talk to the TV stations and advertising companies. They might be pressured into not cooperating with us. We also have to buy trending searches. There's no need to buy a trending search. I don't believe that after this news is released, he won't be the #1 trending search. Mu Qingyat pondered for a moment. That's true. Don't worry. If you give me the drug certificate, I believe that no TV station will dare to go against the international company. They can't wait for this kind of advertisement to be broadcasted on their channel. They can't wait to broadcast it a few more times. Lin Xian smirked. You're right. Mu Qingya nodded. The press conference is simple. The country will personally take over. They will wait for us and personally host it for us. Mu Qingya said. To be honest, she was also a little flattered. The #1 leader actually met her in person yesterday. It couldn't be helped. This kind of thing had been a headache for the whole world for many years. Moreover, this kind of cancer was indeed a very common disease. There might be a way to treat it in the early and middle stages, but in the later stages, there was really no way. Basically, by the time it was discovered, it was already in the late stage. However, this drug could directly cure patients who had entered the late stage in just a few days and turn the terminal illness into a cold. Do you think that the leaders are important? They are very important. Even in terms of international prestige, it would be very exaggerated. They are important. Then what are we worried about? Lin Xian smirked. Lin Xian originally thought that the #1 leader was from the Xianyuan family. No, it wasn't. Now, the #1 leader was from the Dongfang family. You mean, at this moment, Xiao Yu ran in. President Mu, someone is looking for you outside. Who is it? I think I often see it on TV. Then, 2 people walked in very quietly. Lin Xian glanced at them. He didn't know them. They shouldn't be from the Dongfang family. President Mu, nice to meet you. The man was about 50 years old. He couldn't be called an old man. His status was too high. It was the vice president, Zhou Zhouhe. Mr. Zhou, oh, there's no need for that. I'm here in secret this time. Chairman Mu, just treat me as an ordinary business partner. Mu Qingya sat down nervously. Xiao Yu, poor T. Zhou Zhouhe looked at Mu Qingya with a smile and said, President Mu, you are really young and promising. This terminal illness that has troubled the whole world for many years has been solved by your company. You even turned it into a common cold that can be cured with medicine. It is really a great fortune for mankind. Mr. Zhou, the company that developed the drug is, Lin Xian quickly shook his head. Mu Qingya then coughed dryly and said, we also hope to do something. Moreover, the Mu Group's current situation is not optimistic. We have to do this to avoid bankruptcy. Otherwise, we will definitely lower the price of this medicine by a lot. It's okay. I just came to see if the Mu Group needs any help. Just tell me. Mu Qingya shook her head. It's nothing. Now, it's just a matter of publicity. Don't worry about publicity. When do you plan to officially sell it? In a few days. Zhou Zhouhe said, then I will go back and prepare now. We will invite celebrities to endorse it. We will show advertisements on all platforms and major TV stations. Don't worry, we will pay for this matter. For the country, what they gained was international prestige and the capital to negotiate with other countries. This was the most important thing. This is not good. There's nothing bad about it. You don't have to feel guilty about the country paying for it. If the country doesn't get any benefits, why would they pay for it? Zhou, he smiled and said. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Okay, then I will go back first. Then they walked away. Lin Xian, I have never. Lin Xian smiled and said, there will be more opportunities in the future. Now that the Mu Group is protected by the country, no one dares to touch it. Chapter 1494. A day later, the entire Earth was in an uproar. Why? At first, they didn't think much of it because they had more or less seen the upcoming cancer treatment on TV, computers, and phones. What they saw was that 7 days after taking the medicine, regardless of whether it was in the early or late stages, the cancer cells would definitely be cured. What was there to think about? Wasn't this a scammer? There were too many scammers on the internet and even on TV programs, especially on a certain TV program, an old woman, an old man. But, when they switched to other channels, they actually saw the same advertisement after a while. Then, they actually saw advertisements on big channels like Hunan Satellite TV and Zhejiang Satellite TV. They felt that it couldn't be true, right? After all, the TV station behind Hunan Satellite TV really didn't dare to do anything. They wouldn't agree to release such a deceptive advertisement for the sake of making money, unless this was true. At first, the young people also thought that it was all fake, but they realized that it was actually the most popular actress at the moment, the superstar Chu Xinxin, who was known as a man's dream lover, who endorsed it. They felt that it couldn't be true, right? Chu Xinxin didn't lack money. She wouldn't endorse fake things for money, let alone fake medicine. She might even go to jail. If something happened, the compensation would be enough to kill her. Moreover, it would have a huge impact on her reputation. Unless it was true. Then, they saw all the big and small celebrities. They seemed to have a tacit understanding and all of them reposted the advertisement on their WeChat moments and Weibo. Then, China was in an uproar. After China was in an uproar, the other countries more or less received the news, but it wasn't spread as widely. Hey, have you heard? I heard that a new medicine is going to be released soon. It said that this medicine can treat cancer. You can cure cancer by taking the medicine. It only takes a few days. Do you think that's true? It can't be, right? It's true. Baidu, Weibo, and Sogu have always been the #1 trending topic. The trending topic has broken the record in history. All the big celebrities have reposted Weibo and used their various methods to promote it. The big celebrity Chu Xinxin is endorsing it, and all the channels can see this news. Even the fucking login to the game now will appear for a few seconds of this advertisement. This can't be fake, this is definitely true. Ha, this is great. After so long, a medicine that can treat cancer has finally appeared. But, when will it be released? I think it's in the next 2 days. Didn't the advertisement mention it? Tomorrow, everyone can watch the live broadcast. You can watch the press conference on all the major channels. At the press conference, all the problems will be solved. Fuck. Then we must pay attention to it tomorrow. Young master, bad news. Lin Tian was playing golf at the golf course. Then, he ran over alone, panting heavily. Shwa, Lin Tian sent the golf ball flying. He looked into the distance and said indifferently, "What's wrong?" "Mu Group, it's the Mu Group." Can the Mu Group come back to life? Lin Tian laughed mockingly. It's not just resurrecting from the dead. It's even possible that it's going to rise completely, an unstoppable rise. What did you say? Lin Tian frowned. That person then took out his phone and handed it to Lin Tian. TSK. You're saying that this is a drug developed by the Mu Group? It's just a marketing tactic. Lin Tian sneered. No, young master, this news has completely exploded. It's the #1 trending topic and has broken the highest record in history. All the major TV stations have news about it. Now, when you turn on the live broadcast, open the game, and login page, you will see this news. Even big and small celebrities have reposted this news on Weibo. This can't be fake, right? Lin Tian. This? Then, he hurriedly took a look at the content of the advertisement. Regardless of whether the advertisement was real or fake, all the games, software, advertisements, and celebrity endorsements. This already showed that this couldn't be fake. Someone was behind this, and it couldn't be the Mu Group. They didn't have the ability. Even the Lin family didn't have the ability. Even the Xianyuan family didn't have the ability. Perhaps they needed time to do it, but this Mu Qingya, the person behind this could be the country. The country wanted to protect the Mu Group. He didn't dare to provoke it. Wasn't this the country protecting it? Wasn't this already obvious? Everything happened so quickly that it was too strange. It was as if you were in a QQ group, and you, the group leader, just mentioned everyone and told them something, and they immediately did it for you. It was as simple as that. But how could the reality be so simple? This involved hundreds and thousands of companies and involved real and fake negotiations, interests, and so on. However, they all seemed to have agreed unanimously. And during this period, there didn't seem to be any so-called understanding or negotiation process. What kind of person could make them willing to do it without much understanding? The country. They couldn't believe other things, but they would definitely believe in the country. No way, right? This Mu Group, no wonder Mu Qingya didn't panic, but why didn't she take it out earlier? Could it be that it was developed at this time? Young master, what should we do now? Lin Tian clenched his fists. What can we do? If it's true, then there's nothing we can do now. All of his efforts had been for naught. Think about it. With the protection of the country, wouldn't other companies fight to cooperate with the Mu Group? They could recoup their previous losses in a short period of time. Coupled with this matter, even if the Mu Group only had one drug, with the previous main project, it might take off and get out of hand. But, Lin Tian muttered, it's still impossible for the Mu family to rise to the top. After all, they only have one drug. Although this drug is enough to cause a sensation, there aren't that many cancer patients in the world. It's just that it's very common and will continue to appear in the future. But if they want to rely on this drug, they will slowly stop with the passage of time. But the Mu Group will definitely not fall. They are the only ones who have the formula and have applied for an exclusive patent. Not to mention other things, the country will definitely protect the Mu family for this. Let's wait for the press conference tomorrow. If that's the case, it's actually very easy to crack it. The formula can always be found. Chapter 1495. Cheers. At this moment, in the Mu family, Lin Xian, Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei, Qin Yijuan, and the other two families gathered together. Xiao Xian, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my Mu family would be finished. Now, the country values my Mu family so much. This can be considered as bringing honor to my Mu family. Mu Hao's face was flushed. Oh, Uncle Mu, you're too kind. Hey, you don't have to be modest. How can you be so serious? It's Qingya's fortune to be able to find a boyfriend like you. It's our fortune as well. Mu Hao said with satisfaction. Damn. The more he looked at Lin Xian, the more satisfied he was. Damn it. This granddaughter of mine doesn't have such good fortune. You say, if she finds me a grandson-in-law in the future, even if he is a dragon, it will be difficult for me to be satisfied. Qin Jiangwo took a sip of wine and sighed. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes. Ha ha ha, I'm telling the truth. There are many people in the world who are richer and more handsome than little Xian. But in terms of ability, I feel that no one in the world is as good as him. Humph. Qin Yijuan muttered, there must be. There is. Tell me about it. Those ancient martial arts families. Qin Yijuan said. They pondered for a moment. Brother-in-law. Mu Feifei kicked Lin Xian under the table. What? Brother-in-law, do you think you will be two-timing or have several girlfriends in the future? Lin Xian, Feifei, what are you talking about? Go and get the rice. Well, Mu Feifei pouted and went to get the rice. Then she came over and said, I'm telling the truth. Aren't all men like this? Especially brother-in-law, when he's rich, powerful, and famous, he might even abuse big sister. He might even get other girls to do it with big sister. Everyone, I didn't teach my daughter well. I didn't teach my daughter well. Don't blame me. Mu Hao said awkwardly. Are you itching for a beating again? Zhang Ting glared at her. Mu Feifei quickly shrank her head and lowered it. She looked like a good girl, but in fact, that's right. When she put down her slippers, her feet were rubbing against Lin Xian's legs under the table. Lin Xian. Fuck. What was this sister-in-law trying to do? She was seducing him. Lin Xian knew that his sister-in-law knew that he and Mu Qingya were pretending to be a couple. Could it be nice? Tonight I'll go to my sister-in-law's room. His sister-in-law was the most fragrant. On Lin Xian's left was Mu Qingya, and on his right was Mu Feifei. Lin Xian, what other drugs will you be able to develop by then? Qin Yuan asked. Quite a lot. As for the specifics, I might need some time to observe and research them. Actually, Lin Xian mainly wanted to see if there were any medicinal herbs on Earth. Well, you can represent the Mu group at the press conference tomorrow. Mu Hao said. Lin Xian shook his head. I won't. Let Qingya do it. I won't do such a thing. Okay. Lin Xian then put his hand on the table and then on his sister-in-law's smooth thigh. Mu Feifei. Wow. What a hooligan. What a hooligan. I just casually seduced you, and this person was so presumptuous. Although he and her sister were pretending to be a couple, they were sleeping in the same room after all. This person really dared to touch her. Damn it, damn it. Lin Xian didn't think it was his fault. You seduced him here yourself. Smooth, so smooth. Mu Feifei put her hand down intentionally or unintentionally and then pressed Lin Xian's hand. Eat, eat. Oh, okay. Only then did Lin Xian retract his hand. Lin Xian didn't notice that this scene was seen by Mu Qingya. She didn't see anything at first. She was a little further away from the table when she caught a glimpse of Lin Xian's hand on her sister's thigh. She was shocked. Was her sister in a relationship with Lin Xian? She didn't know. If so, how could she sleep in the same room as Lin Xian? Wasn't that, damn it. Damn it. Damn hooligan. She knew it. After the meal, the Qin family left. Before Qin Yijuan left, Lin Xian gave her a flirtatious look. Idiot. This was what Qin Yijuan mouthed to Lin Xian before she left. Of course, idiot didn't necessarily mean that. Many people who were close to each other liked to call each other idiots. Uncle, Auntie, we'll rest first. Well, rest early. There's a press conference tomorrow. The whole country and even the world will pay attention to it. Don't let anything go wrong. Zhang Ting said. Lin Xian then took Mu Qingya's hand and walked through her fragrant room. As soon as they entered her room, Mu Qingya shook off Lin Xian's hand. That's enough. Now that my parents believe that we're a couple, they won't come to my room to peek. Either you sleep in your room, or you sleep in my room. You sleep on the floor, and I'll sleep on the bed. Mu Qingya said coldly. What's wrong? You were sleeping so soundly before. Lin Xian leaned over and hugged her slender waist. No, to be precise, his hand was almost on her butt. In the past few days, Mu Qingya had been used to Lin Xian doing whatever he wanted to her, but she was inexplicably not angry. Strange. But now she was angry. She didn't know why she was angry. Was it because she saw Lin Xian and her sister being so flirtatious when they were eating? What's the situation between you and Fei Fei? Mu Qingya took Lin Xian's hand away and asked. Nothing. I saw it when we were eating. Mu Qingya said lightly. She didn't blame Mu Fei Fei. After all, she knew that her sister knew that she and Lin Xian were pretending. If she liked Lin Xian, it was not a problem. She seduced me. Your sister is so flirtatious. Lin Xian sniffed aggrievedly. Impossible. Although Fei Fei is playful, she still knows her limits. And it was your hand on her leg. Lin Xian said, it's true. I swear, when we were eating, she took off her shoes and rubbed my leg. She also quietly pulled my hand and put it on her leg. You sleep below. Mu Qingya said and took off her coat. She didn't believe it. She and Fei Fei had known each other for so many years. Fei Fei most likely used her feet to seduce Lin Xian. As for what happened after that, it was absolutely impossible. At least it was impossible now. Bastard Lin Xian. Go to hell. The night had passed just like that. Given Lin Xian's shamelessness, he would definitely be hugging his elegant and fragrant wife as he slept. Chapter 1496. Mu Qingya was puzzled. She was clearly someone who hated. She couldn't say that she hated boys. She was a person who paid special attention to her reputation and integrity. Not to mention other things, even if she was in a relationship, it would be difficult for her to let the man take advantage of her because she wasn't used to it. That was her feeling. She didn't know if it would change in the future because she had never met a boy she liked. She didn't know if she would change because of the boy she liked. But now, she was kissed, touched, and slept with by a man she had only known for a few days. Although they didn't do anything too outrageous, she was always in his arms when she woke up in the morning. She didn't know if he did it at night or she did it herself. She wasn't sure. But this was beyond her tolerance. But she wasn't angry. She even slowly accepted it. Oh my God. Was she still Mu Qingya? Did she fall in love with Lin Xian, who was 1 or 2 years younger than her? But to be honest, they were indeed fated. And Lin Xian's ability was something she had never seen before. This morning, Mu Qingya woke up before Lin Xian. She was quite nervous because the press conference was going to be held today. Then, she was in Lin Xian's arms again. Lin Xian was hugging her again. His hands didn't move. He was just hugging her. They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, but she wasn't angry. Wait. Was he sure he didn't move? Nai, why did it hurt? Hey, am I handsome? Lin Xian blurted out all of a sudden. Mu Qingya, whoosh, she hurriedly sat up and tidied her hair. I'm going to wash up. You can go to the press conference later. That's not important. The important thing is, can we really be a couple? Lin Xian sat up and looked at Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya, I'm going to wash up. She quickly walked away. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Oh, little Qingya seemed to be moved. Hey, I'm so handsome. Lin Xian sighed. His heart was tired. Lin Xian walked into the bathroom to wash up with Mu Qingya and pinched her butt. Mu Qingya, you. Still not used to it. Lin Xian grinned. Bastard. I like it when you call me that. Mu Qingya was helpless. Give me some time. When the time comes, I'll help you and Uncle Mu cure your heart disease. You have to be careful. Although your heart hasn't relapsed yet, I've taken a look. It may be on the verge of relapsing. During this period, don't overwork yourself and don't get angry. Lin Xian said. Mu Qingya saw Lin Xian's rare serious look and nodded. Thank you. You're my girlfriend. You don't have to thank me. I'm not. But you've already slept with me for a few days. We've even kissed. I've done your nai-nai many times. Mu Qingya. Bastard. You really took advantage of the fact that I was asleep. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Hee hee. I don't care. Anyway, you're mine. Mu Qingya was dumbfounded. Lin Xian really did, Didn't that mean that except for the last step, she had already, damn it. Why didn't she wake up? Did she really sleep so soundly? I feel so good. Let's go out for breakfast. Mu Qingya stood there in a daze. Then she quietly pulled down her pajamas in front of the mirror. Bastard. There were scratches on her pajamas. She knew it. Why did it hurt? This person, She really didn't know what to do. Was she really going to be his girlfriend? Actually, she didn't seem to be particularly against it. She just didn't know what to do. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and put on makeup in the bathroom. She didn't usually put on makeup. At most, she would put on lipstick. Her skin was still very good and she was naturally beautiful. But today was the press conference. Today, she might be seen by the whole world. Of course, she had to put on makeup. Click, Lin Xian opened the door. Mu Feifei quickly jumped away like a thief. What are you doing? No. I just happened to pass by. Mu Feifei chuckled. Are you eavesdropping? Why would I? Lin Xian smiled. She was actually eavesdropping. The soundproofing of the door was good, but it wasn't so good that she couldn't hear anything. She thought that her sister and Lin Xian were pretending, but it didn't mean that they couldn't be real. She wanted to listen. If Lin Xian and her sister did that kind of thing early in the morning, wouldn't she be able to hear it? She didn't hear anything but her sister screamed. Sister-in-law, do you like me? Lin Xian looked at Mu Feifei with a smile. Mu Feifei, well, it wasn't that she didn't like him, but she didn't like him either. She couldn't fall in love with someone so easily. However, it was obvious that Lin Xian was very powerful. Girls really liked powerful boys, and she was relatively rebellious. She liked this kind of boy more. But, I like the kind of boy who is good at fighting. As for you, it's useless if you're not handsome and have good medical skills. I don't like you. That's right. Mu Feifei was simply curious and had a good impression of Lin Xian. She swore that she would find a boyfriend who was good at fighting in the future. He was like a hero. In that case. Well, she could give him all her postures. Nice. Okay. Lin Xian shrugged. Hey, brother-in-law, did you and my sister become real? Mu Feifei asked in a low voice. Let me tell you a secret. Ha! There are scratches on your sister's nine-eye. Lin Xian walked down after saying that. Wow! Mu Feifei's little mouth was wide open. Liar. Then she didn't believe it. It was impossible. Her sister was the most old-fashioned. She even thought that if her sister was in a relationship, she wouldn't have sex with a man for 2 years. It was the 21st century. Her sister's thinking was really amazing. If it were her, as long as she liked it, well, she would do it on the first day. But she hadn't been in a relationship so far because she really hadn't met the kind of boy she wanted. The kind who was super good at fighting and could easily win against many people. Especially the kind who could hit the table and send chopsticks flying, and then pierce the opponent's hand. Wow! So handsome. She liked watching this kind of drama. No, let's go and see. Mu Feifei opened the door and went into Mu Qingya's room. She first took a look. She swore that the two must be sleeping in the same bed or even in the same bed. Sister. Mu Feifei walked to Mu Qingya's side. What's the matter? Mu Qingya didn't know that danger was coming. Chapter 1497. Mu Feifei's eyes were fixed on Mu Qingya's private part. Sister, your pajamas are made of good material. Mu Feifei put her hand on her pajamas. Mu Qingya put on her lipstick and looked at herself in the mirror. Then she said lightly, didn't I buy it with you? Well. Yes. Swish, then she pulled Mu Qingya's loose pajamas off and quickly pulled down her bra. Wow. Mu Feifei clearly saw something. Lin Xian didn't lie to her. That meant that big sister and Lin Xian's relationship had really become real. Wow. Lin Xian really became her brother-in-law. You're crazy again. Mu Qingya knocked on Mu Feifei's head. Sister, were you pinched by my brother-in-law? Mu Qingya, get out. Well. Ha ha ha. My brother-in-law is so strong. Ha ha ha. Mu Feifei laughed and ran out. Mu Qingya, she was convinced. What kind of people were they? One was so shameless, and the other was so naughty. Oh no. Now that his little sister had seen it, brother-in-law, you're amazing. Mu Feifei ran downstairs and sat next to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was eating breakfast, Mu Hao was drinking tea on the sofa, and Zhang Ting was busy in the kitchen. What's amazing? I just took off my sister's clothes. I saw it. Lin Xian, amazing. Lin Xian gave her a thumbs up. No, no, no. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. My sister has so many suitors, and so many outstanding men, but she didn't agree to any of them. Brother-in-law, you've only known my sister for a few days, but you're already amazing. Lin Xian smiled and said, after all, I'm sleeping in the same room as her. If I can't do that, then I'm too weak, right? Yes, my brother-in-law is amazing. Brother-in-law. Can you lend me some money? Mu Feifei said aggrievedly. You still lack money. Previously, when such a big incident happened to the Mu group, I sold my car to give the money to my sister. Now, I don't even have 3,000 yuan on me. It's not even enough to go out for a meal. Brother-in-law, good brother-in-law, I'm your sister-in-law. You have to pamper me in the future. Lin Xian, sister, I don't even have 100 yuan on me. Really, you can ask your sister for it. Mu Feifei, you're not a competent brother-in-law. People have already said that a competent brother-in-law has to dote on his sister-in-law. Only then can she help him to guide her sister. A competent brother-in-law needs to get his sister-in-law into bed. Lin Xian said as he drank a mouthful of porridge. Mu Feifei. Wow. Stinky hooligan. Damn pervert. Shameless. What are you doing so early in the morning? I'm telling you, you have to go to school today. Zhang Ting came out of the kitchen and said to Mu Feifei. No, it's boring. I have an appointment with someone to go to the haunted house today. Mu Feifei said. When can you learn from your sister? Zhang Ting shook her head. No, I'm so tired. Lin Xian said with a smile, Auntie, in fact, everyone has their own choices. Feifei was born in a rich family. There are some procedures that she doesn't have to go through. Those are what ordinary people have to do. Of course, it's right to do better, but I think the most important thing is to be happy. As long as you don't break the law and don't do anything wrong, I don't think anything else is wrong. Yes, brother-in-law is right. Mu Feifei said, yes, this brother-in-law is not bad. Xiao Xian, what you said does make sense, but who doesn't want their child to be better? Happiness is indeed important, so we don't force Feifei too much. Yes, mother is right. Mu Feifei nodded repeatedly. Lin Xian, this sister-in-law is really. However, Lin Xian felt that this sister-in-law should have brought all the happiness to this family. In fact, it was necessary for a team and a family to have such a character. She was active, lively, and funny. Such a person was quite good. She felt a little like Lu Yufan. But now Lin Xian suddenly realized something. He had to go back in 3 months. If he didn't go back, he would be annihilated. In other words, Lin Xian would disappear from the earth again in 3 months. What about the people here? Tell them the truth. Lin Xian didn't know if he could say it, and he didn't know what the consequences would be, and he didn't know if they would believe him. If he left, Lin Xian felt that he should be able to come back, but he wasn't sure when he could come back. 1 year. 2 years. 5 years. 10 years. He wasn't sure. He knew that before he reached the heavenly Tao realm, it would be difficult for him to come back before he reached the heavenly Tao realm at least 5 stars. And the advancement in the heavenly Tao realm was extremely difficult. He was confident that he could come back because of the system, but he wasn't sure of the time. Could they wait for an unknown amount of time? Perhaps they could, but Lin Xian felt that it was too unfair to them. This was troublesome. He shouldn't have been on Earth, or at least, he shouldn't have shown mercy on Earth. But, fuck. Everyone would trigger different missions. Last night's mission required him to obtain enough system points to go back, or he would die. And the mission he triggered left him with no choice but to communicate with the girls. Sigh. What should he do now? In fact, if Lin Xian could figure out the connection between the God's Awakening Door, Earth, and Planet Azure, there was actually a solution. But could he figure out the relationship between them? Lin Xian felt that there was no problem. But there was still the problem. Time. How long would he need to spend? When would he have the capital? Lin Xian didn't know. Sigh. Hey, brother-in-law, why are you in a daze? Mu Feifei waved her hand in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Ah. Lin Xian came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing, I was just thinking about the past. The past? What is it? Mu Feifei asked. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. Pfft, it must be his ex-girlfriend. Mu Feifei said. What's in your head all day long? If you're envious that your sister has found a boyfriend, then hurry up and find one for me. Don't end up like your sister and end up going on blind dates. But I have a condition. This boyfriend has to be someone like Xiao Xian. I can't say that he's more capable than him, but his character has to be guaranteed. Pfft, who said that brother-in-law has a good character? He even touched, what? Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly. Right. Mu Feifei suddenly remembered that her brother-in-law and sister were no longer pretending. He even touched her thigh when they were eating. Wow! You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.